Beats Music. music.
Anjali, you're muted.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here. I welcome you all to the second day of 3G International Psychology Conference 2021. For the first time in history, psychology meets artificial intelligence. So this is going to be a World Book of Records event. Yesterday, we had eminent speakers who are experts in various fields of psychology from overseas and all over India who came to share their thoughts, knowledge, and opinions with the rest of us, making this conference a truly international conference in spirit. I take this moment to thank the Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences, Fortis Healthcare under the aegis of Dr. Samir Parikh for being our official mental health partner. I hope you all are excited and ready for today's session. Just comment on the chat box. Are you all excited and ready for today's sessions? Okay, I'm getting so many comments. And you can also comment, where are you from? So like we had many speakers who are from overseas yesterday and we had many participants who are from all over India. Yogesh Kumar, lecturer. Okay, we have many professors who have joined. Okay, thank you so much, participants. Thank you so much for being so participative. And you are getting a chance to win a giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and Canva Premium account. For that, all you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 5 of your friends right now. I repeat, you can go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 5 of your friends. So I would request my technical team to please post the official Instagram ID in our chat box. So thank you so much. I'm getting so many comments, and we had many queries about World Book of Records certificate. Of course, you will be able to apply for World Book of Records certificate. You can apply, go to our website, and you will be seeing a button named as apply now. You can click there, and you will be getting the first 700 participants will be getting the World Book of Records certificate. Yesterday, there were a lot of queries about, okay, will I be among the first 700 participants? Until you're seeing that apply now button, you will be getting the certificate. So don't worry. And this is a webinar format. You won't be able to switch on your video or audio, but you can convey all your messages and queries through the chat box. And we would also love to introduce the revolutionary master's program of MA Psychology with 100% job guarantee. So you can apply now for the same at www.3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters. And you can use the scholarship code 3GIPC 2021. So you'll be getting a scholarship up to 40,000 rupees if you are applying within the next 2 days. I repeat, you can apply for our master's program at www.3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters using our scholarship code 3GIPC 2021. And I had many queries about the certificate. You'll be getting a participation certificate which will be reflecting on your dashboard. And let me also take this opportunity to introduce about our program. I will be explaining more about our master's program. It's a brand new curriculum of psychology and artificial intelligence that focus on self-based learning, encouraging the students to indulge themselves in extensive research and participate in debates and discussions. It also allows them to get in touch with various professionals with experience in the art of social networking. And the best part is it's open to all UG, PG, and PhD students. So what you're waiting for? Please go and apply soon and use our scholarship code IPC 2021. So you will be getting a scholarship of up to 40,000 rupees if you're applying within the next 2 days. So no, I think everyone is excited. I'm waiting for today's session. Even I am excited. Yesterday we had a very good start, and we have an energy set of participants here. Whatever questions we are asking, you are participating. So please keep up the same energy. And here we have our national leader, Deepak, who is the event coordinator and also the national leader for this conference, who will be addressing you and will be telling a brief about this conference. So I would like to welcome Deepak, who is the national leader as well as the event coordinator to the dais. Over to you, Deepak.
So, yeah, a warm good evening to one and all present here. I am Deepak, the national leader and event coordinator. So, welcome you all to the amazing conference. Today, we are not only going to focus on psychology, but we are also going to be focusing on artificial intelligence. This Sunday is going to be the best Sunday in your life because you will be learning a lot from world's renowned speakers. First of all, I take this time to thank our CEO Irfana and our chairman Sai Chola. They gave us this opportunity. They give this opportunity not to people who are working, but to interns like us. We are young students. We can change this world. So, and also I would like to thank all our volunteers, our state leaders, our college leaders, and everyone because this event wouldn't even be possible without all these volunteers, the state leaders, the college leaders, and everyone. I like to thank you all from the 3G team. And regarding the queries, you will be getting your certificates in maximum 10 to 15 days. You all will be getting your participation certificates. The volunteers, if you have done a minimum of 25 registrations, you all will be getting your volunteer certificates. And the person who are paid rupees 500 rupees for the World Book of Records certificate, you will be getting them. All of them, you will be reaching it in maximum of 10 to 15 days. So yeah, I'm also very excited very excited about today's sessions. We have sessions about artificial intelligence and psychology, and also we are also having a session tomorrow. So I'm very excited to meet you all. The volunteer kits, it will be presented to all the volunteers who have crossed a minimum of 75 registrations. So yeah, if you guys are excited to start the session, please type boom or let's get started. Yeah, I can see a lot of booms in the chat box now. So yeah, we are all excited too. Yeah, we'll be starting the session in 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's the spirit we all want. So if any of your if any of your friends haven't joined the meeting yet, text them and ask them to join the meeting. We are going to be starting in 1 or 2 minutes. You will get the e-certificate in 10 to 15 days after the event. You all have to fill if you go to the feedback form link, you can in the topmost column, you will see the speaker column. In the speaker column, once you attended that session, give the feedback of that session speaker. After the next session, you can select the next speaker and you can get the feedback of that session. We will be sharing the feedback link soon. So yeah, let's give the mic to MC Anjali.
Okay, thank you so much, Deepak. So next, I would like to invite our national leader, Harini Shiva, over to the dais.
Hey,
Hi,
hi, Anjali.
hi,
Can I hear
Harini.
me?
Yeah,
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine. This was a fabulous moment. I want to share my hope and gratitude here because it was such an amazing and a big, vibrant conference because it is an international level conference, you know. People are really excited and eagerly waiting for today's session. So whatever Deepak said is was absolutely true. The volunteer cage and the World Book of Records are exactly true. I hope you people are really excited for today's session with very positive vibes and energetic configuration. So keep in touch with us and let's have a beautiful session with lovely speakers of today. And thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity for us. This is a great, it's kind of a miraculous thing for us. These seven leaders are like a fabulous, they are like a enjoyable and very kind heart person. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Anjali. You can start your turn now.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much, Harini. Thank you so much for joining with us. And what about the participants? Are you all ready for the first session? So are you all ready with full energy to start for this second day of the conference? Just comment on the chat box. If you're ready, type RTG, ready to go. Okay, I'm getting so many comments. Okay. Prerna, Deepal, Sweetie, Mehak. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you so much. Please keep up this energy throughout our conference and to invite the first speaker, I invite my co-host MC Reshika. Over to you, Reshika.
Thank you, Anjali. It is my great privilege and pleasure to welcome our guest of honor for the day, Dr. Shefali Safari, to the conference. Dr. Shefali is a world renowned clinical psychologist who received her doctorate from Columbia University, New York. She specializes in integration of Eastern philosophy and Western psychology, making her an expert in her field. Dr. Shefali is a keynote speaker who presents at conferences and workshops around the world. Some of the venues at which Dr. Shafali has presented are Wisdom 2.0, TEDx, Kellogg Business School, the Dalai Lama Center for Peace and Education, and many more. She is also an acclaimed author, and her books will definitely change your life. She has written three best selling books: The Conscious Parent, Out of Control, and The Awakened Family. She is here with us today to talk about the power of mental health. I request you to deliver your speech and kickstart today's conference, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you. Some of you may know my work, but thank you for introducing me. So I'm a clinical psychologist from Columbia University here in New York, but I was raised in India. I was born in India. I am Indian. And so I'm very honored to talk to all of you young people and inspire you to continue doing this work. So I'm really happy that you are here with me. So the reason why I wanted to come here is because mental health issues are disguised. You know, when you have a physical disease, there is a diagnosis, there is a physical, observable symptomatology. You can see that somebody may be physically ill. But when it's a mental health issue, it's very disguised and sneaky. We don't see it. And because we don't see it, we don't recognize that it is a real problem. And we stigmatize it. In India, mental health issues are really considered as a failure, something to be ashamed of, something to run away from, something to hide. And this mindset has to completely disappear. Just like we take care of a physical issue, we need to help people take care of their mental issues. Just because somebody has a mental health crisis like anxiety or depression or even a personality disorder, we need to understand its unique symptoms and help people. So what you are doing and what you are studying is a beautiful thing. I think every human in the world should study psychology because we can understand each other better. But I want you to understand that before you can help anyone else, you must help yourself. There is nobody to help if you are suffering yourself. Every human that I have met has some sort of mental health issue. It may not be a full-blown diagnosis, but everybody has some mental health problem. Why? Because we were raised in families where we were not allowed to be our true selves. There is not one person here who was raised by parents to be their true self. Now you say, that's not true. My parents allow me to be who I want to be. My parents allow me to be whatever I want, but it's not true. Every human that I have met, and I have been doing this work for 24 years almost, has had parents who were unconscious. And because they were unconscious, and because they lived in fear, and because they lived so addicted and so attached to their parents, to tradition, to religion, to what the people in the neighborhood will say, they did not raise you to be your true self. They raised you to be full of fear, to feel as if you needed to be a certain way in order to get love and validation and worth. So every one of us was raised to be false, fake, inauthentic. Now, there is a continuum of mental health crisis. There are low symptoms and high symptoms. So you're going to meet people across the board. But what you need to understand is that each person you meet is suffering because they're suffering the wounds from their parents, from their childhood. And when you understand that, you begin to ask yourself, wow, do I have wounds from my childhood? And your answer is 1,000,000% yes. I have wounds from my childhood. My entire adulthood has been about healing my wounds from my parents. Now, my parents are lovely people. They're loving people. But They did not raise me to follow my authentic self. I had to give that gift to myself. I had to go through life and check all the boxes and follow what everyone said I needed to do. And you know, in India, girls are taught to be this way and boys are taught to be that way. And there's a whole lot of lies in between. Everyone is lying to everyone else. You know that. Don't tell this one that, don't tell that one that, don't let anyone know you have a boyfriend. Make sure you tell everybody that you can cook really well, and be quiet. And you know that you're raised to be a little puppet to the culture. And your parents tell you that this is how to be good and this is how to be successful. So all of us in India especially were raised in a very narrow way. Then your parents tell you to go get married and now go figure it out. And then you have to go raise children. And you're like, you don't even know who you are, but you're raising children. You don't even know how to be with yourself, but you're getting married to some other fool. You don't know even how to take care of yourself, but you're taking care of your mother-in-law. And it's one big mess. Now, you may not like what I'm saying, and you may say, no, 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 but you'll be lying, because there's not one single Indian family I've met who has healed themselves. Because in India, you're not even allowed to have a mental health problem. You're not allowed to talk about this at all. So everyone is pretending that they're okay, but no one is okay. So the first thing we need to do in India is to take out the stigma of mental health problems. In India, everyone pretends that they're amazing. Everyone is amazing. Everyone is happy. Everyone is really rich. And everyone is getting along. No, not true. Open the doors of any Indian family, and it's one big, 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 ridiculous soap opera. Nobody likes anybody. Everybody's jealous of everybody else. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, of course. So in India, the first thing we have to do is start telling the truth. But no one wants to tell the truth because what will people say? So everyone in India lives for other people. What will people say? Don't tell them. So I was married for 25 years. I checked every box. I was such a good girl. But after 25 years, I awoke, and I realized that I'm done being married. Been there, done that. I'm making it very simple and I'm laughing. But yes, it took a lot of pain. But was it easy for me to do? It could have been easy, but no. What will people say? But by the time I got a divorce, I realized that I don't care what people say, because I care that I want to live my own life, one life, authentically, truly, not for other people, not for the cousins, neighbors, dog sitter, not for my uncle's wife's nephew. No, I don't want to live for the people who I'm never going to see in my life. But in India, everybody has something to say about everybody else's life. People in India don't live their own lives. They're living it for some, the shoemaker down the street, his sister, I'm living it for her because she may see me one day. So in India, we have to first start speaking the truth. But then you're going to ask me, who do I speak the truth to? Everybody's lying. True, very true. You may not be speaking to anybody. You may only be speaking to yourself. I went through a phase in my life where I was like, oh, I don't get along with anybody because everybody's bullshitting. Everybody's pretending and faking and living in the mainstream matrix. And so I got out of the matrix and I said, I'm not going to be part of this fear-based culture. So for some time, I was all on my own because nobody was outside the matrix. So then I created my own community and I began talking to myself online. And then slowly I built a following and then began writing books. So I'm not advocating that you should just leave everybody, but start seeing the truth and speaking the truth. Because in India, because I know my country so well, you are married to your relatives. First, you're married to your parents, then you're married to God, then you're married to your relatives, then you're married to your relatives' relatives, then you're married to your relatives' relatives, then you're married to your children, then you're married to your children's in-laws, then you're married to the in-laws' families, and it just goes on and on. And then it's very wonderful in small doses. But when the rest of the community swallows who you are, now you have a mental health problem, which no one wants to talk about. So you need to be brave and start talking the truth. And people won't like you, but that's okay, because you're not talking the truth to be liked. You're talking the truth because the truth must be spoken. Mahatma Gandhi did not care if the British liked him or not. He spoke the truth. Martin Luther King in America didn't really care. He was assassinated. You're not going to be assassinated, but you're going to be shunned. And that's okay. As you evolve and as you grow up and as you begin to speak the truth, those who are living a lie are not going to like you. But that's okay. You chose psychology not to be false. You chose psychology to speak the truth. You chose psychology because you understand that everything that goes wrong in our mind. The place of the greatest power is your mind. And your mind is conditioned by your childhood. And the more your mind is conditioned by your childhood, the less your mind is connected to your soul. So as a psychologist, you need to understand how this mind in all your clients is not your client's mind. It's their parents' mind. It's the culture's mind. It's the relatives' mind. It's the neighborhood's mind. It's what culture says. So as a psychologist, if you want to help your clients grow, you need to understand that they have pain from their unconscious childhoods. And you are here to understand them, to accept them, to help them liberate from the shame and the guilt that their parents put on them. But you can only do this when you do it for yourself, when you give yourself this gift, when you honor yourself and you begin to see all the ways that you have lied, all the ways that you are stuck in your mind's conditioning. As you break free from your mind's conditioning, you will help your clients break free. The mind is the most powerful resource you have. When we think without fear, when we love ourselves, when we honor our own truth, we begin to separate from the clutches and the handcuffs of other people. So we lose some people, but you gain your own mind back. Most children in India don't have their own mind. Their mind has been abducted and controlled by their parents. This is how you need to evolve and help your clients evolve. This is how you need to liberate your clients from their own shame, from their own guilt, and help them to be brave in their lives. Being a psychologist is one of the most amazing things you can do, because you're going to help people liberate from their own mind. You're going to help people unleash from their fear. You're going to help people understand their childhood patterns. You're going to help people be strong and not be afraid of mommy and daddy. You're going to help people to have courage. You're going to accept people. You're going to show them that there's another way to live. Don't be afraid. But you can only do that when you understand your own mental health. So the biggest gift you can give others and your children and your friends and your clients is that you live an authentic life. You live a free life. Because when you do, when you shine, you give others the permission to be big, to shine, to be brave. After I got my divorce, lots of people got a divorce because I gave them courage. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to change. Don't be afraid to improve your life. It's okay. You can do this, then you can try this. This is your life. enjoy it, play with it. But you see, in India, you know how it is in India. You're not allowed to have too much fun. You're not allowed to be on an adventure, because what will people say? So you as a psychologist are here to change the way we look at mental health in India. It depends on people like you, young people like you. That's why I'm doing this. It's 11:30 at night on Saturday. I had to come back early for a dinner. Why? Because I want you to be inspired, and I want you to be brave, and I want you to speak up and rebel against traditions in India that are so old. I had to run away from India, sorry, because I was like choked, because I couldn't speak my truth. But you, 25 years later, I left 25 years ago. So now you do a better job and change the climate in India and speak up and tell your parents and tell your aunties and uncles that things are changing and mental health is extremely important. And we need to treat it as importantly as physical health. And don't be afraid to break patterns in your own life. In every family, there's one pattern disruptor. I was the disruptor in my family. You need to be the pattern disruptor in your family and change your children's lives forever and change your clients' lives. So be brave. I'm so proud of you all for doing psychology. I know it's not easy in India, but you are the people that will create the change, because India needs you to create the change. So thank you for having me. Lots of love. I will hope to see many of you doing amazing work in India. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for such a wonderful talk. It was absolutely relatable for each one of us here, and you brought the reality of India right in front of our eyes without sugarcoating it. And we certainly need people like you every now and then to drop truth bombs, so that we get a sense of where we're at. And thanks again for accepting our invitation at such a short notice after knowing that we're all a group of young minds, college students. And yes, apologies for putting you through all sorts of time zone confusion as well, ma'am. Thanks to you for
It's
tolerating
okay.
us.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Ma'am, as a token of love and appreciation, we like to present you with an e-certificate. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Okay, so we now have a lineup of amazing speakers from across the globe with us today. I now request my co-host MC Anjali to take over from here.
Okay, I request my co-host MC Disha to invite the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, MC Anjali. I'm so excited to invite our next speaker of the event, Dr. JP Das, our next speaker. Dr. JP Das is an Indo-Canadian educational psychologist and an internationally recognized expert in educational psychology, international intelligence, and child development. Among his contributions to psychology are the PASS theory of intelligence and the Das-Naglerian cognitive assessment system. He is here with us today to talk about the psychological approach to artificial intelligence, role of intuition, and executive intelligence. I now request you to, sir, take over the session.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Great. So I have half an hour, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here we start. Let's see how it works. I have a set of slides that I have sent you.
Yes, sir.
And I will be saying which ones to show when. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It may cause some confusion, but I'm sure that you don't need to be confused.
No, sir.
Okay. Can you see me?
Yes, sir, I can see you.
Good. The topic has a huge scope. But let me start by saying that it's all about decision making. And decision making is what we are all concerned with in psychology, in management, in organizations. I introduce to you the second slide, which is for Herbert Simon. Now, who is Herbert Simon? He is thought to be the father of AI or artificial intelligence. You want me to talk about artificial intelligence a little bit? So let me see, we can get the slide and read it. I'm having trouble with showing the slide, but let me see what I can get.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, we will be sharing the PPT soon, sir. Until then, you can address the audience. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Herbert Simon said that knowledge is of two kinds, intuitive and deliberative. Now, does artificial intelligence provide us with both intuitive and deliberative knowledge? Yes, it does. Now, what's the difference between intuitive and deliberative knowledge? Herbert Simon says that they have, the AI has a very good grasp of well-structured, deliberative, and quantitative information. They have had less of an impact on decision-making that's loosely structured, intuitive, and qualitative. And listen to this, they have had the least impact on face-to-face interactions between the manager and the people he's interacting with or she's interacting with. So
Sorry to interrupt. Our PPT is ready, so you can let me know when I have to change the slide. Thank you.
yes. Now, so I hope that you got the slides right now. Okay, the next one, the next slide, we say that I'm missing the slide here. I can't see it, but anyway, intuitions like deliberate decisions require a common base of thinking. The base is generally believed to rest on a few pillars, a few platforms. We do not yet know how the trillions of nerve cells act and communicate with each other in myriads of ways in artificial intelligence. Now, in the next slide, I show you how it can be used and how it can be useful. Let me see the next slide here. It talks about AI. Intuitive decision-making has for its base the frozen wisdom gained from years of experience and reflection. Remember, it is in contrast to slow and deliberate decision-making. Remember the book that Daniel Kahneman wrote, Thinking Fast and Thinking Slow. He too won the Nobel Prize, and he still writes about intuition. Now, how does intuition fare in advancing the neuroscience? In slide 7, you see the old and the new. Even until a few years back, we could only imagine stages of executing an action. We're not able to describe the neural base for these stages. Oh, I can see the slide now and then, but not all the time. Now.
Sir, are you facing any difficulty? Like, no, we are on now on the 7th slide. AI can be useful in decision making. That is the slide which we are in now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, let's go to number 8. We do not yet know how the trillions of nerve cells act and communicate with each other. In myriads of ways, artificial intelligence is the tool that neuroscientists depend on to unravel the mystery of intuition and deliberate thinking. At the level of cognition, we explain decision making. Number 10 slide shows that we have attempted to measure these core cognitive processes. Sorry, you have to excuse me for a minute because I can't seem to get the slides here. Unless I can see them, I can't talk to you very much. But anyway, let's continue.
Sir, can you please tell me what you are able to see in the screen? You are not able to see the PPT?
No, I'm
So
not able to see any of you.
Okay, sir.
Can
Like,
you see me anyway?
I can see you, sir. And we have shared the PPT. Is it coming in a smaller screen? Is the PPT coming in a smaller screen?
Yes.
Okay, so sir, you have to switch that. I think you will be having a 4 square button in which you have to click, and you have to click on speaker's view.
Click on what?
Speaker's view. Or else if you have the PPT in your desktop, you can open that, sir, and you can tell me the slide number. I will change accordingly.
Yes, okay. Now, I can see my slides, so there is no problem there.
Okay, sir.
The next slide I want to show you is about an intelligence test that we have started. Now, the difference between the traditional test of intelligence and ours is great. The difference is this: we do not believe that IQ or intelligence is fixed. In fact, we cannot believe that because look at the connectome picture. When our connections, yes, I see your slides now and then. When our connections change every fraction of a moment, how can we say that intelligence is not influenced by learning? We cannot, of course, say that because learning and experience go together to shape our brain and our interactions with others. Now, let me focus on one kind of intelligence, that's complex problem solving. I have 2 slides here. One is of the deliberate logical type, and you can see the slide number 15 and 16. The other one is the most interesting one, which takes care of emotional decision making, the kind that Simon wanted us to pay attention to. And I will describe it in 2 minutes. You have a situation like this here. The insolent colleague, and it's slide number 20. You, Joanne, are competing for a big promotion within the company. Your main rival is a bit of a showman. You are presenting a new initiative. and you have given surveys and analysis. When you finish and you are enjoying supportive looks from some of your colleagues, your competitor blots out, I bet most of those surveys never even get filled out, and so on. Everyone turns back to you and waits for your response. What can you do? Slide number 22 says what you can do. You are asked to write as many solutions as they can within 2 minutes. Next, you are asked to choose one of the solutions that they can justify best and give the reasons for justifying it. And the third part is the most important one. You give it to 2 or 3 raters who judge it on the basis of practicality, on the basis of compassion, and whether or not it is culturally acceptable. Now, compassion is an important thing these days in all kinds of management jobs. American businessman Jeff Weiner said, once he had started to fully appreciate the significance of compassion, he often wondered whether or not it was a quality that could be taught. We have programs that would teach people compassion. And in that sense, we are surely not like robots. If I have a couple of minutes, I'll give an example of how compassionate decision-making may work. Now, this is the story of a young man who had been in jail for drugs. He's released and comes back to his parents. He finds that his father has a stack of books on how to help drug addicts and what to do, self-help books. He shows him all those books. Then what does the mother do? She just holds his hand and cries. Do we have a place for compassion in our business organizations, in interacting with each other, in psychotherapy? I think it's most important that we do. And in that sense, the human being is not a robot. Unless, of course, one day we can teach compassion to a robot. Thank you for listening to me. We are at the end of my talk, and you can see a sign that shows where I work at the University of Alberta. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir, for an informative session. As a token of love and appreciation, we would like to present with you a e-certificate. I request our technical team to display the same on the screen. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Now
Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir, for gracing our occasion.
Oh, well, I didn't know. I can see you now.
Okay.
I couldn't see you before. But
No problem, sir.
Okay.
Bye, sir. Yes, take care, sir.
If there are any questions, you can forward them to me by email. Okay?
Okay, sir, sure.
So if you have time, you can take a couple of questions, sir. We have 10 more minutes, and our participants will be happy if you are addressing the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So participants, like this is a golden opportunity we can hear from JP Das, sir. So if you have any questions, please post it in the chat box.
Okay.
So, sir, like if you are saying like all the people who are joined this young psychology aspirant students, so what is one message you want to give to them?
Oh, I think we can never want to compete with the robot, we can ask the robot to do unnecessary details that human beings shouldn't spend any time for. Like the robot nowadays is analyzing genomes, and it can do that very fast. So one thing I would ask the psychology career seekers is this, that you have to have cognitive flexibility. That you have to be able to shift your set. Then you have to have the ability to control and inhibit your impulses in any situation that you are there. And thirdly, you must have good working memory. While talking to a client, you must remember what has passed before and anticipate what he or she is going to do. Fourth, you have the ability to analyze information. And usually the information comes in two ways, either simultaneously or sequencing successively. So if you are strong in all of these, you can solve any problem. But remember, problem solving is an interactive process with the client. And no computer, no artificial intelligence can predict how your conversation with your client would go. So be attentive and judge what the client is saying with sympathy and with empathy.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, beautiful explanation. So we have one more question if you have time, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so could you please explain CAS model? That is the next question. CAS model.
Oh my God. It's the past model, right?
Yes, sir.
We have gone beyond that, as I said, because we have now thought that we can measure things outside the CAS, which is mostly executive function. In CAS, we did not have that kind of questions or problems. And executive functions are so important in everyday life. You have to focus on what is important, inhibit what seems to be obvious, and change your attitude and responses. And CS also emphasized information processing. So CS had attention, planning, and information processing mostly. We have now in the brain-based intelligence test added a big chunk of executive functions. How to cultivate flexibility in thinking, how to inhibit impulses, how to use our working memory, and of course, how to analyze information. Because no intuition takes place without a knowledge base. We say that intuition comes from frozen knowledge and frozen experience. So that's how I will explain CS. I can take a whole day doing it. But do you people do any kind of psychotherapy? I think there's a big future for using psychotherapy in terms of artificial intelligence. Especially, I envy you people because you can, in your lifetime, see how the brain processes happen, how the neurons connect with each other through the connectome. Means in 1 millimeter of brain tissue, there might be 1 million connections happening at any time. And only artificial intelligence should make it possible to find tracks, common patterns among these reactions of the nervous system. So I envy you people. Next time your grandsons become psychology professors, they wouldn't be showing static pictures of the brain. They'll be showing you dynamic pictures. When you think of your lover and embracing, you get a different kind of brain reaction than when you are embracing your mother. So that's the kind of thing we want to see in the future. And psychology can surely use artificial intelligence in looking at human relationships.
Okay, beautiful answer, sir. So can I ask you one more question? We are getting a
Sure.
lot of questions. So we have an experienced personality here. We are all lucky. All the psychology aspirants, we are lucky to hear from such an experienced person. So next question is, can artificial intelligence take counseling session and replace psychologists in future? That is the next question.
That's very important. Now, in any kind of psychotherapy, we start with what? We start with knowing the client's own problem. So for example, before a client comes to you, suppose the client is a dentist, he's a single father, he has been recently divorced and comes to you because of anxiety and depression. So you give him a whole 50-item anxiety scale and a depression scale. It's a self-filling questionnaire, and then from that, your artificial intelligence takes out patterns. And then when you are sitting in psychotherapy, you are asking him, well, tell me, what's the most unhappy thing that happens to you? And he tells you what's the most unhappy thing. Then your computer already tells you that no, that's not the theme that comes out in his self-fulfilling questionnaire. So it presents those forgotten incidents and emotions back to the client and said, I don't think you always thought so. You also, didn't you think of another way in which you are bothered with anxiety? So this is the interaction that you have with the client. So one day, the psychologist would have all this data stored in front of him or her when giving counseling. And because the first thing in counseling is to remind the patient that you are listening to him correctly. Do I hear this? Do I not hear this? You go on asking. And you won't beat around the bush if you have the data in front of you. We said, well, you said that you are always depressed, but then you say that when you think of your mother, you are not so depressed. Or you said that you lost your wife, she divorced you, but she came back to you again. Would you accept her? So you say, well, now let us see. You had said that shortly after getting married, your wife had told you, never let me go, even if I want to. Did you remember that? He said, yes. So the client answers, I got my answer. So this is the way interactions occur. As Herbert Simon said, that interpersonal relationships, interactions in an organization cannot be predicted by artificial intelligence. You have to have the human factor. Even today, in medicine, AI is used widely. You get reports on X-ray that are much more accurately interpreted than by 10 radiologists. Before, the reliability of X-ray interpretation was very low. Now it is high because it's done by the machine. So like that, I think the psychologist has to know how to use the data that you get from artificial intelligence. So the fact that he remembered what his wife has told him 20 years ago when they were married, never let me go.
Beautiful stuff. We would definitely love to hear more from you, but due to the time constraints, half-heartedly, we have to just wind up the session. So could you please conclude within a couple of minutes, sir?
Well, you want to listen to career counseling, or do you want to listen to more about how we make decisions?
We would love to hear everything from you, sir. Such an experienced person. It's really our honor to have you here. But due to time constraints, I request 3G to organize a separate session of JP Das, sir, so we can gain more and more insights about the same.
Yes, I could go on talking, but your 2-minute wisdom is this: do not prejudge people. Do not go into a relationship with fixed ideas, because the fixed ideas need to be verified. As Buddhists say, don't have false views when you enter a situation. Keep your mind open, keep it flexible, keep it compassionate. Now, try to cultivate in your own life what is called Maitri, that is loving kindness. So if you have that as a person, you know yourself better, you know your clients better, and surely you will be also having success in human relationships. I'm not a counselor, but I have had long experience with people. And what is most important in relationship, that you care for the other person when we are confronting him or her. And you have an open mind. That's the most important thing in this kind of one-to-one relationship that Herbert Simon said cannot be done by a robot, because it's unpredictable. You need to rise to the occasion with insight and intuition. Isn't that a wonderful thing to hear from the father of artificial intelligence?
Yes, sir.
The limits of AI or the computer.
So we need to wind up the session because next speaker is waiting.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, sir. We are really honored with your presence. And Disha, our national leader, Disha, invited JP Das, sir, so you can thank him for the same. Over to you, Disha.
I'll be quite willing to have another session.
Sure, sir.
Any other time.
We would love to,
not
sir.
in such a big conference.
Thank
Okay,
you so
give me
much, sir.
some feedback
Yes,
if you want. Okay?
yes, sir.
And if you have a video of what I said, you might share it with me.
Okay, sure, sir.
But don't distribute my slides, please.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir. Right, sir.
God bless you.
Bye, sir. Take care. Thank you, MC Anjali. Now I would like to invite MC Anjali to invite our next speaker.
Thank you, MC Disha, and thank you, JP Das, sir. So our chat box is full of messages. I hope you all gain some knowledge from this session. And guys, hold on. We have our chief guest as a next speaker. So are you all ready for the next session? Just comment on the chat box. So we are gaining a lot of insights, a lot of knowledge. How, are you all ready? So please be, with full energy. Please be attentive. This is going to change your life. Okay, so it's my privilege and honor to welcome our chief guest for the day, who is an experiential corporate facilitator, outbound trainer to small and large teams to MNCs, a business stimulation coach to Fortune 500 companies. He's the author of 3 best-selling books and a life coach columnist. He is known as leadership coach who inculcates strong and meaningful impact in individual and organization. His coaching method is inclusive, experiential, co-creation, and conservative. He is also a TEDx speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite our chief guest for the day, Mr. Anand Munshi, over to the dais with a virtual round of applause. He'll be speaking on the topic Outliers of the Motivated Orbits. Warm welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, your slide is visible. Yeah, you can start, sir. Thank you.
All right, my slides are visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's perfectly visible.
Fantastic. First of all, thank you very much. It's such a wonderful occasion for me and also very inspired. I'm listening for last half an hour. It's a plethora of knowledge, such a wonderful attempt. And let me take this honor to really appreciate the great work youngsters are doing by clapping. So wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That's a wonderful session that I've been saying. One important thing that I have noticed, there is tremendous, I would say, high energy participation from the crowd. In fact, this is one of the best participation that I have seen. So once again, my congratulations and really, really my best input for you guys. Thank you very much for having me here. So the topic here is re-engineering of your mind, outliers of the motivated orbit. What it really means is how I can come out of the clutches of my own mind and then do something more meaningful and more powerful. That is something what we are expecting here for the day. Let me take a very small story that happened like 7 or 8 years back. I was on a Mumbai airport. And I don't know if you've been to Mumbai. Mumbai is a place filled with so much humidity, so much sun, so much chaos, so many people around. So I was doing a session. It was a whole long day session. I was very tired. I just want to take a flight from Mumbai and go to Melbourne. That was my plan. I was in so much rush that I reached to the airport and I would say, the first person for that particular flight to reach the airport. I've been there and then hardly, it was like 10 minutes. I tried to convince the people that let me in. He said, you're too early for the flight. I said, please let me come in. Somehow they entertained me. I was in there and I reached to the airport counter, the airline counter, and I requested them. They said, you're too early. I have to wait for some time. The blocks were open. I was so relieved to put my stuff there. I quickly checked the immigration check. I quickly checked the security check. And I was waiting, probably the first person for that flight to enter the plane. I go there and I sleep peacefully. Again, that was my plan. I got into the seat, and as soon as the plane was about to leave, and hardly the plane was 5 minutes in the air, suddenly I felt the gravity bump. And I realized this is the time something bad is going to happen. I was blindfolded and I said, it's time to recite the prayers now because it's anything going to happen. But I took some courage and took that blindfold off, and I saw a young, beautiful girl sitting next to me, and she is chewing her teeth like this and pressing button one after the another. I said, ma'am, is there anything I can do? You look a little upset. And she said, is plane mein kuch kaam nahi kar raha hai. In this plane, nothing is working. I said, relax, just calm down, be quiet. We are 10,000 feet in the air. What's not working? And she said, I'm trying to press this button again and again, and my seat is not reclining. I said, when it's happening, you are pressing my buttons. Why don't you press your own buttons? Guys, cutting long story short, haven't we given the control of our life to people around us? Have we not given control of our mind to the external conditioning? Have we not given control of our action to the temporary things that are happening all around us. Once the control has gone away from us, the ownership also goes. Once ownership is not there, then your life is just like going from here and there. So outliers of the motivated orbit is the first thing that we have to think, and this is what I will be covering in the whole session, is how to re-engineer yourself, how to be an outlier and still feel motivated and start to add value to the people around you. Okay, all right. May I request if there is any question and people really want to ask in between, so please unmute them if that's okay. And if you can ask question, that's perfectly fine, because I want to have this session little more interactive. Okay, so
this event, it is a webinar mode, so the participants will be sharing everything through comments. So whenever there is a question, I will be helping you with the questions, sir. I will be reading the questions, sir, at the end.
No problem at all. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sure. Okay, let me go to the things. This is the best statement I can think of for today's occasion. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. This is such a profound statement. I keep on thinking about this. See, once we are into a problem, we have certain mindset, certain approach, certain attitude, and that attitude problem that created that problem. Now, if you want to solve that problem, you cannot solve it staying on that level. You have to take one step up. And that is the beauty here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one thing, especially in India, antidepressants are second fastest selling medicines after painkillers. Okay, all right. Let me ask you one quick question. Okay, what is your definition of happiness? Okay, I will be just looking at the chat here. So feel free to write. You don't have to write big stories or other things. Let me understand what you really feel, what you really mean by happiness. What is happiness? Satisfaction, fantastic, thank you. No definition, that's also very good definition. Peace, Prabhu, okay. Freedom, okay, freedom of choice. Being at contency, nice word. Be yourself, end of desire, living a life of content. Gratitude, I love this. Internet, smiles on the eyes, things going on, satisfied. Subjective feeling, my God, smile, no problem is satisfaction, happiness. Spiritual, okay. I must tell you this is one of the most vibrant and most diverse set of people that I am seeing. Peacefulness, and still the messages are coming, very nice. And this gives me a lot of idea what should be the level of my talk when I speak, because that's also a very good thing. Let me tell you one thing, guys, and this is very profound. So please listen to this carefully. And this is going, or at least it might change the way you look at things. Happiness is not just an emotion. Happiness is not just an emotion. Happiness is also a decision. Happiness is also a decision. We decide to make ourselves happy. If we thought, okay, wearing a black coat and white shirt will make me happy, okay? But for some reason, instead of black coat and white t-shirt, if you're wearing a blue coat and a white t-shirt, which is away from your expected belief of happiness, and if you can decide to become happy at that time, that is also a sign of emotional maturity. So let me conclude on that part. Happiness is not just an emotion. Happiness is also a decision. This morning we are talking about if we have to help others, we have to make happy or help ourselves first. We cannot keep on lying to ourselves. We have to be honest. We have to be clear, because the most important discussions that you have is with yourself. We cannot pretend. We cannot pretend for long. At some time, we have to be honest and get ready for that candid discussions. Here it is. According to a small research, average normal person will have 42,000 thoughts per day. 42,000 thoughts per day. There are 86,400 seconds in a day. So we are talking not more than 2 to 3 seconds per thought at a time. Can you imagine what it creates on us? Now the concentration level is coming down and down. And if you really want to do something big, I want to throw a very important thing at you. And this is known as deep work. Okay, deep work. This topic, the topic of this discussion, it's entirely new discussion, which we won't be touching here. But I want to tell you one thing. Do you know, if you look at the CEOs of all over the world, and it's a question, okay? It's a question. If you look at the CEOs of all over the world, there are two streams that are more and more dominating in people who are leading the organization as a CEO. Can you name them? Which two faculty of education or learning are more dominant for CEO or decision-making roles? Any guesses? Technology, okay. Okay, just one. Money lays, automobile, AI, okay. Technical, all right. Psychologist, okay. Pankaj, skills, okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Guys, let me tell you one thing, because we can take on this. The maximum number of CEOs all over the world, they are either coming from lawyers, they are coming as a lawyers, or they are coming as a psychologist. Good news for you. And this is important because we all have to understand why. What is so important about this? I don't know if you know this. When it's a Greek terminology, psychology, when it started, the meaning of psyche was not related with mind. In current day context, the study of psychology is about mind. But when it was initially coined, it was a study of the soul, study of the psyche, study of something more intrinsic and meaningful. My suggestion for you is how you can take it out. So my first thing for you is, how can you help yourself and to the people that you are touching to go for a deep work? Now, deep work is consistent, non-disturbing, a fruitful, engaging work that makes you dig deeper and deeper to create wonderful things. But we are not able to do this. Why? Because the maximum time that we're spending on one thought as an average person is not more than 3 seconds. Few years back, it was 5, and 20 or 30 years back, it was 7 seconds. Because of technology, because of so many distractions around us, now we keep on switching. Every day, if we just keep joining the number of tweets that happens, we can have 8,000 books of War and Peace. So there is so much information, and no transformation. As a psychologist, it becomes very important to become what we call as thought vigilance. That's my second term. The first one is deep work. The second word is thought vigilance. Vigilance is keeping an eye what's going inside your mind. Okay, you have to stop there and there. You have to stop there and there. And according to so many research, the more time you spend on one particular thought, the difficult it gets to take it out. If, for example, if you are trying to entertain, if you started entertaining a negative thought, say, no, I want to take it out, and immediately take that step. Yes, it's a vicious line of thought. Thank you, Bipin Thomas. That's very nice. So we really have to understand how we can take that out and start to create more and more positive and conscious focus on thoughts. If you go to the airlines, if you are boarding a plane, the lovely air hostess comes and say, in case of emergency, make sure to put oxygen mask on yourself first before putting it on others. So the same thing, I want you to come up with very strong and positivity. The first thing we talk about deep work, encourage deep work, focus, consistent, okay? Where you start to go deep and deep. And I'm telling one thing, improve your previous best. Let me tell it again. If you have that itch of excellence, if you have that itch of taking to the next level, try to improve your previous best, not the last best, but the previous best. And then goes to the deep work, and that third comes to the thought vigilance. Now, let me ask you one quick question to this intelligent crowd. Okay, this is a picture here. Okay, now you have to spot only 3 differences. Okay, let me see who can tell me first. And I will tell you what's the purpose of doing it here. Flower, fantastic. Okay, all right, smile. Okay, expression, smile, mouth. Okay, bow. Okay, ribbon, smile. I'm just looking same thing again and again. Anything else? I tell you one thing. I have tricked some of you at least. I said spot 3 differences between 2 images. Here, the important thing is there are 6 differences. Most people, I don't know, most people, they stop looking for more differences just after 3, because that's the instruction that is given to you all. Okay, let me do one more simple activity, then I will start to talk about something else. Okay, for this, I want you to have a complete attention. So please don't write anything on the chat box. I want you to listen. This is 15 seconds activity. This is a 15-second activity. We can do it only one time. Okay, so I want all of you to just focus on me for next 15 seconds, because I will give only one time instruction and I want to see how you will respond. And this will give a very important breakthrough when you are dealing with yourself, with your clients. Are we all ready? All right. Now I want all of you to put your finger like this. Okay. Beautiful. Done. Now consider this is like a pen. Okay. Pen. The instrument that you use to write. Okay. This is your pen. Now turn this pen towards your forehead like this. Done? Take it like this. This is your pen. Now point your finger. This is your pen. Now point your finger on your forehead. Done? Okay. Now the activity starts now. Now you have to write E. That is E for elephant. The capital E for elephant on your forehead, and your time starts now. You have to write E for elephant, the capital E for elephant on your forehead. Done? All right. Thank you very much. Now, are you ready? Now, please tell me how many of you have written E so that I can read it nicely. You have written E for the person who is looking at you. Okay, beautiful. And I want to understand how many others. Panelists, can you see if there is what I call as the voting type things? I just want to create 2 options. I know it's quick one if you can do this. You wrote both. Ankit Mishra, you're a fantastic person. Is there a possibility of doing a voting here? I just want to see. We can raise hands. Okay, I just want to see what percentage of people have written E for themselves and what percentage of people have written E for others. Is there an intelligent way of doing it quickly? Myself. Okay, all right. So while the people are thinking, let me give a quick insight. The people who have written E for me, for others, so that they can read E correctly, they are the people who are good at taking others' perspective first. They are good at thinking what other people might be thinking, how I can position myself so that I can project myself nicely on others. Is that a good one? Wait for the second one to come. The people who have written E for themselves is, they think, let me understand myself first. Let me understand what are my plus, what are my minus points, how I can improve myself. Once I'm clear about my own self, that will help me to take it to the next level. So it totally depends what you want to do. The trick here is, there are 45 apples in your bucket. What's that?
So
Okay.
we can create a poll if you want, so.
Look, I think if you can do it, that will be fantastic. If somebody can do it in the background, that will be nice. I just want to get a feel. And this is very exemplary activity, very exploring activity. Okay. So who is taking initiative? Who can do that?
Sure, sir. Our technical team will do that, sir.
Can
Fantastic.
you just repeat the question, sir?
Okay, forget the question. Question is already there. Just write. I have written E for myself. So just write myself. And the second option is others.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Myself is the option number 1. Others is option number 2. Just make it vanilla flavor.
Okay, sir.
Beautiful. I won't let you go without doing that activity, team. All right. So let's do this. I want to keep on moving. I want to tell you one thing. The people who are good at taking others' perspective first and then taking it to others, make sure you combine both of them before making a conclusion. Most people don't do that. Most people, they don't do that. They just think about themselves. They don't think about others. Some people are too much worried about others. They start forgetting about themselves. And that's also not good. All I want is a package. Wherever you start, whatever you do, it's all about this. For the notes, for the people who are very much into academics, this is known as perspective taking. Team, if you can just summarize these points. The fourth one is perspective taking. Okay. One more question. What is the most important, effective, and quickest way to get someone's attention? Okay. Host is sharing poll results. Okay, I don't know what's that. Okay, I have asked a question. Speak. Okay, eye contact. Okay, let me repeat this. For your profession, guys, I tell you one thing. For last 15 years, I'm a life coach. I'm a psychologist, and understanding people is most important thing. Okay, let me repeat this question. What is the quickest, easiest, and the most effective way to get someone's attention? Coming close to the other person, gesture, active listening, smile, talk to them, speak to them, communication, eye contact, communication. Hey, Anjali and the team, I love these people. The way they are writing, I'm feeling so amazed. I'm very much.
We have an energetic set of audience, sir.
Oh, wow. I'm feeling so bad. I'm just getting 45 minutes. That's a shame.
We will arrange another session for you, sir.
All right. Okay, but the question here is, what is the most important thing? Genuinely smile, body language, body expression. Are you ready for this? And you will be amazed. I have done this hundreds and thousands of times successfully. And I don't see why you cannot do this. Most people deep down, they think they are very intelligent. They are very knowledgeable. They are very logical. They have that scientific understanding. Yes? Deep down, we all feel. So what is the best way to get their attention? Ask question. Yes. The beauty is how to frame an appropriate question for the occasion and for that person. If you know someone who is doing psychology for 4 years and they are into the practice, you can say, hey, Anjali, I know you've been into this field for long and you've been got interaction with so many people. May I ask you one question? I tell you, Anjali will run with 100 speed and say, please tell me what's the question. Yes or no, Anjali?
Yes.
Because I'm talking something that is more relevant to you, something more meaningful to you. Now, the trick only here is, can you frame an appropriate, meaningful, and timely question? In this panel, if I go and ask Anjali, Anjali, how can we stop the farmers doing protest? And she don't want to talk to me. Or Anjali, how we can remove the world's poverty? You don't have a clue. We cannot do this. So the most important thing to get someone attention is ask meaningful, relevant, timely questions. Being in present, fantastic. Knowing their perspective, true, sir, wow. And this is something that you can immediately try in your counseling sessions. The beauty is only asking questions. Compliment them. Yes, Kirtilal, fantastic. Okay. All right. Now, The importance of understanding the VUCA world is so great because we are living in a world that is volatile. We don't know what's happening. What is true now, and in half a minute, it will be something else. We cannot predict, we cannot give a confirmation of what things are happening. The things, they were so simple, now it's very much complicated. And nothing is going to be straight. It's all ambiguous, it's everywhere. So we need equally powerful mind to deal with that situation. And outliers will take you out of the rut of the mind. And this is what it is. Okay, let me introduce your own mind with you. This is such an important thing. See, the mind is restless. The mind is turbulent. The mind is obstinate. The mind is strong. Okay, let me ask you one quick question. If I tell you guys, don't think about watermelon. Don't think about watermelon. What is the first thing coming to your mind? What is the first thing coming to your mind? If I say, don't think watermelon, the first thing that comes to your mind is watermelon. Yes. So your mind is obstinate. Beat, mouth water. Wow, stop thinking. Watermelon itself. So we have to be very smart when we deal with the mind. Restless. It cannot fix at one place. Turbulent. We think about doing so many different things again and again and again. Yes. So how to come out of this? The answer is here. Okay. Anjali, I will be playing a small video. This is a very, very important video. I just want to tell me if you can look at the video and is the audio is coming as well. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
All right. The fifth important thing we want to do it in this people is, are you coachable? Are you work in progress? Are you ready to learn? Are you ready to take your learning to the next level? Are you ready to unlearn? Because to unlearn is also a type of learning. Okay. So let me try this.
So you can click on escape so that you can exit from this PPT.
Can you see the video?
No, sir. You can you try resharing? You can stop this screen sharing and you can share it again. I think you have chose a tab while you are sharing so that we won't be able to see the video. Yeah. So you can close the PPT, sir.
Can you share and here? Let me
Reshare. I will close the sharing and you can open the video first. And yeah, sir. Now it's yeah. Now we can see the video, and there will be okay. Yeah, I think the video.
Now,
yes.
I want to tell you one thing. This is the most important video of the day for me. And okay, let me have a video first, then we can talk. There will be one or two quick questions. I want the audience to please watch it carefully.
Okay, sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt. We are not able to hear the voice. So there will be like if you are seeing, you can see so many options, and to the right you will be seeing 3 dots in which if you are clicking, you will be seeing a share sound option. You can click on that, sir.
Oh, genius.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
off. I can't stand it watching me throwing rackets and embarrass myself in front of thousands of people in a live stadium. So I try to change, quite a transformation from a screaming, racket throwing, swearing kind of brat on the tennis court to this calm guy you know today. It's
Okay. All right. So,
Yes, sir. We can see your PPT, sir.
guys, I tell you one thing. When I'm dealing with the celebrities and the sports person, I'm a life coach and a peak performance expert for them. And this is on a very serious note. Until and unless if you cannot work on your own behavior, the positive aspects, and you're not opening yourself to become a bigger version of yourself, that 10x is not going to happen. People come to me and say, I'm earning 50,000 rupees a month. I want to earn 60,000 or 70,000. I said, why not 5 lakh rupees? He just laugh at me and say, is it possible? I'm trying to push myself very hard just to earn 1 rupee more, and it's not happening. I said, you got it wrong. Because the moment you go from 50,000 to 60,000, it's not a major jump. That does not require any aspect of you to change. You can pretty much stay with the same people. You pretty much stay at the same time. You wake up at the same time. You read same newspaper. You talk to the same people. You watch the same movies. You don't do anything different. But the moment you say, I want to earn 5 lakh rupees, immediately your body language change. Immediately the type of vocabulary that you use will change. Immediately the type of thing that you want to do is change. On that very point, I developed a very important point about Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein, well, I'm in very much love with him, the most important person that I have seen. And I've done a small video, okay? So I just want to share that video with you, if that's okay. I just give that link. You can see it yourself whenever you want. Sorry guys, just a second.
Sir, is the screen frozen?
Okay, that's okay. Look, I just want to share this small video. You can watch it in your own good time, no problem. This is important. How a person can go from here to there. You know, I just want to tell a small story. When Albert Einstein was only 6 years old, his father gifted him a magnetic compass. And the moment he saw, he was so much thrilled. And whatever he do, the magnet will always point in north-south direction. He was amazed. And it is said it was for the days and months, he was busy himself just looking at it, how this is happening. Now, I'm sure you remember you getting it the magnetic compass first time from your father or mother. How much time did you spend on it? 2 minutes, 3 minutes? And suddenly we got distracted from going to a dead squirrel somewhere. What have we done? Guys, till the very last day of his life, Albert Einstein was working on theory of magnetic energy. So he was with him throughout your life. One thing. And I want to tell you one thing. He said very famously, he said, I am not a very intelligent person, but I have patience to stay with problem little longer. Let me repeat. He said, I am not any genius. I stay with problem little more longer than other people. I think there is a message for me and as well as for you. If you are into psychology and if you want to be an outlier, solve the problem that other people are not able to solve yet. Stay with the problem, have patience, accept the things and try to learn the things. Don't go for shortcuts. And you will see it's amazing. It's amazing. More and more people are troubled by their own mind. They cannot focus. They are filled with depression, anxiety. More and more people are coming to me with their divorces. More and more people are telling that they cannot stand their own mind. Bhagavad Gita says, a controlled mind is one's best friend, but uncontrolled mind is someone's worst enemy. Again, Arjun says to Krishna, Vayurapi dushkaram, I can control the wind, but I cannot control the mind. And Krishna gives the answers. He says, Abhyasam and Vairagya. Abhyas means practice, Vairagya means renunciation. Guys, the sixth important thing I want to tell you is, if you want to be an outlier, simplify. The best ice cream in the world is vanilla flavor. Don't go for complex things, just simple. E is equal to mc square. Google is so powerful because it is so simple. Just go to the browser, type, and you can type the things and you get the answers. Imagine you have to wait for 5 days, you have to fill the form, you have to go to the government office, you have to fill a 25 rupees draft, and that to submit in once again some government banks, come back and wait for 20 more days to get the answers. It's not going to work. The important thing I want to tell you is, refine yourself. And again, Albert Einstein says, if you're thinking I'm in love with Albert Einstein, yes, I am. Fantastic person. He is everywhere. He says, if you cannot explain something in a very simple term to your grandmother, it means you haven't understood it well enough. Make it simple. Try to create the aspiration that people can come out with the whole thing. My only suggestion is here. I want to tell you this. Is my slide visible, guys?
Yes, sir. Your slide is visible. It's now on escape velocity.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm not sure about how much you know about escape velocity. See, if a projectile, if it wants to come out of Earth's gravitational pull, it just cannot do it. The moment it tries to go up, the Earth gravitational pulls it back. It has to maintain the speed of 11.2 kilometers per second before it can break the Earth's gravitational pull. Hundreds and hundreds of people have approached me in the past. They are trying to break up with their bad habits. They stop trying to get away from the addiction of different internet things that they do, the medicine that they are in, the alcohol. They just cannot come out of it. I'm telling you, you have to do it consistently and courageously. Escape velocity. Try to do something that can lift you up, and that gives you such an important aspect. So replace your willpower with love power. The moment you have the love power coming to you, you will see amazing things happening with your life. Okay, that is something that we all can take. And this could be my last slide. The biggest thing that we can do is the fear of failure. Okay, the people who cannot reach the top in their own life is because they are so much afraid of fear of failure. They will do something, and if they fail, that they don't want to be in that situation. The second thing is poor self-image. When they look themselves in the mirror, they don't have that positive, high regards for themselves. Now tell me, how can a mentally bankrupt person will have a millionaire bank balance account? It's not happening. You have to have a positivity and a strong sense of purpose. That is something that will take you to the next level. And it is said by the time you're 18 years of age, you would have heard negative things 1,48,000 times. You cannot do this, you cannot do that. Just take it out. What has happened in the past is important to a certain degree, but the most defining moment is right now. 31st of January around 11:15 is the most important thing in your life, because this is where the things are happening. This is where you can take action. Past you cannot take action, future you cannot take action. This is the defining thing. Okay, so with that thing, I just want to conclude saying happiness is not just an emotion, it's a decision. It requires a lot of courage to focus yourself on the most important thing. And once if you start doing it, you see tremendous opportunities are opening for you, for growth, for happiness, and for success. in my experience as a life coach and as a peak performance expert and motivational speaker, one thing I can tell you, the people who are able to control their own mind, if they can manage their own anxiety, stay calm when the challenges are happening, it will create wonderful things. And it is said he is amazing because he has got a very calm head on the shoulders. So I want you to have a calm head on your shoulders. All right,
Wow.
beautiful. Thank you very much. And once again, my sincere thanks to the team here at 3G and 3G International Psychology thing. And this is going to be such an amazing thing for me. Good experience. I'm sure there was some merit of when you got from this one. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here.
So we have a request. Could you please say something about dreams? Why some people, oh my God, is bombarding with messages. I'm not able to find the previous message. So can you tell brief something about dreams, why it is important in one's life? We would definitely love to hear that from you.
Fantastic. For me, it's very important because dream, once you add a timeline attached to it, it becomes your reality. It becomes your goal. Okay. And I have seen again and again, how much time we have? Do you have 3 or 4 minutes? Because I want to tell you something that can blow the heads off.
Yes,
See,
we can find out
it was
in a
Hitler's,
couple of minutes. Yeah.
it was Hitler's concentration camp, and people are dying every day, every second, every minute. Okay. And there comes the most important person, and if you are from psychology, you would know Viktor Frankl entered there. You know Viktor Frankl, right? Okay. So he entered there with his wife, with his children, with his parents. And immediately he realized if he have to stay alive in this place, he should not let the outside negativity come inside the brain. So he was very clear. One person approached him and said, Victor, I know you are a psychologist, you are a monovagyanik. I'm getting this dream. And I got this dream on 31st of January, luckily today, same in that story, that I will be free. I will be free away from the concentration camp. What do you think? What is the message? Am I going to be free? You are a psychologist. Can you tell me this is going to happen? And he said, yes, this is going to be true. And you will be released on 31st of Jan. And this person, his body language changed. He started living as if now the good time is coming. He was very positive, very honest, very upbeat. As soon as the time started approaching 31st, somehow he started realizing that it is not going to happen. He is not going to be released. And slowly on 31st of Jan and 31st of Jan, he was dead. People around him thought he died a natural death. But Viktor Frankl knew he died because of hopelessness. Dream gives you hope. Dream gives you hope. Dream gives you hope. Dreams are your possibilities. Dreams are your possibilities. And personally, I feel if you don't have dreams, you are lame. So have dreams. And once the Second World War was over, there were very handful of people who stayed in the concentration camp who survived. And interestingly, the people who are very strong bodily, the people who are very knowledgeable, the people who are wealthy, they are all dead. But the people are very simple, common men you see walking on the street, very normal looking people, they survived. And it was studied, it was researched. Viktor Frankl did an elaborate thinking on this. Are you ready for it? The people who could give their life a bigger purpose during the challenging time, they are the one who can come out of the negativity and wait patiently, focusing, working in the background. Instead of suffering in silence, they are contributing in present. If you have that purpose, you can immediately come up and start to add positivity. So my only thing here with is have a purpose that will stay, that will wake you awake, that will make you positive when things are not going as per your plan. And from experience, I can tell you guys, 9 times out of 10, things won't go as you have planned. Trust me on this. So you should plan for failures more than for success, because things won't work. There are different permutation and combination. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go into the details. But the only thing is, have the purpose. Anjali, I have one request for all the participants. If not in more than one line, and this is purely volunteer, if they can write me what is their purpose. Please don't confuse goals with purpose. Today your goal is to tolerate me, which you're doing it. Today your goal could be meeting your girlfriend. Today your goal could be preparing a best gift for the Valentine's Day. But the goals keeps on changing. Purpose is like a north. It doesn't change.
Yes, sir, we are getting so many comments to bring meaning to life. Sadhana is telling, then Kirti is telling to be positive. I want to give my best. Oh my God, I'm not able to read. Priyanka to be happy. Geeta, live my life to fullest. Sriyeshi to reach my full potential. Rachel to facilitate healing through. Oh my God, it's
Can I
bombarding.
tell you one thing? Purpose cannot be generalized. Okay, I want to do something good for others. How? By giving them ice cream? What are you gonna do? You cannot talk whimsically. You have to be very specific. I want to give 1 rupee to a beggar, and that will make me happy. Then do it, Baba. Do it. You cannot talk in generic terms. I want to earn money. How much? I love you. How much? 5 kilos, 10 kilos? I don't know if you're married, but if the moment you're married, you will understand the gravity of this statement. You cannot talk in a generic terms. Purpose has to be very substantial and very deep. So I want you to take at least 1 day to think, and not more than 20 words. What is your purpose? And it's a very gravitating statement. All right. Anything else, Anjali?
Oh my God, sir, like within a short span of time, how beautifully you have explained everything. And the thing which you have said about dream, no, it's amazing. We would love to hear from you more, but due to time constraints, we would really love to have another session from you, sir. Exclusive one session from you, if you could, like, no, if you are
Oh, wow,
willing.
we are 501 participants. Well done.
Yes, sir.
Wow, very nice. Guys, you have done a fantastic job. The energy that it's there, it's amazing. And I have one request. Here is my YouTube channel. Please, if you don't like my face, at least like my channel. There are certain videos. I want to share 3 more videos. They are very good. This will help you to, I'm a big word of vocabulary, okay? I love vocabulary.
Yes, participants, if you like the sir's session, you can always follow sir's YouTube channel. It will be, sir will be commenting the same on the chat box.
Okay, look, I'm a big fan of vocabulary. If you want to learn 100 words in 8 minutes, this is the one, and this is coming up again and again, okay? So if you can please take a moment just to go to that particular video, that will be nice. And I also want to share this quotes. Okay, powerful quotes. If you can do that. Thank you very much. मेरे दिल से, I don't know if you understand Hindi. ये मेरा सौभाग्य है. This is such a nice occasion. आपने मुझे इस अवसर दिया. मेरी पूरी इच्छा है कि आप खूब मेहनत करें, खूब पैसे कमाएं, and just make it happen, guys. Thank you very much, Anjali and the team.
Thank you for enlightening us with all your insights, sir. We are very much privileged and honored to have you here. Thank you so much for thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for taking our invitation. And as a token of honor to value your time, we have a small e-certificate for you, sir. Kindly accept it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you.
Yes. So this is for our chief guest, Mr. Anand Munshi. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much once again for all the insights you have shared. And no, our participants are requesting, we need more session from you, sir. And thank you so much, participants. I am feeling really happy that you all enjoyed Anand Munshi's session.
Thank you. Anjali, let me see if there are some regular sessions where I can be on the body of your institute as an honorary person. That will be nice. So let's explore this once everything is done.
Sure, sir. We would love to have you in our team, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you once again, sir. Thank you.
So may I allowed to leave now because I have other sessions to conduct.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you. May God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you. So participants, that was a powerful and energetic session from Anand Munshi sir. I hope you all enjoyed the session, and if it added any value to your life, if you learned anything new, please share your feedbacks in the feedback form. So we would love to hear from you all, and we can bring more speakers like this. And there is a giveaway the giveaway for everyone. So if you want to win the giveaway, you'll be getting giveaway of Amazon voucher 1,000 rupees. Then you'll be getting a Canva premium account. All you have to do is you have to go to our Instagram page 3D School of Psychology, and you have to tag 5 friends right now. And you can also tag our CEO Irfana Izzat at Irfana Izzat Chole. So moving ahead, we have many more interesting speakers and many more interesting sessions. And to invite my next speaker, I invite my co-host MC Hajra. Beautiful co-host Hajra, over to the dais.
Thank you so much, Anjali. Thank you so much for inviting me.
I would request you to start the video, Hajra. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So a very pleasant morning to everybody. Next up, we have Sudhir Kakkar with us. Sudhir Kakkar is a psychoanalyst and writer who lives in Goa, India. A leading figure in the field of cultural psychology and the psychology of religion. As well as known a novelist, Dr. Kakkar's person and work has been profiled in the New York Times, Le Monde, Frankfurter Allgemeine, New Zürcher Zeitung, Die Zeit, and Le Nouvel Observateur, which listed him as one of the world's 25 major thinkers, while the German weekly Die Zeit portrayed Sudhir Kakkar as one of the 21 important thinkers for the 21st century. He is here with us today to enlighten us about psychoanalysis. And Mr. Jim, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's unmuted and everything, yeah? Is all okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, so thank you very much for inviting me. And you asked me to talk on psychoanalysis and mysticism in a short time. So let me try to give you some of my impressions on that. Now, the existence of a deep gulf between psychoanalysis and the Indian mystical traditions is of special interest to an Indian psychoanalyst. Unlike his Western counterpart, the Indian psychoanalyst has sometimes or the other consciously faced and reflected on the conflict between an absorbing intellectual orientation, psychoanalysis, which is the mainstay of his professional identity, and the working of a historical fate, which has made the mystical the distinct leitmotif of his Indian cultural tradition, and thus a part of his cultural unconscious. Let me begin with what is common to both mysticism and psychoanalysis. They are both ways of inner transformation. The mystical path, of course, is more ancient, universal, and highly regarded, even when in many countries at different historical times, its practitioners have often lived in an uneasy truce, if not frank antagonism, with the established religion of their societies. What divides psychoanalysis and mysticism are their diverging goals of inner transformation, what that transformation should look like. Let me first take the goal of psychoanalysis. The psychoanalytic goal is to lead to an outcome where the person, through an increased self-understanding, by making the unconscious conscious, attains a freedom to love, work, and play, free from inhibitions her mind has gathered over the life cycle, especially the childhood years. You can also say one of the aims of psychoanalysis is increasing a person's choices. It is important to note that essential to psychoanalysis is a view that the process of self-understanding, or what it calls insight, of coming to know oneself or even of attempting to do so, is the unique satisfaction that psychoanalytic therapy has to offer. Coming to mysticism, we usually equate mysticism with what I would call the peak mystical experience. The peak experience is said to be characterized by an expansion of consciousness that fills the external world, which appears to be pervaded by a oneness of existence. The overwhelming feeling is of the world having at last become transparent and more real than its conventional reality. All of this is accompanied by heightened bodily sensations and a great feeling of pleasure, or rather bliss, ananda, which absorbs all other experience. Variously called cosmic consciousness, peak experience, Mahabhava, it is the samadhi of the Hindus, satori of Zen Buddhism, fana of the Sufis. Is there nothing common here between psychoanalysis and mysticism? I like to think of mysticism not only in terms of a peak experience, but as a mountain climb with many base camps marking progress on the way. The first camp, from which one cannot see the summit, covered as it is by clouds, though we know it is there, is tolerance, defined minimally as giving the benefit of doubt to others. The second camp, a little higher, can be said to be compassion, while the third and the last camp, from where one climbs to the summit, is empathy, the feeling into another person, although of course empathy can also encompass a feeling into nature. The point is that the spiritual climb fosters deeper and deeper feelings of connectedness, although only a few rare saints can reach the summit, the peak experience. Most of us can consider ourselves fortunate if we can catch a glimpse of the peak from the base camps of tolerance, compassion, and empathy. We need to recognize that psychoanalysis too is a spiritual climb insofar as it makes these base camps accessible, even when it prefers to stop short or negates the existence of a summit. It seems to me that one reason for the friction between psychoanalysis and mysticism arises from the fact that they essentially cultivate the same field, what is called the self, and with not dissimilar methods that attempt to look inwards. Mutual irritation is bound to follow as the two keep on bumping against each other. Historically, the psychoanalytic practice of healing what was at that time called soul disturbances was too near that of numerous occultists and faith healers who operated at the fringes of the established churches in Europe. The psychoanalytic method was too close to older introspective techniques that drew their sustenance from religion. Craving respectability as a science, it is understandable that psychoanalysis would seek to sharply demarcate its boundaries and differentiate its methods from comparable mystical techniques that antedated so vastly in the history of human consciousness. Besides the vagaries of history and the imperatives of its own evolution, I believe the antipathy of psychoanalysis towards mysticism has been largely precipitated by their different worldviews, or as I prefer to call it, their different visions of reality. Disseminated through myths and legends, proverbs and metaphors, enacted in religious rituals, conveyed through tales told to children, given a modern form in films, glimpsed in admonitions of parents, as also in the future vistas they hold out to their children, a vision of reality is absorbed from early on in life. not via the logic of the head, but via the emotional stirrings of the heart and the body in which this cultural reality is encoded. These are not philosophical doctrines that are relevant only for religious and intellectual elites, but beliefs and attitudes, many of them not conscious, that are reflected in the lives, songs, and stories of a vast number of people who share a common culture. It is the vision of reality that interprets central human experiences and answers perennial questions on what is good and what is evil, what is real and what is unreal, what is the essential nature of men and women and the world they live in, and what is a person's connection to nature, to other human beings, and to the cosmos. The psychoanalytic vision of reality is primarily a tragic one. It is tragic insofar as it sees human experience pervaded by uncertainties and absurdities, where a person has little choice but to bear the burden of unanswerable questions, inescapable conflicts, and incomprehensible afflictions of fate. Life in this vision is a linear movement which cannot be undone. Many wishes remain fated to be unfulfilled and ungratified. On the other hand, the Indian mystical vision of reality offers a romantic quest, a goal. Life's journey is a search, and the seeker, if he or she withstands all the perils of the road, will be rewarded by an exaltation beyond normal human experience, an access to a higher consciousness than the one mediated by our senses. Trapped in their respective visions of reality, psychoanalysts and mystics have generally shown a mutual disdain. If Freud saw the mystic feeling of unity, he called it the oceanic feeling, the feeling of unity with the cosmos, as the limitless primary narcissism of the infant united with the mother at the breast, Sri Aurobindo peevishly observed that he finds, again a quote, difficult to take psychoanalysis seriously, that one cannot discover the meaning of the lotus by the secrets of the mud in which it grows, and that as a science, psychoanalysis is, in its infancy, inconsiderate, awkward, and rudimentary at one and the same time. Reading observations of mystics about psychoanalysis and about psychoanalysts about mysticism, one cannot escape the conclusion that both are fueled by a vast ignorance about the other. Perhaps the most fundamental difference between psychoanalysis and mysticism lies in their irreconcilable understanding of what constitutes consciousness. Psychoanalysis subscribes to the current scientific consensus, driven by developments in the neurosciences, that sees consciousness as an epiphenomena of brain processes, so that with brain death, all consciousness is forever extinguished. In the mainstream of mystical thought is the idea of a personal consciousness being part of a universal consciousness from which this individual personal consciousness emerges at birth and into which it ultimately, after many lives, dissolves at death. In more modern language, one would say that for mystics, the brain is but a filter through which the universal consciousness, cosmic self, filters in space-time to form individual personal selves. In the mystical model, my individual consciousness is not an emergent, fragile property of my brain processes, as conventional neurosciences would have it, but exists independently of the brain that has filtered it through neurological, cognitive, cultural, and social processes. Consciousness does not originate in the brain, which is but a filter. Mystics, it is believed, can bypass this filter and tap into universal consciousness. Even if the two models of consciousness are irreconcilable, are there ways that psychoanalysis and mysticism can still learn from each other? My answer is a qualified yes. For mysticism, it would be helpful to have the criteria to distinguish, in spite of surface resemblances, a genuine seeker or an adept from someone who is suffering from mental illness, a person for whom mysticism is but a way station, a last defense against impending mental disintegration. Spiritual teachers also need to realize that even the most powerful and transformative spiritual experiences do not completely rearrange the psyche. A self that has been developing since birth and is, so to speak, physiologically embedded deep in the neuronal networks of the brain cannot be wiped out by even the most powerful mystical experience. This experience may create new neuronal pathways without, however, erasing the old ones. In times of personal crisis, brought on by great psychological stress or serious illness in old age, there may be an automatic regression to the earlier self as its cut-off parts or unresolved psychological conflicts once again demand a hearing. This is a possibility to which neither the mystic nor the seeker is immune. It is especially at these times that mystical traditions need to welcome psychoanalysis, which more than many other psychotherapy shares their quest for the growth of wisdom and the realization of a higher self. They need to understand the psychoanalytic viewpoint that psychological pain need first not to be eliminated, but understood. Elimination or reduction of suffering is then a byproduct or a consequence of understanding. From this perspective, depression is less like a tumor and more like a stabbing pain in your abdomen. It is telling you something and you need to find out what. The American poet Emily Dickinson observes, "The heart cannot forget unless it contemplates what it declines." This sentiment is also echoed by the Sufi poet Rumi. Don't turn away, keep looking at the bandaged place. That is where the light enters you. I wonder here whether the meditation techniques of mystical traditions, where the emphasis is often on witnessing rather than understanding the working of the mind, are adequate in preparing most people's minds for achieving the mystical goals. Whether what has been often identified as the chief obstacle in the mystical path, the workings mostly unconscious of desire, can be bypassed through any one of the mystical sadhanas. Here I would align myself with Jiddu Krishnamurti, a most reluctant guru who observed, and I quote him, "Now desire, contrary to general belief, is the most precious possession of man. It is the eternal flame of life. It is life itself. When its nature and functions are not understood, however, it becomes cruel, tyrannical, bestial, stupid. Therefore, your business is not to kill desire, as most spiritual people in the world are trying to do, but to understand it. If you kill your desire, you are like the withered branch of a lovely tree. Desire must keep growing and find out its true meaning through conflict and friction. Only by the continuance of the conflict can understanding come. This is what most people do not see. As soon as the conflict comes and the sorrow born of conflict, they at once seek comfort. Comfort, in its turn, breeds fear. Fear leads to imitation and the sheltering behind established tradition. From this come rigid systems of morality, laying down what is spiritual and what is not spiritual, what is religious life and what is not the religious life. It is the fear of life which produces guides, teachers, gurus, churches, religions. Please, I know. This is the quote, ending of the quote. It can only be helpful to an aspiring mystic to familiarize himself or herself with the various disguises of desire psychoanalysis has uncovered, including the ones in our dreams. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Where psychoanalysis can contribute most to mysticism is by throwing light on some psychological threats faced by gurus, which they need to negotiate in their own lives before they can helpfully guide their disciples. As someone believed to be in possession of a higher consciousness, of being in touch with higher powers, a guru, often now they call the God man, is often regarded with awe and reverence in the Indian context. This was not always the case. In Vedic times, 1500 to 500 before the Common Era, when a human being's encounter with the sacred mysteries took place through ritual, the guru was more a guide to their correct performance and an instructor in religious duties. A teacher deserving of respect and a measure of obedience, he was not yet the mysterious figure of awe and venerated incarnation of divinity. In the later Upanishadic era, 800 to 500 before the Common Era, the polar shift begins as the person of the guru starts to replace Vedic rituals as the path to spiritual liberation. He now changes from a knower and dweller in Brahman to being the only conduit to Brahman. Yet the Upanishadic guru is still recognizably human, a teacher of acute intellect, astute and compassionate, demanding from the disciple the exercise of his reason rather than exercises in submission and blind surrender. Here, the ideal of the Hindu guru was not too far removed from the Buddhist master, who too constructed experience near situations to illustrate a teaching and who saw the master-disciple relationship as one of potential equals with spiritual insight as its goal. The change from the teacher image of the guru received its greatest momentum with the rise of bhakti cults in both North and South India, starting from 6th century after the Common Era. Devotional surrender on part of the disciple with such figures as the worship of Guru's feet, bodily prostration and other forms of veneration, and divine grace on part of the guru mark the guru-disciple relationship. The guru is now an extraordinary figure of mystery and power, the God-man. Guru is Brahma, Guru is Vishnu, Guru is Maheshwara is a verse familiar to many Hindus. It is forgotten that the mystic guru may know Brahman, but that is all he knows, not physics, not stockbroking, not neurosciences. There are not many gurus who are aware of the psychological danger posed by this massive idealization of their person by the disciple, a danger that increases exponentially with the number of one's followers and one's prominence as a guru. Negative feelings and the malignant projections of other towards oneself are easier to handle. It's easier for me to handle if you abuse me. They cause severe psychological discomfort, yes, but they compel us to reject them by discriminating inside between what belongs to us and what other people are projecting onto us. This painful motivation for repelling the invasion of the self by others does not exist when such projections are very gratifying to our narcissism, to our self-esteem, as they are invariably in case of adoring followers. Who doesn't like to hear how great you are, how wonderful, how loving, how wise you are? It is difficult not to at least smell the incense smoke being burnt at your altar by so many proclaiming your greatness. A retreat into a feeling of omnipotent grandiosity, while in the sexual sphere, a retreat into sexual perversion has been reported often enough to constitute a specific danger of the guru role. It is sad to hear or read reliable reports about 70-year-old gurus who become peeping toms as they arrange with all the cunning of a voyeur to spy on their teenage female disciples, generally Western, undressing for the night in the ashram. The promiscuity of some other gurus, pathetically effortful in the case of elderly bodies with a tendency to flag, is also too well known to merit further repetition. On its part, psychoanalysis too has much to learn from mystical practices in fine-tuning and increasing the sophistication of its own methods in the clinical setting. First, in psychoanalytic therapy, one seeks access to the client's unconscious through methods such as free association, that is, saying whatever comes to the mind, paying attention to the client's slips of the tongue, hesitations, dreams, fantasies, and to what is going on unconsciously between the client and the therapist. Language and words play a vital role in psychoanalytic therapy. From the mystical perspective and its emphasis on direct experience, language and words distract us from this direct experience. They create distance from the immediacy of experience in order to do the cognitive work necessary for communication to the therapist. This disdain for language is shared by most mystical traditions. The 16th century Saint Dadu puts it this way, I quote, "The guru speaks first to the mind, then with the glance of the eye. If the disciple fails to understand, he instructs him at last by mouth.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, we have a couple of minutes for winding up the session, sir. Thank you.
He that understands a spoken word is a common man. He that interprets a gesture is an initiate. He that reads the thought of the mind unsearchable, unfathomable is God." Here, psychoanalysis diverges from mysticism, but it can heed mysticism's warnings on the limitations of language and become much more sensitive to the nuances of silence and other non-verbal communication in the therapy setting. Second, the analyst's recommended psychic state when he's listening to the patient is supposed to be an evenly suspended, free-floating attention. When examined closely, this free-floating attention seems to be as much, if not more, belong to the meditative practices of mystical tradition. Consider, for instance, Freud's description of the therapist's psychic state as he listens to the patient. I quote, "Experience soon showed that the attitude which the analyst could most advantageously adopt was to surrender himself to his own unconscious mental activity in a state of evenly suspended attention to avoid as far as possible reflection and the construction of conscious expectations, not to try fix anything that he heard particularly in his memory, and by these means catch the drift of the patient's unconscious with his own unconscious." In such comparisons and descriptions, expert meditators will not fail to recognize advanced stages of meditative contemplation in certain Hindu and Buddhist mystical disciplines, such as the Shamta practice of sitting meditation without object and goal. And if, as has been reported, meditation increases one's empathy, then I can imagine a meditative practice also becoming part of a budding psychoanalyst training, since empathy also constitutes the foundation of psychoanalytic work with the patient, essential for gathering data for interpretations made by the analyst. So in conclusion, in spite of their divergences in goals, visions of reality, and views of the self, psychoanalysis and mysticism can indeed profitably learn from each other as far as their practices are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for an informative and interesting talk. As a token of love and appreciation, we would like to present you an e-certificate. I request.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I request all the participants to fill up the feedback form for our speaker. Thank you so much for your valuable presence, sir.
Thank you. Thank you also.
I would like to call upon next MC, Yansi Jamuna, to call upon the next speakers for today's session.
Thank you for inviting me, MC Hajra. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you today. This is MC Jamuna on behalf of 3G School of Psychology to lead you all through today's assembly, and it's a great pleasure for me to introduce our next honorable speaker, Lady Kushi Sakere. Who are all excited? Well, certainly I am. Type yes in the chat box. Who are all really excited for the session? Okay, I think the messages are scrolling really fast. So thank you for all being here and being such an amazing audience. Moving on to the session. Her session today is going to be about inner peace and love. She is the director at Inner Peace University and the vice president of Commonwealth Entrepreneurs Club UK. She had received an invite under the auspices of His Excellency, President of Egypt, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, where she had been the speaker for annual World Women Economic Forum 2020 at Cairo, Egypt. She was also a speaker at Global SDG Forum and UNESCO SDG Forum at World Youth Kindness Conference. She is also an actor and a model. She has held various international and national titles like Miss Asia Continent Style Icon, Miss Glory of India, Miss Bharat, and Kindness Ambassador by UNESCO. Some of the awards that she has received include Asian Lifestyle and Fashion Award, Global Humanitarian Award, Woman of Substance Award, and Award for being Young Leaders Creating a Better World for All, and Pride of Being Women Award. And with a round of applause, let me welcome our honorable speaker, Lady Kushi Sakere. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, I think you've muted yourself. Yes.
Hello.
Thank
you, Jamuna. Thank you for introducing me so sweetly.
Thank you.
Hello, namaste, adab to all of you. Myself Kushi Sakre, and I'm here to represent my Inner Peace University and the Love course. So, can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So, our Inner Peace University is registered in USA, and our mission is to guide towards inner peace. The concept and practice, the understanding and practice of these peace values leads to inner peace. So, what are the 7 peace values that every human should practice in order to receive the peace in his own life? So, one is gratitude, second is forgiveness, then love, humility, giving, patience, truth. These are 7 peace values that one needs to practice in order to inculcate inner peace in their own lives, in day-to-day lives. So gratitude, being grateful is so important in life. We need to understand that being busy in our own day-to-day schedule, we don't realize that we are blessed with so many things. If we start counting with our blessings, there is no end to it. We say we are not getting this, we are not getting that. People complain so much, but why don't we realize that even the life what we are having now is the dream of millions? There are millions of people who are not having this life. So we should be so grateful to the universe, to the supreme power, to the God. When we give feedback to the universe, it comes back to us in abundance. And nature is also happy that we are giving feedback, and nature then happily returns our feedback, returns more blessings to us. So forgiveness, being forgetful is so important for your inner peace of mind, not for others' happiness, but for your own self. If someone hurts you, it's his karma, it's his life, it's his destiny. Whatever he's saying, it should not affect you. We need to let go in life. Just forget and forgive and move on. And forgiveness only comes through love, always through love. Third peace value is love. Love is the biggest religion in this world. We don't need any language, we don't need any name, but love is the supremest religion because one can understand the affection and warmth without using any words of language. Love needs no language, and love is the supremest religion. That's why we call it. And love is the thing that anybody can understand. Love is like the biggest weapon in this world, that many wars can be solved only through wisdom, practicing wisdom and love. So humility, being humble is so important. No one is superior except by his good deeds. We need to humble in life. Like people are so egoistic. People feel that they have everything in life, but still they're not happy. Once they become humble and respect every individual by practicing the value of humility, people actually attain inner peace. So giving is a very divine thing. It is said as charity is the holy duty of the rich. Giving doesn't mean only by using monetary value. Giving can be a smile, a happiness, a love, words of wisdom that can make it a day for someone and bring smile on someone's face. So be a selfless giver in life, and you never know at what crucial point of time you will be blessed with whatever you are giving. If you are giving love, you'll be blessed with love. If you are giving happiness, you'll be blessed with happiness in abundance. That's the law of nature. You create causes and you receive the effects. Then patience. Patience is something that we need to practice, as we have seen how we all have suffered the last year, how it has passed, how we have come victoriously through pandemic. There was a lot of patience between us. We learned how to be patient in life. And there is no need to hurry. People are running. Come on, life is not a rat race. You are running and just competing with each other. No, you have to compete by your own self. Patience is much required in today's life, in today's generation. Even for seconds, if app is not opening, people get restless. So patience is much required. Then there is truth. Being truthful is so important because truth is eternal. There is no other substitute for truth. So truth is very, very important. You should be very faithful in life. If you trust each other, then people will trust you. So Inner Peace University is founded by Sir Dr. Woods. He is the trustee and CEO of Work Hard Foundation. The chairman of Peace Mission Private Limited. He's the founder of World Peacekeepers Movement. We have 2.1 World Peacekeepers in our movement, 2.1 million World Peacekeeper followers we have. So why do we need inner peace in life? To eradicate turmoil in the world, to improve mental stability, because people are in stress and anxiety. So these are course details. Our website is okay. So I'll share the love now.
Ma'am, are you facing any difficulty with PPT? Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So love course. This is our third peace value, that what I feel today is very important, and I should undergo this course for today's conference. As in psychology, we are studying Love is so important, which is felt deep within. So our founder is Sir Dr. Hulse. As I mentioned earlier, I'm the director, Khushi Sakri. So guys, what is love? What do you feel? What is love? There are many people who have love is a much talked about, by the philosophers, by the painters, by the artists. So see, it's a complex set of emotions, behaviors, and beliefs associated with strong feeling of affection, protectiveness, warmth, and respect for another individual. See, even here, protectiveness, warmth, and respect. Respect is so essential. It is another aspect of being in love. It's another quality. If you love someone, so you will respect. You will have strong affection. You will have a feeling of protectiveness, and the person could feel the warmth for it. And love could be for so many things, not only to the people, to the humans, to the animals, to the birds, to the nature. Few people love their own principles and religious beliefs as well. So an individual loves his family. That's the biggest love. Though when we don't need it to express to our family, it always exists, right? So love is much talked about by the philosophers, painters, artists. It's a beautiful topic, in fact. So His Holiness Dalai Lama has mentioned love as genuine, unconditional wish of happiness for somebody. So here we need not be selfish. We need to pray for the happiness. That to be a like unconditional giver in life. Be a selfless giver for the wish of happiness for somebody. Love should make you happy. It should not take away your happiness. Love is for everyone, for the nature, for the river, for the sun, moon, for the trees, plants, animals, birds, humans, everyone. Even the breath we take, we should feel um, the like warmth, a feeling of affection in the breeze, because the oxygen we are taking, it is a blessing for us. Not many can have the fresh green oxygen in life. There are many problems people are facing. So we need to be very grateful and be selfless giver in life. This treatise of peach branches, they say joining of soul, mind, and body impulses is love. So love, as you know, it's between couple, between parents, between children, father and son. So it's the joining of soul, mind, and body impulses. So in this peace branches, how a sun, the reflection of sun produces the fruit. There is all therapy that is gone. So there's a mind in the sense there are roots, the feeling of the tree. There's a whole body, the trees, the branches, they have their own soul. So that's how a bud is produced and how a fruit is produced. It's a beautiful philosophy of nature, how we can see love everywhere, every part of nature. This Eric Fromm, he said that active interest in love objects life and development. If you love something and you do passionately towards something, then definitely you will develop in many stages and you will move ahead in life. So first come this love, the interest of love. If you see people who hold very big higher positions in life, like the owners, founders, or CEOs, they are very humble because they understand what human values are. And people at a little low level of position, they are they're not so humble. They are like very hurried. They don't have patience. They want things to get done, and they shout at their colleagues. It's not good. Everything in this world can be done with love. Anything can be achieved with love. So we should be so humble and we should practice that compassion in life. People at any level of life, they should be so kind. It doesn't really matter who you are. The status never matters at all. I repeat, the status never matters at all. How much money you earn is irrespective of what you want to achieve in life. See, you could have many material things in life, but still you can't be happy. You will feel you want more. You will feel you will, if you have BMW, you will feel I want Aston Martin, I want Rolls Royce. Then you will feel I want yacht, I want private jet. There is no end, you know. The humans become greedy. We should understand the richness of life lies in wisdom, love, kindness, empathy, faith, giving. That's the richness of life. You know, the monks, they don't have bungalows and very rich cars. They don't drive in luxurious cars. I don't know if some of them may be. so, so still they are so happy. They are so content. They're always smiling. So life is priceless. Life is so priceless. People don't understand. We are so blessed. We should not run towards materialistic gains in life. In fact, we should think what we can give to the universe. Life, everyone in this world is born with a mission that only you and you have to achieve. No one else is going to achieve. Everyone is competing with their own self, but not with others. You have to walk that path alone, my friend. So make good deeds, follow your heart, don't follow your mind, don't follow people, follow your inner self, follow your inner gem that is gifted to you. So love has been a favorite topic of philosophers, poets, writers, scientists for generations, you know. There are many poets like William Shakespeare, there is Gulzar, and so many people, scientists for generations. And different people and different groups have often fought even about this definition. Love is a beautiful feeling where one can share things, share selflessly, and receive endlessly. That's what the cause of nature you create in your own life. So, Elizabeth Browning, she says, love doesn't make the world go round. Love is what makes the ride worthwhile. So, love is like enjoying the journey at every step of your life. Life is like a, some believe life is like a roller coaster, some believe life is like a blessing, some believe no, life is a struggle, you know. So love every journey of your life, every stage of your life, and you will be mesmerized by what blessing you have been gifted by this universe, the God, the supreme power. Enjoy the journey, make it worthwhile to live for. So love means caring, sharing, sacrifice, joy, hope, depth. Yeah. All right. So love means caring for one another, sharing with each other every joy, every bit of happiness, unhappiness. Of course, it means love, even if we share our sorrows with the people. It's a part of love. If someone is sharing with you, that means he or she actually loves and cares about you. And maybe you are needed to them more than to yourself. So please listen to the people. If someone shares their sorrow, please respect them. Love is a service. Yes. To serve others, it's also an aspect, it's one of the aspect of love. Sacrifice. People sacrifice a lot for love, but sacrifice for the respect, for the joy, for the love, not just like a fool. No, you have to sacrifice by practicing wisdom and compassion. Love is a beautiful joy. Enjoy the journey. Love gives you strength, courage, and that hope. That hope is like a candle in your heart. By lighting a candle and passing it on to others, it actually brightens your own path. It's a beautiful feeling of love. And love is in the depth because it is so divine. You have to feel that sense just by going depth into your heart, going very deep. So, every person has that gem in their heart. Every person is a gem. If someone is not behaving good to you, that means he or she is going through some circumstances in life that we are not even aware of. So, we have to pray for that person for their absolute happiness. And every person has that gem in their heart, so one has to do mining and dig deeper and deeper into your soul to understand the value of love and being a selfless giver in life. So loving one another is half of wisdom. How beautiful the world would be, if we actually love one another and talk with respect and all other aspects of love like caring, sharing, service, courage, hope, depth. So let us see love according to different religions. So in Hinduism, love is calm, karuna, prem, bhakti. So, being in bhakti state, being in love with God, or being in that divine soul or divine reincarnation of any God is also an aspect of love in Hinduism. So, karuna means being so compassionate and so kind towards every human being, every living being, every part of the nature. Even water has such particles in it. The element of water, they are very sensitive. It's like if you put a glass of water in front of you and you say all bad things or say all bad words that you are not good and whatever sorrows you have, you say all bad words to it, the color of water actually changes. You can taste the water. It's not as clear and it won't be so pure. It would be like it will taste a little bitter. And at the same time, if you put a glass of water in front of you and if you say all beautiful words, all words of love and affection, all praises, and dive in all the kindness and love, and after that if you taste the water, it actually tastes sweet. So water is an element of this nature and it feels. So being kind is so important that even river water can feel the emotion. So the air, the breeze, the trees, everyone, every living thing, every element of this nature feels the emotion. So be kind whenever possible, as His Holiness Dalai Lama says, be kind whenever possible, and it is always possible. That's what he says. It is always possible. If we learn the kindness in our life, so life will be so beautiful. There will be no distinction, no differentiation, nothing. It will be all love and kindness around. Happy atmosphere around. So prem bhav, as mentioned in Hinduism, prem between Radha and Krishna Bhagwan and Shivji and Parvati ji. So that prem, the affection, is so important. As Lord Krishna has given different meanings of prem, he has a lot of respect for women. So beautifully he used to speak about love. In fact, very deeply he used to explain that love is not attraction. Love has to be in the depth of your soul. So beautifully he used to explain that. So according to Islam, see, so love encompasses the Islamic view of life as universal brotherhood. Wow. It's so beautiful that each one, every human being is your brother, universal brotherhood. How the world would be so beautiful when there were no boundaries between the nations, no religions to distinguish between each other, how beautiful that world would be. Just imagine, the sun, the moon, the nature hasn't differentiated anyone on the basis of caste, creed, age, color, countrymen. No, never. They give same sunlight to all the nations of the country. There is no distinction. They give same moonlight, same breeze, same rain. So when nature is not distinguishing between ourselves, why we are distinguishing between ourselves? There are boundaries between the nations, and then the land is separated. Still, in the boundary, people are fighting for the nations, between the nations, for that place. How bad it is. Why can't we live with compassion and wisdom? And in the Islam, in the eyes of Islam, it's so beautifully explained, for the universal brotherhood, what we call the love. So everyone in the universe is your brother. How beautiful the family would be. There is no discrimination between each other. Life is so beautiful. Life is so magical. If you believe in the miracles of life, you will love your life so beautifully.
Ma'am, a gentle reminder.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
wind up the session in next 5 minutes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So half an hour is over.
Yes, ma'am. You have 5 more minutes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So among the 99 names of God, Alvaduda lies. Okay, I'll move ahead. Christianity gave a very satisfying definition of love. So love is patient, love is kind, love is not rude, love is not proud. Love rejoices with the truth, and love always protects, always trust. So there are four elements of true love according to Buddhism: loving kindness, the desire to offer happiness for everyone. That is love. That's a maitri. The karuna, the compassion, desire to remove suffering from other person's life. That should be the mission of each one of us, to remove the suffering from other person's life. Then joy, mudita, desire to bring joy to the people around you and to make the world a better place to live in. Make your own place, your surrounding, your family, your neighborhood, your friend circle a golden land, maybe a Buddha land. Desire to accept everything and not to discriminate. It's equanimity, upeksha, acceptance and not to discriminate. So you can search throughout the entire universe for someone who is more deserving of your love and affection than you are yourself. So who it should be? You can't find that person anywhere, but it should be only you, because you yourself in the entire universe deserve your love. If you truly loved yourself, you could never hurt one another. So those who experience the unity of life is their own self in all beings, and all beings in their own self, and looks on everything with an impartial eye, how beautiful the world would be. So in the end, what matters? How well did you love? How fully did you live? And how deeply did you let go in life? So there is no forgiveness without love. Hatred is destroyed with love. A humble man is much loved. If you truly loved yourself, you could never hurt another. So peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. So if you have peace within, so therein lies eternal perfection and completeness, unlike that of the outside world. So when we are spiritually fulfilled, we can offer ourselves truly in a relationship. So love the whole world as a mother loves her only child. Wow, how deeply the mother loves, you know. That's why this earth is known as the Mother Earth. So how a Mother Earth nurtures each one of us. How deeply the love is, the bonding between the child and the mom. If we could love the whole world as the same, how beautiful the world to live in. If we can attain that, we will live in a world where everyone helps everyone and spreads the circle of our love. We have to realize that not only our closed ones, but the entire world deserves our love. So hatred does not cease through hatred. At any time, hatred ceases only through love. That's why love is called as the greatest weapon. It destroys all the hatred and the wars. So I'll play this song. Wait.
Ma'am, you will be seeing three dots. You'll be seeing a bar and you'll be seeing three dots.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm afraid I may fall outside, but in here there's no failure. You just know it without being told that hey you are loved for sure. This is my family. Oh yeah, I know it will never tire. Hard and long the way may be, to walk with me the path entire. This is my family. Oh yeah, I love my family.
So I think Jamuna, the time is over, I guess.
Yes, ma'am. You can conclude in 1 or 2 minutes, ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
So, what is your understanding of love? What does love mean to you? When do you feel most loved? What factors combine to make love a reality in life? Is it important? Why? So these are the questions we need to ask ourselves. So I'll give one small tip for the last minute. Take a diary and write on top, I love. So write everything, whatever you love in life, be it your family members, be it in your relationships, be it in your material things, be it in your normal things, whatever we love in life, your favorite bag, your favorite dress, everything, your friends, your kids, the nature, the children, the rainbow, anything, and list goes on. And when you see that there is abundance, what you love in this life, you will receive more abundance in life. Thank you. I'll conclude. Have an amazing day, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for delivering such a wonderful and lovely session, ma'am. I love the way how we were talking so beautifully and calmly about love, not just about the attraction point of view, but the real actual meaning and value of love, care, self love, respect, kindness, all the little things that actually matter, but people take for granted. So, thank you for that. I just have a quick question from my end, if you're fine with it.
Yes, sure, please.
Thank you. So, what's the one important message that you would give to all the young aspiring minds here?
So, in today's world, what we are lacking is love. People don't have the feeling of self love and giving it to others. If you start loving yourself, then only you can give. You can give only what you have. If you don't have love in your own life, how can you give to others? So first start loving yourself, and please be a giver in life. If you are lacking something, if you are sad in life, then please look at those people who don't have those things, even what you have in life. So when you give something to others, you automatically become grateful and become happy in life. So spread the circle of love everywhere, around everywhere. Make life living a worthwhile. Understand your mission to serve others selflessly.
Once again, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the eye opening session. It was indeed very insightful and informative. Thank you for sharing your valuable time and knowledge with us today. It's our privilege to have you here. As a token of honor and love, we would like to present you with an e-certificate. I request our technical team, yeah, they have already displayed it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was lovely to be here.
I hope you like a small gift. It'll be mailed to you shortly after this conference, ma'am.
Also, we have our national leader here, Joel. Would you like to thank ma'am for inviting our request and coming?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here, ma'am. We had a call regarding inner peace and love, and you told the aspects of how important love can do to change a lot of lives around, and kindness beyond boundaries, moving with to connect with people and all. So thank you, ma'am. It's an honor to have you here, and just so calming and passionate about inner peace and love. So thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. It means a lot.
Thank you so much, Joel. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you,
guys, for that insightful session. And thank you, MC Jamuna. Thank you, MC Joel.
With that, I would like to call upon my co-host, MC Anjali, over here.
Thank you,
Thank
Jamuna.
you.
Thank you so much. So, participants, I hope you all like the session and you are gaining some insights. So, please do fill your feedbacks in the feedback form. And I am reminding you again and again about our giveaway. You'll be getting a giveaway of Amazon voucher, Amazon voucher of worth 1,000 rupees, and you'll be also getting a Canva premium account. All you have to do is log into our Instagram page and tag 5 of your friends right now. It is Instagram page ID is 3D School of Psychology. And I'm very happy that we have one eminent personality in our team as MC, who is the present director, academic and administration at Pristine Vibe School. And she is working as a director now there. She holds 3 Guinness World Records to her credit, created in November 2019 during the 5th India International Science Festival for National, and she has also received one award for National Freelance Educationalist Award this year. So we are so happy that you have joined our team as an MC, ma'am, and I would request MC Mayuri, ma'am, to introduce the next speaker. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, sorry, in case you are speaking, we are not able to hear you. Yeah, now we are able to hear you, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am, we are not able to hear you. I think there is some issue with your audio.
Camera.
Ma'am, I think now it's audible, ma'am. Yeah. And can you try speaking?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Okay,
So you can invite the next speaker, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, ma'am Anjali. I'm rather privileged to be part of your organization. A very warm day to all our amazing audience who are here on a Sunday afternoon from all over the world attending this conference. First, I would like to welcome you to this wonderful, first of its kind 3G Psychological International Conference, which was flagged off yesterday, the 30th January, to be concluded on the 1st of February. Academicians and practitioners are here on this platform setting up the Guinness Book of World Record conference within more than 10,000 participants in various bespoke platforms. So it's so nicely synchronized that we spoke about or heard about love from our previous speaker. And to move forward, we have a wonderful speaker who's going to talk about the role of psychologists, and that will be delivered by our next speaker. Let me take the privilege in inviting the next speaker, who is a result-oriented and responsible youth and career counselor, counseling psychologist, psychotherapist, career coach, NLP practitioner, and a yoga therapist. She is dedicated in improving well-being behavior and coping skills at risk, youth, and public in general. She possesses undertaking of the psychological, developmental, and emotional problems people face at various stages of their lives, including personal as well as professional spheres. Our experience includes working directly and empathetically with youth population, being a creative and innovative thinker with effective people management and goal-setting abilities combined with superior communication, interpersonal, and presentation skills. Self-motivated with ability to excel in a fast-paced environment and changing environment, communicates effectively at all levels, manage competing priorities, and adapt readily to new challenges. It's my privilege inviting Mrs. Bhuma Krishnan to speak on topic changing role of psychologist. Over to ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Madam Mayuri, for that wonderful introduction. Yes, guys, you must be having a great feast, deliberations, discussions, knowledge pouring in for the last 2 days. Come on, let me get the few answers. It's been really, really interesting and amazing, isn't it? Just today morning, I heard the expert in the field, Sudhir Kakar sir, speaking on psychoanalysis, and very cushily speaking about love, and what a session it was. It has just set the trend of positivity everywhere. Right. Having got so much of knowledge, psychoanalysis, love, and she rightly said, right, we can give only what we have, be it knowledge, be it love, whatever it is, we can give to society what we have. Charity begins at home. I can donate money only when I have a bank balance. We all know about the Maslow's theory. So as a psychologist, how are you guys, the young budding psychologists? What is your role in the changing environment is what I would like to talk with my experience being relevant to the present situation. Are you all ready for the session? And do you agree that you are excited about having psychology as a career? Can I get a few answers? Yes. Are you all equipped enough to be a psychologist in the new decade, 2021-30? Do you feel that you are equipped enough? Yes, knowledge, theory, degree, graduations, everything is there. Apart from that, do you have all those qualities that you can be successful as a career? Okay, host, can I share the screen?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. You can do that.
Yeah.
Ma'am, are you using two devices?
No.
Okay, ma'am.
Oh, no. Okay, 1 second. Oh, no. Don't please put off. 1 second, please. I'm sorry. I'll just.
No problem, ma'am.
Now you're able to see my screen, right?
No, ma'am. You can open your PPT first and you can click on screen share, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not able to see now?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's loading, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Now, wait 1 minute. It's clear, right? And my audio is also right, correct, right? All right. So as a psychologist, what is it that you are looking forward to? How would you like to serve the society? Are you equipped enough? Leave alone the academic qualification. But do you feel that as psychologists, you are in great demand now? Yes. Let me have a few chat sessions. I am not able to see the chat. Can you tell me?
Ma'am, you will be seeing like the 3 dots. If you're clicking on that, you can click on the option chat.
Yeah, I have. Okay. Now I'm able to see. All right. I'm able to see.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. So now, are you all equipped enough to be the psychologist? And do you feel that you have all that is required of a psychologist? What is it, apart from your academic qualification, what do you think that you require to be a successful psychologist? Success, just not in some terms of fulfillment or passion, okay? Do you feel that there is a demand and that you are equipped to face that? Okay, yes. Okay, so let me start off with, see, the present trend, it is a little gloomy. India is a country with 1.3 billion population, and there is a huge demand for mental health professionals. I'm sure you all agree with me. With COVID, oh my God, my days have been so busy attending to various sections of society. Although my niche Although I am a student counselor working in the Premier Institute, dealing with students in the age group of 17 to 30, adolescents and young adults, I have been receiving calls and video sessions and sessions after sessions from eclectic population, be it as old as 80, 85-year-old geriatric, or the young child of 2-3 years, because the child gets the message of panic everywhere, and there is so much of uncertainty, there is so much of confusion. I have had parents say, I don't know, my child is not behaving well. Can you please talk to my child? So there is a huge demand. While, can you tell me, you all as young budding psychologists felt that there is demand? Yes, there is demand. And am I being well compensated? And are the psychology graduates, postgraduate jobs, is it a lucrative career? What is your idea about it? Is it a lucrative career? Yes, and although it is mandatory for every educational institution to have counselors, is it a reality? When I was in Delhi, I attended a meeting. It was by Smriti Irani. She had initiated this. Like, what is it required for each and every university to have a counselor? Is it required? So we had a terrible deliberation of all senior psychologists. We sent a report, and of course, and then they made it mandatory. Every college, every school should have a counselor. Is it a reality? Is it happening? Is there so much of demand? Okay, there may be demand. Are all those psychologists who are graduates or postgraduates finding an appropriate placement? What is it? Because you are there in the field. I am a senior. For me, my bag is full. But I want to know the feedback. Are you all getting the appropriate job? Are you all being compensated? Are you all being well compensated for the job? Yes, there is a demand. All of us do agree. But are we being compensated? And moreover, we have to go within and ask ourselves, am I equipped? Yes, I know a few therapies. I know humanistics. As a psychology graduate, yes, I know humanistic Rogers. I know a little of, rapport building and listening skill. But am I being relevant to the present day with the technology? See, from yesterday morning, I'm sure you would have heard about technology singularity. You might have heard about AI. PSAIOLOGY psychology is not PSY, PSAI, which is artificial intelligence driven. That is the basic theme of this conference. Are we all equipped to do that? Not that I'm scaring you, but see, approximately there are so much of demand. There is lots of psychological issues, but are we able to meet the need of the hour? What are all the challenges as a psychologist? Please mark if you agree with me with this. These are the challenges. You can tell me, and you can also tell me if there are anything more. There is lack of awareness and accessibility. Like yesterday, I heard Dr. Divya from Fortis. She was telling, yes, there is a demand, but are people aware? In cosmopolitan metropolitan cities, yes, people no longer hesitate to meet a psychologist or a counselor. But in the the second grade cities, in the small towns, are people still hesitant to meet the psychologist? Yes, it is an emphatic yes, because I know there are grade 2 cities in Karnataka where I have visited, where people still follow the age-old method. Oh my God, the spirit has engulfed her. They don't call it a mental illness. The spirit has engulfed. That is how she is suffering like this. They even go to the temples. They have the camphor burnt, or they beat the spirit through the broomstick. Even now, in this 21st century, even in this decade, all that age-old things are happening. Why is it? It's all because of the lack of awareness. There is lack of awareness is one thing, and there is lack of accessibility. People don't know whom to approach, how to approach, and how to approach the right person. Not that, oh, you do a diploma, you become a lay counselor, you can deal with human beings. My dear young psychologists, I would like to give you one warning. You are dealing with the fellow human being. So better, not that I'm scaring you, but better equip yourself with the skills, the techniques, the latest technology, so that you are confident and you are going to deal with the fellow human being who is already tattered mentally. Or who comes to a counselor is a person who is so low in their emotions, who is really struggling. There is a real fight going on within. They come to us for relief. So let us not take things for granted under the pretext of calling myself a psychologist, a counselor, a psychotherapist. Just go get inside and see if you are equipped enough to deal with a fellow human being. Otherwise, no hesitation. Always meet your senior. Always have a mentor. Me, with 2.5, 3 decades of experience in psychology, I do have a mentor. I do get into some issues. Okay, if I'm not confident enough, I refer back. So it is always required that we have a supervisor. We are confident enough, we are doing what we are supposed to be doing. This is how you are going to change your role as a psychologist, so that people become confident, by the way you talk, by the way you establish the rapport, and you establish that trust and confidentiality. People should be able to pour out, and just the talking therapy alone can do a world of good, provided your body language, your empathy, that eye contact, everything is good enough. Okay, see, that is the reason that lack of awareness and accessibility, we need to break the ice as psychologists. We have a great responsibility there. Meeting the psychologist is a taboo. You can tell people, no, psychologist is another human being who is going to be so much judgmental, so much away from your family environment. Psychologist is the only person who knows nobody, and you can come and talk to me anything and everything. I promise confidentiality, unless it is life-threatening and you are going to commit suicide in an hour or two, and which has never happened in my career. So such assurance is what is required, so that you can break that taboo. Psychologists are undervalued and they are often dismissed. That what when the family people say, when the young girl or boy goes to their parents and say, I'm really having some issues, I have anxiety issues, I'm feeling low, what do the parents generally say? What great issues have I not led with my life? What great life you are dealing that I haven't led? See, we also had the same childhood. We had the same adulthood. We had the same employment problem. They just dismiss it and rubbish it. Okay, and it is just, they're undervalued to meet a counselor. And there are people who have told me, grandmother is a good counselor. Yes, in those days when joint family was there, when we could just vent out, and when we had that support system, the family was a beautiful counseling unit. Not anymore. So we need to get that awareness, how important it is to meet a psychologist and get relieved. And poor salaries and job is another challenge. Students are discouraged by their family to pursue psychology. What do you think? Do your engineering, become a software engineer. That is a place where you get your job. Okay, you do your psychology. What do you think is going to be your first month's salary? Can you be independent? Can you take care of yourself? Do not support the family. This is what generally the people from the family ask, and they discourage. Okay, but you as young psychologists can always say, yes, I have this equipment. I have joined an institution where I can assure that I will be getting a job, and that I can prove myself, for which I need to have the required skills. Right. And then students, after having degree in psychology, look for jobs other than area. I know a host of psychology students. They tell me, when they come to me, they say, I'm doing my second year MA. I intend to do my NEET, or I intend to do my MPhil or PhD. And 6 months later, I meet them. They say, ma'am, I wrote a bank job and I am working there as a clerk. Ma'am, I went to a government service. Ma'am, I've taken a job as a teacher. And I think this is a very, very common phenomena. Do you agree with me? They take psychology as a passion after everything. And there is also one more, what is going on is, see, she has taken psychology probably because she didn't get admission anywhere else. And the other extreme is, I know IAS officer, I know civil service aspirants who have taken psychology as the basic subject and they have done well. So it is the two end of the continuum. So it is where you belong. That self-awareness, you need to have the self-awareness, and that is how, therefore, they get into the phase of discouraging and confusing circumstances. So many of you may be in that stage now. Yes. Now, what is it that, see, how to plan your career as a successful psychologist? Today's session is addressing the challenging role of a psychologist. Okay, what are all that? First and foremost, I am sure most of you who are here, how many of you, maybe 400 plus people who are listening to me, plus many more, I am sure you have that passion to do psychology, especially psychology as a subject. It is people who have that inner desire, behavioral analysis. Ma'am, it interests me to know a human being, the working of their mind, the behavior, the brain, and that is so. Yes, passion is important, and your interest. All this together, combine your career. These are all the basic ingredients you require. Passion, interest, your attitude towards the subject, your attitude to the fellow human being, and your attitude to life in general. You need to have that positive vibe. You need to have that enthusiasm to celebrate life, as Kushi was talking to us in the previous session. Only then you can lend that energy to the person who is seeking counseling. Psychology is a wide, vast subject, It is a branch from philosophy. So we need to be philosophical. Psychology is just not about learning psychology. It's just not about the behavioral analysis or a few therapies, you need to be eclectic. Your personality should be all round. You need to know technology. You need to know your subject. You need to know everything about it. Madam Mayuri, how many more minutes do I have?
Ma'am, you can take 5 more minutes to wind up the session.
Oh my God, 5 more minutes. Okay. So academic qualifications and certifications, yes, it is important. And then the relevance, the skills and experience, and relevance of the changing trend. I told you PSY is changed to PSAI. That is the artificial intelligence. You need to be tech savvy. You cannot say, I am a humanities, I am a social science student, I don't know technology. I am ready to learn the language Python. I am ready to do the machine learning and coding at my age, because I really want to do that. I want to know, what is that bot chat about? How does it analyze the neurotransmitters in my mind? How is it able to, with my eyeball pupilling, how is it able to know my behavior? What is going on? I am really curious, and I am undergoing a course, so that you need to be trendy. You need to be taking up your exams, learn and unlearn. See, you cannot be in the age-old techniques. Yes, psychodynamics, psychoanalysis, Freud, the father of psychology, all those are a foundation. It is required, but we need to go far beyond it to become relevant to the present day. You need to unlearn few techniques, because as the generation is going, I cannot say, oh, my daddy told me to shake hands with a man is no for me. I cannot be in that world anymore. I need to go along the trend. While I should know my boundaries, where to stop, how to stop, and how I'm going to equip myself. Like, I need to have my basic values. At the same time, I need to balance the present trend. That is where unlearn, learn, and relearn. Bibliotherapy is very important. Knowledge is power. Read, upskill, upgrade, and have a mentor and a coach. Self-management, as Kushi was speaking, or Sudhir Kakar was speaking about the unconscious, the subconscious, what is all fed to us in our childhood. We need to be self-aware, self-discipline, self-motivation, self-regulation, and self-compassion, of course, is most important. Psychology as a career with an uncertain opportunities. It is important to be relevant by empowering yourself with the appropriate knowledge to equip, enrich with the latest trend in the field, technology, experience, and practical application. All are required. You require the basic theories. You require the basic foundation. You cannot dismiss of, oh, that theory is available in the Google. No, you need to know. They are the foundations. They are the ABC. Unless you know the ABC, the theories of psychology, the background, theoretical knowledge is absolutely required. But It have to be combined with technology. Experience, vicarious experience. You cannot, the age of 23, 24, say, how do I get my experience? So you meet the people who are experienced, who are going to tell you the real case stories. When I talk to you, probably in the sessions to come, I'm going to say, see, this was a typical case. This was how I took the history taking. This is how I did that therapy. And finally, what is the outcome? And how many sessions you can take. So when you talk to an experienced person in the relevant field, you get the vicarious experience, and the practical applications are all very much required for you to emerge as a successful psychologist. If you stick with the old saying, my method worked, my teacher taught me this, no, it gives an impression you aren't willing to accommodate the change. Let me hear, I'll be failing in my duty if I don't quote Wechsler's definition of intelligence. What is intelligence? It is the aggregate of the global capacity of the individual to act purposefully, to think rationally, and to deal effectively with the environment. This is Wechsler's definition of intelligence, my dear friends. Intelligence is not about getting 9.9 CGPA. It is not about getting a host of certificates. It's not about degree. It is, again, I repeat, it is the aggregate of the global capacity of the individual to act purposefully, to think rationally, and to deal effectively with the environment, with the emerging technology. Okay, so here is our 3G School of Psychology, which is one appropriate platform, which is going to give all that I spoke to you now. That is your theoretical knowledge, experience through vicarious learning. We are going to have the experts from the field to talk about it. As yesterday Dr. Sahid sir was saying, when we are going to talk about the issue of abortion, we are going to call the topmost gynecologist who is going to give us the real life issues, and the psychologist to tell about what a woman who has undergone abortion is going to face. Similarly, we are going to give you a host of books, equipments, and the opportunity. So this is one school which is going to just train yourself with PSAI psychology. So you are going to become a career guidance. You are going to be a clinical psychologist. You are going to be an organizational psychologist. It's going to be all in one combined individual who can really face the challenge of the year to come. Thank you all, my dear friends. Wishing you all a very bright future. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. Your session has given us an insight on such an important issues related to changing role of psychology. Psychology, with its entry in 1998, is presently still needing a foot. And I think that with your talk and the program which 3G has organized, which will continue till tomorrow, will definitely give psychology a recognition through various talks which are being held in this platform. Ma'am, your session was really very engaging and thrilling. And as a token of our gratitude and appreciation for giving us your valuable time and sharing your knowledge, we felicitate our speakers, and 3G team is very much ready with a small token in the form of an e-certificate, which I would be requesting our technical team to do the favors.
Thank you so much for the opportunity given to me. Looking forward. Guys, any question or anything that you have, you can connect with me. You can connect with 3G, who will in turn connect to me, and we can have a wonderful journey ahead. Wishing you all the best and good knowledge sharing. Have the feast for next 1.5 days. It's a wonderful experience that you're going to have. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before signing off, let me invite our next MC, Srijata, to continue with an introduction of our next speaker. Thank you very much. Over to Srijata.
Thank you so much, MC Mayuri ma'am, for inviting me. It gives me immense pleasure, and it is my privilege to be inviting our next speaker, Ms. Irfana Izzat, CEO, 3G Institute of Research and Policy Studies, Headquarters, IIT Madras Research Park, who proves that age is just a number and that we can do anything at any age. In her early 20s, she has become a youth icon and an inspiration for many, and of course, is currently the CEO of 3G Institute of Research and Policy Studies. She's firmly committed to upskilling and reskilling the youth of India and touching the hearts of billions. We welcome you, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, MC, for the kind introduction. So I hope you're all enjoying our conference that we worked around 2 months to organize. And let me know in the comment section if you're having an enlightening, learning, and knowledgeable session. Comment in ha 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 ha. If you're having a wonderful time with us, comment in ha 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 ha. Okay. Did you actually laugh while doing that? Because it's so funny reading it in the comment section. Now, you might think my background, these medals are mine, but it's not. I just put my dad's as a backdrop. Anyway, not relevant. So whenever I come in, I am the one that usually comes and tells whatever opportunities that 3G is offering, the program we are offering, everything that 3G has to offer, right? It comes with me. And Bhuma ma'am was talking about the relevance of skill and what all, how skills can change the future. I understood I have to talk about our program that we offer for becoming a career coach. I didn't even have that in plan at all until she talked, and I realized this is it. I have to show it to all our audience. This is something that could really help them in their future. And so, yes, with that being said, I have come to introduce our career coaching program. Now, I have realized that a lot of students who are in the psychology background would like to enter into the career guidance industry. And let me tell you, this is a very booming industry because in India, there is 600 million youth. Now, who is not confused in their career? I have to tell you that I was confused in the career. We all need a career coach, no matter how old you are, if you're a working professional, or if you just graduated, if you're in high school, we all need career coach. And this is where the importance is increasing. India has a lack of career coach, and we have come up with a program, 2 programs actually. One is our advanced career coach program and one is a master's career coach program. The good thing about 3G is if you join with the master's program, we even give you clients. So imagine joining our advanced program and then getting into a master's program and we give you clients. I think by this time your life is set. Now you don't even have to go figure out your clients on your own, which means that we train you so good enough that after the program, you're ready to go and talk to clients. We make sure, and with all of this being said, I think by now you would have got the point that we believe in practical and not theory. Be it our psychology master's program, be it just anything we offer, we focus on practical. This is the same thing that is going to be with your career coaching. Now, bear with me for 10 to 15 minutes while I just show you what we have to offer. And after that, I'll also be giving you discount code which would work for today and tomorrow, and you'll be able to avail the discount offer. Now I'm just going to share my screen and show you what is the 3G career coach program about and how we can make anybody into a career coach. We don't have a criteria for who wants to enter. Anyone can be a career coach if you're a student, and I'll show you a couple of people who also have joined our previous batches. And there was a guy, I remember he was just 18 and we were able to make him into a career coach. So the target audience is anyone. We are accepting all of the students, or if you're already a psychologist, already a career coach, if you're an education consultant, this course would be something that you should look up to. So I'm just going to share my screen and show you what it is all about. Okay, so this is 3G VLife's career coaching program, and like it's written here, it is your journey to being the ideal futuristic career coach. Now, why do we keep on saying futuristic? It's because right now the existing career coaches are not futuristic, and they are more of traditional coaches. What they would do is maybe perhaps they would connect you with a university, or they would connect you with courses. But do they really think what is going to happen in careers in the future? What is the new age careers? So our program would train you for the coming 10 to 20 years. And this is why we use the tag futuristic career coach. Now, 3G, like you already might know, is a research organization. Everything that we come up with is after years and years of research. Now, we have been researching on the Indian education system, on how to integrate AI with education. And why I'm mentioning this is because this is after all this research, we have come up with a career coaching program, which would really help students or the Gen Z or Gen Y, which is coming up. And yes, we were working on how to create 1 million career coaches in the most simplest and quickest way. So what we have, what our research concluded with was that all the 20 years worth of questions in the career coaching domain, we have combined that, which means we have every question that was asked in career coaching, we have it in a booklet and we have integrated with our software. Now, basic of career coaching is a student or a candidate, they come to you and ask you some career doubts. You have to have the right answer. What if we can give you all the questions and all the answers for 20 years? Well, that is it. You're done. You can search up the question, answer it right way, and you could be a career coach. So this is what you'll be providing in the program. Now, who all can apply? Anyone can apply. We are looking for freshers, psychology graduates, bachelors of social work, teacher, principal. Everyone is welcome to join this career coach because we believe that we can train you into a career coach, no matter what your background is. Now, this is our program. It's 15 days of live classes with us. And then after that, we'll do one-to-one where you will be having some assignments and where you will be building your own brand. And it would take around 1 month, but 15 days is when you have live class with 3G. So yes, this is 100% practical approach designed to suit COVID-19 scenario. And why we keep saying COVID-19 is that is when the work from home went viral. And when we plan this, we ensure that a person who is joining this program should be able to sit in anywhere in the world and do career coaching. They should be getting clients from all over India. Why should we train someone to just work in a particular location? If I am just being a career coach in Chennai, that means my locality is very small. How many students will I be able to get? The way we train is I have to sit in Chennai and I should be getting clients all over India. Why not? That's possible right now. So that is how we have planned the program for all of you. Now, this, I think I was talking about this yesterday as well. In the master's psychology master's program, we have the same module added in. In module 1, we have artificial intelligence, psychology, fourth industrial revolution. Why we keep on talking about AI is, if someone wants to be in an industry where they're coaching or guiding or being a consultant, they need to be aware of what is going to happen in the 10-20 years. Because if you don't know what is going to happen in the future, how are you guiding a student or how are you giving advices without not knowing about the future? That's why we give so much importance to AI. And this is the first module of everything that we teach. Digital onboarding. I'm not even going to say how important it is. This has nothing to do with career coach, but rather it has everything to do with everyone in this era. If you are not on social media, if you don't know how to use social media platforms for building your network, for reaching out to people, then you are missing out. No one is going to come to you if you have a great CV and call you up. No, that the times have changed. You have to have an awesome LinkedIn. Your Instagram should be right on point. Your bio should say exactly what you are. It shouldn't say, all you're from this college or whatever. It should say what is your skills, who you are, so people can approach you. Your social media is the way for people to get to know you. Otherwise, there is now for youngsters, what else is the opportunity? If you go to events, there's no events, there is nothing happening outside. It would be very difficult. But even for someone like me, by using LinkedIn, I am able to connect with top CEOs or top consultants, and they do respond to me, right? Things have changed. I don't have to use any reference or someone else's name in order to get in touch with people. So why we have put digital onboarding in career coaching is that when a client or a student is going to, if they're coming to get coaching from you, they are obviously going to check you in LinkedIn or in Google. So when they put your name in Google, if nothing comes up, they are probably going to think you're not authentic or you're not credible. So we have to ensure your social media is good and straight up on point and talks about career coaching. Now what we do is we don't like come and say, this is what is Facebook or this is what is LinkedIn, this is what you do. We don't do that. What we actually do is we give you assignments and tell you got to fix this, right? This is how your Instagram should be. This is how your Facebook should be. And I have seen some people, sometimes when they're a little older, younger generation tend to be, they catch up very soon and they're a little more tech savvy, but older generation sometimes is kind of lazy. They're like, okay, now should I from basics build my profile and all? And when this happens, what 3G does is 3G takes your credentials and actually do it for you, because we have a commitment. We have said we are going to upgrade your social media, so we do that. If you are lazy enough, we take it over. Social edupreneurship is a third module. Whenever someone is a career coach, they are also partially an entrepreneur. And I think people, even if you are a psychologist and want to start up your own clinic, you would be partially an entrepreneur. So, which means that you also have to learn a lot of the skills that an entrepreneur would learn, right? Something like branding or marketing or positioning yourself, how to find your clients. If you don't know how to do this, your career would stop there, because once you start your own clinic or once you're a career coach or a psychologist and you want clients, you need to know how to reach out to clients. And that's why we have kept this as our third module. It's ultimately important. If someone's not teaching you this, then you will fail and learn on your own. Now we offer you even a website for your career coach. There is no just, if we just teach you all the theory or all the basic things, it's not enough. We have to teach you how to establish yourself. And that is where this comes in. We'll buy you your domain. Okay. Now, for example, if I am in the program, I can take a domain like irfanacareercoach.com, or maybe I'd put up some name which I think is cool enough, and then I'll put that as my domain name, and 3G will purchase it for you. We'll help you set up your homepage, your vision and mission, your counseling services. All this would be set by the program after the program is done. Now, this is what we'll be offering you in the social media. I think I missed a very important point. We'll be teaching you how to use Canva, and Canva is underestimated. It's so important. Everyone should know Canva, not just career coaches, but everyone. You can design anything, wedding invitation, I don't know, a simple party, business card. So we teach you Canva, and you'll be able to do wonders after learning how to do Canva. We'll also be giving you certificates from multiple organizations. This could be used for your personal branding. And yes, a personal branding package. We have to do this for you, because people are this just makes everything so professional, right? You have your own logo, you have your business card, your website is set up, you have a profile, your letterhead. We will do all this for you and also teach you how to do this on your own. Now, these are some other things that we would be helping you with. Now, we will also give you a learning management system, which is basically all the videos of education abroad, or what is the importance of career counseling, what is psychometric test, education system in India. We'll be giving you this, and you can learn it on your free time. We'll be also giving you presentations. Now, when you are a career coach, you have to keep on presenting and giving sessions in multiple, occasions. So with the presentations that we're giving, it's good that the content would be really updated. For example, like if we are giving you a presentation on artificial intelligence, you could use the same one to present in some place. Now, this is the most important part, which we are giving for such a affordable amount right now. The only reason is that we are giving, as we just launched a couple of months ago, okay? The only reason we are giving in such a affordable amount, it's very affordable for giving a psychometric engine. So we have come up with 7 tests after 10 years of in-depth research. And this is what we would offer to you in the career coaching program. The tests that we have come up with, AI Job Risk Finder, these are the psychometric tests that we have. Now, if you don't know what is a psychometric test, it is basically to help someone analyze and understand what is their skills, what is their aptitudes. These tests, if all the students took all this, when they were in 12th standard, they would probably be in the right course or career as of now. So major mistakes happen in a student's life when they choose the wrong course. So these are the criteria, these are the things that you can use to help someone find out where they should go ahead in life. Anyhow, this is what the career coach would be using, and we will be giving them the test. So you will be getting 20 tests from us to begin with, and we'll connect it with your website. Now, beyond that, we'll be giving you the FAQ questions, some books, counseling books, psychometric books, psychology book. These are some of the books that we'll be giving. Now, something that is very good with what we are offering is once we are done with the basic of setting you up, giving, ensuring that you have your website, your profile is all ready, then we also help you launch. Okay, and how do we help you launch? We give you an opportunity to speak in our sessions. Now, I am so proud to say that even Booma ma'am had joined with us in our first batch of career coaching program. And that is how we build a relation with her. Sobi ma'am is also from our career coaching program. After we build the relation with her, we gave them an opportunity to speak in our conference. And they are doing so wonderfully. I'm so glad, they were able to come and join the program. Similar opportunities would be given to you if you join the program. We'll also teach you how to work with interns, for your own personal profiling, etc. Then once the program is over, we'll also help you on what to do ahead. Now, this is something that many courses wouldn't offer you. They would give you whatever the course has to provide, but they won't give you guidance on what to do after the program. This is how 3G is different. 3G has multiple opportunities, not just this, not just psychology. We are having different organization, and we'll give you an opportunity to work in different places according to what you're capable of. Then community support. We have a huge community. We'll all be working together and sharing everything. Now, this is where you can register, 3gmelife.com. And today, if you're registering, we are giving a 20% discount, but you have to register today. And beyond all that, if you think you're interested, if you think you want to explore something else, or I feel like psychology background students or psychologists are definitely the right candidates for such a program, because it involves working with youngsters or working with others to guide them. And this has a lot of opportunity right now, because in India, most of the people are very much confused in their career. So when we train you for becoming a career coach, you would be able to do it anywhere in India. And when you're a career coach, it is not similar to being a psychologist, I said, because you have more opportunity. And even being young, or maybe even if you're in your 20s, it would be okay. You could be considered as a new age career coach, right? You could be talking about being a YouTuber or being an Instagram influencer. These are all serious careers. And people earn more being a YouTuber than sometimes being a CEO also, right? They're just 15, not going to school, not doing anything, waking up, putting videos, and earning way more than a CEO who would have done bachelor's and master's and PhD. So this is what things are right now, and careers can be looked at in a whole different perspective. If you're interested for this, you can apply in the other link that I showed. But if you just want to explore, maybe talk about it, see if this is something for you, take down my number. It's written here, 95555555325, and text me, and we can have a discussion on what your background is. Or we are having, I think I missed this point. I'll just show you. This is the website. Take a screenshot of it if you're interested. We are having our weekend batch coming up in this coming weekend on, I think it's February 7th, the coming weekend. That batch would be running in every weekend. So being a student, and I think I missed out this point, it's an online program. Being a student or being a psychologist, you would be able to come for that. Since it's weekend, you can do your other things during the weekdays. Yes, so I am done with the program. I'm just going to take some questions.
Yes, ma'am. So there are a few questions. So there's one from Zainab, and the same one came from Manjusha. They were asking whether they can do it along with their regular academics and jobs.
Yes, this program can be done, especially since I said it's a weekend program. We have both batches, but right now, February 7th, the weekend is going to start, and that is where I'm also giving you a discount. for the weekend. It can be done with your studies, or if you're also working professional, it wouldn't be, it wouldn't be coming in the middle of that. And it's fully online.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And Gayatri's question is there an age group for joining this program?
No, Gayatri, there is no age group. I think in India, the only program that for career coaching with no age group is ours, because we really believe that we can train anyone to be a career coach. So you can do your research, and if you think we are the right platform, do get in touch with me. So I have been seeing a lot of queries about the fees. So it is 20,000, and we are giving a discount, and it will be 18,000 just for the people who's listening to me, and for joining the weekend batch that is coming. It's going to be 18,000 for you. However, you have to register today or tomorrow, and then it will be 18,000.
Another question is, would the exams be in an online or offline forum?
So for our career coaching program, we didn't keep an exam, and the reason is our program is practical. So we don't have to, necessarily assess you through an assessment model and say you passed or failed. No, we ensure that you learn. You're coming into a program. It's our responsibility to make you learn. So if you fail, then it's our fault. We don't have a model as such, because we believe everyone who's coming in the program will be 100% trained.
All right. There's someone asking if if they're unable to attend a session, would there be recorded lectures?
15 days where you will be having live sessions. It would be in the evening time, 6 to 9. So it will not, clash with any of your other commitments. Then we'll also be giving you recording sessions. But we really believe when you come live and have discussion with us, that really matters to grooming you as a career coach. That's why we have kept it.
And the last question is from Rahul. Is it also for homeopathic doctors?
Yes, Rahul. We are open to taking all candidates, whichever background they're coming from doesn't matter for us. So you can have this as your additional, designation, or somewhere where you can earn additionally.
All right. And I think there's a last question that is also from Rahul. How long is the duration of the course?
The course, you would be 15 days, you'll have live session with us. And after that, we work on building you one-on-one. For example, if we want to build your profile or website, we can't do it together as a group. Our team has to work individually with you. And I'll also just take a moment to just show the profiles that we have created. Just give me 1 minute. So as you can see here, this is the profile of the candidates. Now, his name is Shire. I think he's just 19. And I will show you Booma ma'am's profile, as she was in our program and we built this for her, this profile. So this is how we build profile for each of the person. Now, for example, this sir, we always consider all of their background, right? Sometimes they're coming from, they could be already a career coach, or sometimes they're a teacher. So we add all that in their profile. We just don't say now you're a career coach and that is only what makes you. There are other things which they have done, other events they might have attended. Now this is the e-certificate of sir. I'll show you different. So our target audience, we have founders coming in, career coaches coming in, teachers coming in, all different people. Now, Dr. Anil sir is the founder of a fashion institute called Cinderway. Gambhir sir is the owner of a company that is in Nepal. He did the program from Nepal. He's not even an Indian. So I think I had another candidate who was in Kuwait. So the people who comes into this come with various experience and they share together and learn. Now, Gambhir sir, he even wrote a book. We just ensure that in the profile, we mention everything they have done. All their achievements matter. Now, for example, if you're coming from a fashion background, you could be a fashion-related career coach. Okay. And if you're coming from a medicine background, that could be your niche. And we ensure to add that in your profile. Now, this is Gambhir sir's profile. He has various initiatives. Our content team, our content writer, They call them, ask them about their story, what has happened in their life, what is their achievement, and then we create the profile. Now he came in newspaper, we added that, his certificates. So all of the e-certificates that you have been collecting during your lockdown, this would be a good opportunity for you to add in your profile. We have even added his testimonials from students. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Do you have some time? I think there are a few questions in the chat box that are left.
Yeah.
You can-
Sure. I'll take some more questions.
Okay. So the question from Sangeeta is, ma'am, does the advanced program fee have, is the advanced program free, or does it have a specified amount?
Oh yeah, it's not free. We are focusing a lot on training you as a person. So yes, it's chargeable, but yes, we offer you a lot. It won't be available for free.
All right. I think that was it. There are no other questions. That was the last question. Guys, if there are any other questions, please put it on the Q&A part of the. Okay. What about the trainers? What are the trainers?
From 3G side, we'll have various trainer. For example, if someone's teaching you digital marketing, it would be a digital marketing expert. If someone's teaching you about career counseling, it would be a career counselor. So it depends upon what module is being taught.
All right. And what is this is from Divya. What is the ultimate goal of the program?
The ultimate goal of the program is to make you into a futuristic, ideal career coach for the new era.
I think that's the end of our questions. Are there any? Can it be paid in installments? Can the program be paid for in installments?
Well, you can talk with me and let me just see you how I can help you out. You can just connect with me in person.
All right, ma'am. That's the end of our questions. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative session. We had the immense pleasure and joy learning from you. And for the next speaker, I would like to invite my co-host, MC Anjali.
Okay, thank you so much, Irfana ma'am, and thank you so much, MC Srijita. So I hope you all enjoyed the session, and I hope all your doubts got clarified. And we are so happy to announce the giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and Canva premium account. So all you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology. I repeat, you can go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 5 of your friends right now. You can also tag our leaders as well as our CEO, young and beautiful CEO who spoke to you now, Irfana Isat at Irfana Isat Chole. So guys, if you enjoyed our session and if it added some value to your life, if the speaker sounded good, please do let us know that in our feedback form. So please do fill your feedbacks. You can always post your questions there. You can always post your suggestions there, so we can improve and we can get to know how you felt about the sessions. And if you want to apply for the World Book of Records e-certificate, go to the website and you will be seeing a button called apply now. So you can apply for the certificate at 3gschoolofpsychology.org/worldbookofrecords.html. So we are getting the comments. Irfana is best. Oh, thank you. So we had many queries about, so we said that, the World Book of Record is available only for the first 700 participants. So everyone was asking the doubt, okay, will I be getting, if I am paying and, will I be among that 700 people? So if you are seeing that apply now button, it means that you are eligible for that and you will be getting the certificates. Don't worry, it will be taking around 25 business days, so please wait for that. And you will be also getting the participation certificate, free participation certificate for psychology as well as for artificial intelligence. And we had many requests for recordings for this session, so you can always watch the recordings in our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology YouTube channel. It will be always available. If you missed any part or if you want to repeat and see the sessions, you can always go to our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology, where you can watch all these sessions again and again. Please provide the WBR certificate. It will be available in your dashboard within next 25 days. 25 business days. So please wait for that. Also, we'll be providing the recording, so don't worry. Everyone will be able to see the recordings in our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology YouTube channel. And as ma'am said, this is a revolutionary master's program, so you have 2 more days to go. You can avail the scholarship of about 40,000 rupees if you are using our code 3G IPC 2021. So people are asking for lunch break. Okay, what you can do now, we will be playing a couple of videos of our national leaders, what we can listen what they want to tell and how they felt about this conference. They were immensely working hard for the past 2-3 months. They were burning their midnight oil and they were working hard. So we will be playing a couple of videos of that, and we will be having a small quiz by our national leader Deepak. So stay tuned for that, everyone. And you can carry your lunch and you can sit and watch in front of our program, so you won't miss any part. And I hope you all enjoy the session. So we will be resuming back from our lunch at 1:45 sharp. So please stay tuned. We have many more interesting sessions and many more interesting speakers ahead to fill your brain. So over to technical team for the videos, please. Yeah, thank you.
Just imagine you're going for a therapy and there you find a robot who will be assessing you. The robot will be asking you a set of questions and you will be answering them. And based on the answers, they will be giving you therapy based on that. So right now what I said, does this make you feel a little bit uncomfortable because it's a machine who is handling you for therapy and all? If yes, then why do you say OK Google or Hey Siri to get your immediate answers? 97% of the mobile users are already using AI-powered artificial intelligence. So here I am, Joel Christy Raphael, the head national leader of 3G School of Psychology, here to open the new portal where psychology integrates with artificial intelligence through our International Psychology Conference. Be a part of India's biggest revolution in psychology.
Hey guys, this is Disha. I'm a psychology student, and you know what? Nowadays, human psychology is closely linked with artificial intelligence. So, I'm quite inquisitive to know whether people really know what artificial intelligence is. So let's ask people about it.
I think artificial intelligence is when machines respond like us, human beings.
I think artificial intelligence is beyond human capacity.
So the answers which I got from them, that artificial intelligence is related to robots or computers. In fact, some were not even aware of the term, though they are living in the technological world. Artificial intelligence is an undeniable fact, and it's very important for all of us to stay mentally prepared these days for the changes. 3G School of Psychology coming up with a mega event held on 30 and 31st of January, where futuristic integration of psychology meets artificial intelligence. Be a part of India's biggest revolution in psychology.
Hello everyone, this is Reshika, the creative director at 3G School of Psychology. Let's do something interesting now, shall we? I hope you all have seen Superstars the Robot movie. The Chitty in the first half was super amazing. He was nice, he was protective, he was fun. Now let's fast forward the movie to the second half. Chitty 2.0 definitely scares us. He was everything that Chitty was not. He was violent, he was dangerous, he was destructive. Now let's come back to the reality. The development of artificial intelligence, especially that of humanoid robots like Chitty, is happening so real. But we have to be wise enough to choose the right chip, feed it with the right information, and put it to right use. It is now time for us to psychologically prepare and equip ourselves for this change that's coming. And let's do this together. On behalf of the entire 3G team, I feel thrilled, excited and delighted to welcome you all to India's largest psychology conference. Presenting to you the 3G International Psychology Conference 2021, a platform where psychology meets artificial intelligence. Join us on the 30th and 31st of January. Let's be responsible and be the right bridge between the past and the glorious future that awaits us.
psychology peps. Do you also wish to create a revolution in the field of psychology but is just stuck with boring online classes and binging Netflix songs? Do you also wish to break the taboo that psychologists are much more than just Pavlova doctors? Do you also feel that you've been underpaid in this pandemic as you have lost all your clients as a psychologist? If your answer to all these three questions is yes, then help us create a revolution in the field of psychology by creating India's largest psychology conference where we would be addressing your issues. And for the first time in history, psychology will meet with artificial intelligence. See you all at the conference.
Hi all, I hope you all enjoyed the talks by our national leaders and the leaders of this conference. So are you all ready for a quiz program? So how many of you are ready for a quiz program? How many of you are ready to challenge yourself? How many of you are ready to feed your brain? Just comment me on the chat box. Yes, Arshad, Renuka, wow, super, super. And we have our national leader himself, national leader and event organizer at 3G Psychology, who is Deepak, and he is the representative of Psychology Department in College Executive Committee. He has a strong passion to learn and has attended and win various prizes in quiz competitions. His greatest achievement in the field of national finals in Vidyarthi Vigyan Science Fest. So such a great person is here who, our national leader, he himself will be coming and conducting the quiz for you all. So I invite our national leader and event coordinator Deepak to the dais to conduct the quiz program. Over to you, Deepak.
Hello. So thanks for the great introduction. So good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to connect with you all once again. We had a lot of very empowering sessions in the morning, and also we had many sessions yesterday. So now let's take a small break and get rid of all the rustiness in us. So let's do the activity of conducting a quiz. So let's play the quiz game for some time. I would like all of you to answer the questions because, like many of you, you may not have any psychology background, or you may be from computer science and other departments. But don't worry, the aim of the quiz is to develop the knowledge. So I will also be teaching how you should attend a quiz. So shall we get started? Shall I get a boom from the participants if you are ready to organize this quiz? Yeah, yes. Boom. Yeah. We need more energy. Come on, guys. Yes, yes, yes. So without any delays, I will be launching. So is the quiz visible to everyone? Yeah.
Yes.
So first question is, so the first question is, which field of psychology would be most likely to study the influence of overcrowding on conformity? The thing why I asked this question is, yesterday's session we may have seen like lot of people answered many questions because other people answered selected a particular answer. For example, if we take a class of 50 students, if 40 people are opting for engineering, all the others might also up for engineering. So the main thing why I included this question is we conform with others. So which field of psychology is concerned with that particular field, conforming with others? So guys, we are getting just 2 to 3 votes. So vote quickly. The poll will end in 10 minutes. So vote quickly. So yeah, that is the first question. So the second question is the discovery that the irritability of big five personality traits is around 40 to 50% suggests that option A, environmental plays no role in personality, genes play no role in personality, environment plays a role in personality, and big five trait account for about half of our personality. So vote quickly, guys. By just reading the question, most of the times you can answer using the options. So vote quickly. And then the next question is, according to a snake, extroverts seek to dash their arousal, while introverts seek to dash their arousal. Arousal. So what arousal is how you perform. There is a limit for arousal as well. Let's not get into that. in which condition that extroverts have increased arousal and introverts have decreased arousal? That's the question. So the next question is, Rohan is a self-disciplined, focused on achievement, and keen on his duty. He would be expected to score highly on which of the big five personality traits? As we discussed yesterday, there are like five personality traits everyone will follow. That everyone might have even a combination of these big five personality traits. So, which one Rohan will most likely be having? So the next question is, intelligence can be defined as just like 20-25 minutes back ago, Boomer Man was explaining so well about the intelligence. So hope you guys have learned from that and choose the options wisely. The first formal laboratory for the study of psychology was established in University of Leipzig, which is in Germany, or like football fans you might know RB Leipzig too. So it was established in 1879. Who established it? William Wundt, Sigmund Freud, William James, John B. Watson. As a additional clue, we may say that he is known as the founder of psychology. So, seventh question. It's related to a movie and it's related for all the book lovers. A biography of Nobel Prize winning economist and mathematician John Forbes Jr. was written by Sylvia Nasser. It is a Pulitzer nominated novel and was made as a film in 2001 starring Russell Crowe. He is a very famous actor. You may know him from the Gladiator movie series. So, which is that movie? Is it The Cinderella Man? Is it The Beautiful Mind, The Insider, or The Imitation Game? So, the next question is, who is known as the father of AI? This question is asked especially for all the computer science enthusiasts who want to achieve a career in AI. And then, as you may see in lot of YouTubes and Instagram, a car company has launched a fully automatic self-driving cars. We need you to answer that question. Is that Tesla, Google, Aston Martin, or Audi? So the last question is, a rooster laid an egg on top of a barren roof. A barren roof is a roof which is like very slopey. From which direction did it roll? Did that roll on the right, forward, backwards, or didn't it roll? So yeah, lot of people are answering. So shall we discuss the answers? Yeah, like as most of you has answered the questions, I will be ending it on 2 minutes, Anjali. So the first question, as so many people said, it is right. The social psychology discuss about conformity, and second one, it is also right. Our environment plays a major role in our personality, and then the third one, it is not rebellion-eyed. Extroverts seek to have high arousal rates. They have increased arousal rates, and the introverts they have decreased arousal rates. In high arousal rates, extroverts they perform very well. And then the fourth one, Roham is self-disciplined, and yeah, of course, he has a conscientiousness personality. Fifth one, intelligence can be defined as ability to think abstractly. And yeah, sixth one, it is of course William Wundt. Seventh one, the movie name is A Beautiful Mind. And the father of AI is John McCarthy. And then, yeah, as more than 100 people said, it couldn't be wrong. Tesla is planning a fully automatic self-driving car. Yeah, that Diana Revenko, you got the point. Roasters can't lay eggs. They are the male version. Only chickens can lay the eggs. So it didn't roll. So thank you everyone. Thanks for everyone who has participated. So like let's go back to Anjali. Thanks for the opportunity, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Deepak. Thank you so much for coming in and conducting that lovely quiz. So we had many queries about okay how to apply for WBR World Book of Records certificate and how to view the dashboard. So we have our CEO herself. She is coming up and she will be explaining you with the process. Over to you, ma'am. Warm welcome.
Hi everyone, I'm back. So this is your time to ask all questions regarding the certificates, World Book of Records, how to get anything from 3G. You can ask me and I'll also show you how to get it and where you will be receiving the certificate from. Oh, Anjali, what I'll do is while they type in the questions, I'll show them how to get, where to get your certificates from. Fine?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
If there's any questions you want to ask directly to 3G, anything, it's me. I'm the right person. You can ask right now and I'll give you an answer. So I'll just show you where you will be able to get your e-certificates from. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. So this is our official website. If you remember, you registered through this website and came to our conference, you had to go back in here and go to login. Now, if you don't remember your account, go to your mail and you will find the mail from 3G. That's where you can get your login details. Just go back. And if you are a person who came through YouTube or somewhere and still has no account, what you can do is go and register and you will be able to get your account. So I hope I'm clear. Go to our official website, click login. Okay. When you click login, you will reach to a login place like this. Wait, I'll just show you how the login. Okay. So this is how your login page is going to look like. Find out your mail or password, whatever it is. And if you, maybe you can also go here and put lost your password, change your password. That's one option if you don't remember it. And you just have to log in through this. Now, when you log in through this, you would be either a participant or volunteer. So whichever you are, you can click that and you will reach here. So this is the dashboard that I have created and it is so pink because of me. Anyhow, this is how it would look like. So these are your certificates which you can receive. Now I am in the volunteer dashboard. The volunteer would be able to get two certificates from 3G, which is absolutely for free. One is a volunteering e-certificate and one is a participant e-certificate. So if you have 25 plus registration, you will get the volunteering certificate and everyone will be able to get the participant e-certificate. All you have to do is go here and click it. Now you will not be able to receive it. Only the certificate is going to be issued after the conference. Okay. I think I have put the date of February 2nd. So our conference is going to end on 1st and on 2nd, you will be able to go to your dashboard. You will have to put in, we'll have a small MCQ just to verify that you have attended the conference. Once you get the MCQs right, you will be able to get the participation certificate and the volunteering e-certificate would be issued. I think I have put the date of February 10th. And on that day, you will be able to get your volunteering certificate if you got minimum of 25 registration. So if you're watching this, it's still not late for your 25 certificates. I mean 25 registration, sorry. If you have a doubt regarding how to do that, I'll let you know after this. So if you get 25 only, you will be able to get the volunteering e-certificate. Now it's as simple as that. This is what you have to do. Go to the page, log in, and it would be right here. Click on it and you'll be able to receive it. If there's any other doubt, we would be giving you a support number later on where you can tell your doubt and we'll sort it out for you. But please don't bombard and get angry at us. We are dealing with a lot of people. So sometimes the message could be late. I mean, our reply could be late and things could be a little slow. But no matter which day it takes, we'll ensure that you have got all your certificates and all the benefits that we have told for you. Now I'll just take in the questions.
Okay, ma'am, they were asking about World Book of Records certificate, how to apply for that as well. And yeah.
For that as well, Anjali, and then we'll take the questions for that too. Okay, we are back to my pink dashboard. Now I'll show you how to get the World Book of Records certificate. And I'll also explain about the World Book of Records certificate and why you should apply for it. So in our main website, my internet. Yeah, in our main website, there is this button here, apply for World Book of Records. e-certificate. If you click this, most of the benefits I have ensured to put here, but I'll also explain why, oh, look, it's me. I put myself on my website. Anyhow, the photo changes. So this is where you can apply. Apply now button is here. If you go, you'll be able to apply for the e-certificate. These are all the people that have applied for it before. And this is actually, I picked these photos from their social media handles. I was able to see them getting so many likes and comments. So I was surprised. So I picked out most of the people. You can actually like click on this and see. Okay. So these are the people who have received. This is a video on how you can position it. Basically how you can use this e-certificate in your future. And yes, these are the people who have received the e-certificate. You can see Sadhguru here, and obviously our Prime Minister. Yeah, so all of these celebrities and political personalities have received the e-certificate before. Now I'll also show you something else. If you can see in my house, this is the certificates that we have got for all of our events, and I'm expecting one for our psychology conference also to come up there. This is so good. I can put something like this up in my house and people would come up to me and tell, oh my God, what have you got the record for? You could do the exact same thing in your house after printing it. Yes, now I'll also explain why the certificate would be relevant for your career. The certificate would prove to anyone that maybe when you're going up for an interview, that you are someone that goes and attends sessions, that is, taking their future seriously, and more importantly, you are relevant about artificial intelligence and you know what is happening in AI. So when you're in a meeting, you can talk about the conference and how you have learned things from it, and the certificate kind of proves about it. And also when you're putting certificates like this in LinkedIn or in your resume, it would have a lot of added value. Okay, I'll also talk about the registrations. So if you registered as a volunteer with 3G, maybe a couple of days ago, and you still don't know what is your task, what you have to do is, if you go to your dashboard, I'll just show you that quickly. Okay, we are back in my dashboard again. If you go to posters, okay, in your dashboard, you will be able to see these posters that we have given. Now you can download this poster and you will have something called referral ID. Everyone has a unique referral ID. Now mine is 005. You would have some number which is like 8,000 and all, because we have so many volunteers. Since I was one of the first people to get my own, I have a very fancy number. You can use this poster and share it to groups and share it to your other friends or family. Let them also get the opportunity to come attend a conference, right? You don't have to be selfish. Give all of them a chance. You can also find the content here. So we made it maximum easy for you, so you don't have to do a lot of work. You can go here, copy this content, and literally put this in groups, right? That's all you have to do. Put your referral ID here. This is how you get your registrations. 25 is a minimum registration, like we have said. You can see the people who have come through you. If you go to this volunteer list and participant list, if they registered as a volunteer, they would come here. And if they registered as a participant under you, you can find them here. Yeah, so if you get 25 like this, now I was awesome at promoting my own conference. So I got a lot of people, but you just have to get 25 in order to get the e-certificates. And you would also be able to find some ideas on how to promote. I'll show you that. Okay, I just realized I removed that from the dashboard and now I can't figure it out. But there was a place where you could find ideas on how to promote, which I have to add back later. Sorry about that. So all you have to do is share the posters, and when it's 25, you're going to get your volunteering e-certificate. As simple as that. Okay, now I'm just going to look at the questions. Ask me anything. I'm here to answer. Oh, Somanya has asked, we have made it a 3-day conference. Tomorrow afternoon, we are having a couple of sessions, so it's still fine. That's why I said you still can invite people for the conference.
They are asking, like, no, till when they can apply for World Book of Records certificate?
For World Book of Records certificate, you can apply until February 10th. Yeah, until February 10th. Then yes, February 10th is the final date. Yeah.
Can you please show that everyone is asking, like, no, they don't know how to apply for that?
Oh, one more time.
Yeah.
So we are almost, I think, we have got 650. So just a couple of people left until it would be over. So yes, you have to go to our main website, 3gschoolofpsychology.org. I'll go back. If you go to our main website, you will be able to see this button, apply for World Book of Record Participation e-certificate. And also you will be able to see it in the dashboard. I forgot to mention here. If you click this also, you will be able to apply. In here, there'll be an apply now button. So when you see me, you know you have come in the right place. Click this apply button, that is it. You'll be able to apply for the certificate. And it takes us around 20 to 25 days. I'll tell you why also. So the World Book of Record from UK has to check about our conference, have to verify we have got this much attendees and this much speakers. So that takes some time. And once that is done, they'll be issuing us the title that we are India's largest psychology conference. Then only they issue the e-certificate. Okay.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah. And thank you so much for coming and clarifying all the doubts. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving ahead, we have many more interesting sessions and many more interesting speakers. So to invite the next speaker, I invite my co-host, MC Faslet. Over to you, Faslet.
Thank you, MC Anjali. We now have Nikita and Sriharya from 3G to launch and take about the world's largest psychology internship platform. Nikita Bhavani is the co-founder and the world's largest psychology internship platform. It is a psychology gratitude. Curious is what describes Nikita the best. His curious mind who wanders from place to place in search of answers that keep her up at night. And that's what got her into the psychology in the first place. She always feels the need to question things and situations and never settle for something mediocre. She is the one who believes in practical approach more than theoretical. Someone who always sees her future in London as a CEO, managing team and people around her. Now that's what got her into her newfound love of networking marketing. He is not a procrastinator when it comes to work, but she's definitely procrastinator. The tendency to now start her work until she had a cup of tea. So next I welcome Sriharya Arif, but everyone calls him Sherry. He's doing his bachelor in psychology in Hungary on 100% scholarship. He has been a part of many renowned international organizations like AISEC and Erasmus. He is the person who counts himself as an extreme ambivert and lover of chocolate. And if you give him a chocolate every time you meet him, he'll be your best friend. I welcome you both for this conference. Over to you, Nikita and Sherry.
Thank you, Fazlet, for introducing us. Hello, everybody. Yeah. This is Nikita. So what a better occasion to talk about world's largest psychology internship platform. Just give me a second. I'm going to share my screen so that you all can see our poster. Yeah. So what a better occasion to talk about world's largest psychology internship platform. Pretty much the title says it all. So let me just introduce myself. I am Nikita Bhavani, the co-founder of world's largest psychology internship platform. I am a psychology graduate. Initially, I started off as an intern in the same conference which you guys are attending right now, and gradually made my way to the state leader of Maharashtra. I remember we were assigned one task where we from different states were gathered and assigned one task where I met Shariar, and we were making some poster, and that's how we became friends due to our shared love for psychology. Later on, we used to talk about some articles related to psychology, and one day I came to know that Sherry has moved from Pakistan to Hungary for his education. With some article, we knew that psychology is a field which is an upcoming developing field, and this field really needs to be, drastically grown. It was one such evening we were talking about an article, and then we started having discussion about how students from the globe move from their own country to study abroad. uh, I don't know, we started having a word about it. Why does it happen? Why Sherry had to move? Why I am planning my master's in London? So, during this discussion, we came across the fact that maybe there are not many opportunities for our generation that we actually need and that we require to grow. But it is not just a matter of India or Pakistan or any other developing countries. It is something that is very, very common all over. Have come up with one idea. uh, I remember that we were so caught up with this thing, and we were still talking. Days passed, we were still talking about this thing, and that's how we had a conversation with Irfana. And later we came to know that Irfana is also working on one similar project. So this was her idea that why not we collaborate all this and build one platform, which it is an internship program that gives everything, that brings everybody all under one roof. So the idea behind is that the person giving this opportunity and the person who is receiving should be both at a win-win situation. And we thought of giving it a try. So next day, we were still talking about it, and we collaborated. And the idea behind all this that this should not be limited to the one country. That is how we thought, why not people from worldwide can gather here and learn from this opportunity. So that is how we came up with the world's largest psychology internship platform. I would really now like to want Shreya to take over and fill you in with some details. Over to you, Sherry.
Thank you so much, Nikita. So, hi guys, how's it going? How have you been? Like, I hope you are enjoying the amazing sessions that we have been seeing during the day. So, I'll just go through the specifics, as already Nikita told you about how things got started and how we executed everything. So, I'd just like to fill you guys up with some specific details about the internship program that we are going to bring to you and what we are actually giving you during this program. So here it goes. So the mission of the program, or the reason why we have come up with this idea, was all about how people should not just go about wandering and just looking for internships, and they're just not finding quality internships, and they're just looking for internships. And maybe after their graduation or something during their graduation, they're just wandering here and there. So because of that, we understood that even during my bachelor's, I would need an internship afterwards, just applying for university and all and everything. So we came with this idea of bringing this platform and making this available to everyone. So, for example, in this point in time, experience is actually the need of the hour, and you can no longer just be in theoretical in nature and just go out with that, and how to say, like, studying from textbooks won't help you that much. Like, it's boring and all, everyone knows that. And we all know we have to just come up with ideas and everything just to be more into anything. Like, if you love psychology, you'll love to do the practical part, and you'll just love to get indulged in that for sure. So instead of brainstorming different websites and searching for internships and setting out on a very mediocre thing, we thought, why not we get something that is easier for you and everybody can find something which interests them. So be the psychologist who is willing, to impart knowledge to coming generations, or the generations, or somebody who does not want to settle with their just theoretical knowledge and everything being provided. So we are one solution for everything, basically, in our part, where we have gathered everything you need to do or learn all under one single roof. we all know like there are specific platforms which provide internships that they excel in specifically. So now here, basically the idea is just to make a community that learns and grows together. Now, this was basically what I told you. It was all about the mission of the program. So now I'd like to know how this program is going to work and what we actually bring. So the idea here is to bring psychologists in their specific fields to guide the students who find interest in these subjects. For example, if there is a specialist in cognitive psychology, will bring that psychologist, and there will be students who will be interested in certain subject, in certain topic related to cognitive psychology, and they can go for it, and they'll have opportunity to do an internship in that. Imagine, for example, a place where you can find everything that has ever fascinated you, and you no longer would have to worry about this program not providing this internship or that program. And whatever program you want, that will be provided in this internship. All of that will be solved under this single roof, under this platform of world largest psychology internship platform for you. And this program will actually be a full-fledged hospital, just like a hospital wherein you find experts in their fields of specializations. You'll find all the experts. And the program, so it will just be a program where you get all the quality psychologists, and you get a network, open network, where you can also express yourself. And through that network, you'll be building a lot of connections as well. That will help you in the long run. So lastly, I just want to address to all the psychology experts out there. And if you are open to share your experience to shape the youth for a better tomorrow, this opportunity is something which will definitely bring a change. Maybe with little steps, maybe one step at a time, but it sure will. And also to all those budding psychologists who are out there and looking for internships, just come and join us and be part of our revolution and be part of our platform, and we'll grow together. And let's hope for the best. And thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I hope the session is so far fed our brain with amazing and interesting information. So to show our love and gratitude, we have an e-certificate. Kindly accept it as a token of love. Thank you so much for being here and spending your valuable time, sir. I request our technical team.
Okay, so like we have many youngsters here in our 3G conference. So we would definitely love to hear what message you want to give for them. We would love to hear from both of you. So one like message you want to give to our youngsters. Yeah.
Basically, we too are youngsters only. And I know it is really hard to find proper internships which interest you and which gives you a right guidance. I know as a psychology student that I have to run from here and there for particular thing. I know there are a lot of less resources in so many countries. So just stay tuned with us. You'll learn so much. You'll get to know so many speakers as well. The message is to you that you should always be up to date for the learning. If you are prone to learning, this will help you reach heights. That's it, I guess. We are coming up, we are launching this program soon, so I really want you guys to take the maximum out of it. Thank you. Over to you.
Wow, lovely, beautiful. So we would also love to hear from our sir, Arif sir. Like what message you want to...
I totally agree with what Nikita said. And for my part, I just say that like in this point in time, everything is very competitive in the world. So just what we have to do basically as youngsters, there is a very limited number of opportunities that we get. So basically what we need to do is every opportunity that we get, we just need to grab that. And the program we are launching is such a huge opportunity for all those budding psychologists, all those psychology students to get into that network, which will be a global network, and it will help you a lot. And for just getting your desired subject as your internship, I guess that is something that will be something you will always like. That is something we all want. And if you just get this opportunity, just take hold of it and just come with us and let's join this journey, and let's do this journey together. And I hope we can go on this journey together, and it will be a great journey for all of us. Thank you so much.
Wow, we had such powerful speakers here, powerful duo. We are so happy to have you here both, and we are so privileged that you both took our invite, request, and you both came here. So as a token of honor and as a token of love, we have e-certificates for you. Please accept it, and this will be mailed to you as well. Yeah, it's loading. So this is a beautiful e-certificate made by our technical team. It's a small token of love for you both from 3D School of Psychology. Yeah, this is for you, sir.
Thank you
This
so
will
much.
be mailed to you as well. Yeah. And now for Nikita ma'am, I would request my technical team to again share the certificate for Nikita ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for once again joining with us. Thank you for your time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys.
So over to MC Fazlet. You can invite the next MC. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am and sir. It was really very interesting having you. So next I call upon my co-host MC Akshita to introduce next eminent speaker. Over to you, Akshita.
Thank you, MG Fasilat, for inviting me. Hi all, I would love to invite our next eminent speaker, Ms. Geeta Dalal. We all know about gyms. Since the year has just started, I'm guessing a lot of you have enrolled in gyms as a part of New Year resolution. But is gym all about building your physique? Geeta Dalal ma'am says definitely not. Ms. Geeta is an expert in the field of psychology, a clinical psychologist by profession. She's also a special educator and a dyslexia therapist. She's well versed in art therapy. She's also a drum circle facilitator, brain gym instructor, and a handwriting with ocular specialist. An absolute all-rounder in the field of psychology. That's what she is. She is here with us today to talk about brain gym. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be with all of you today, and I'm audible enough?
Yes, ma'am, you're perfectly audible.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this invitation, and I thank all of you. I heard about the internship and worldwide organizations and initiatives. I'm really proud of all of you youngsters who are doing this work. Okay, so I have been invited here to talk on a topic which is very close to my heart, and that is brain gym. So can I share screen? Do I have the rights?
Yes, ma'am, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just give me a moment, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry for that. Just a moment, please.
No problem, ma'am. You can just first open your PPT, then you can click on screen share.
Just a moment.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you can address the audience, ma'am.
Yeah. So this topic, brain gym, I would like people to put in the chat box, if it's okay with you all, as to how many of you are familiar with this topic. Just a yes and no will do.
Yes, ma'am. Now PPT is visible. Thank you.
Is it in the share mode?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the share mode. We are on the first slide, introduction to brain gym, ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So can I have the chat box open? I mean, people can give me response.
Yes, ma'am. You will be finding a small tab on your top. You can see one green color button, and at the end, right end, you will be seeing 3 dots. You can click on that, and you will be able to see the chat option.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so there are many of you who are familiar to brain gym, and I am so happy about that. So when you want to switch on, I mean, you want to start a mixer, or you want to start a washing machine or anything like that, what is it that you do? If you can put on the chat box. Plug in the wire, absolutely right. Anything else? Electricity, switch on, absolutely. So you need to definitely switch it on after plugging it in. So plug in is to keep it ready, but when you want that thing to come on, that will be the moment that you will have to kind of push that button to switch on. So Brain Gym is something like that, where just the wiring connection will not work. So you need to be able to connect the two wires, but after connecting, there has to be something which will switch it on. So Brain Gym is a concept. Thank you for your responses, everybody. So Brain Gym is a concept from Paul Gail Dennison. Gail was his partner earlier, and now she is his wife. So Paul and Gail come from that background where they started thinking on the lines of mind-body connect. So mind and body are two different things. Okay, just a minute. You need a full screen.
Ma'am, you can click on function 5, F5. It will go to full screen mode. Yeah. Function plus F5. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it working? Or you can go to view option, ma'am. Maybe there you will be finding that option.
Description
Top.
on the screen and can be used to control the computer using only your
I'm sorry,
keyboard.
this is something else that
If
started.
you already know how to use VoiceOver, press the
Yes,
V.
ma'am. I think you are playing a video.
Yeah, sorry. Is this on? Full? Is this full view?
Ma'am, it's readable, ma'am. So I think we can move ahead. No problem.
You want me to start on the Google thing?
No, ma'am. This is fine, I think.
Is this okay?
Yeah, now it's perfectly full screen, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'm glad you are responding so that I know what's happening because I can't see any of you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
It's a little scary. Okay. So Paul came from a background where he had difficulties in academics. He was a clumsy child. He was not ready to be able to cope. He was not ready to cope with whatever was there as a school which was giving him. So from his thing, I'm reading to you, as a young child, I learned that I couldn't learn. Once my self-confidence as a person who could learn had been shattered, I felt awkward and clumsy, and I failed in every area of school. But something in me never gave up, and I finally discovered the most important thing in life, how to transcend my perceived limitations. I learned how to break down the walls of my early conditioning and recreate myself. So from that child who could not read or who had so many difficulties, he came to be known as, for his research, as the doctor of reading, the reading doctor in the valley, that is in the Silicon Valley. He is from California. Now, his basic premise was that movement is the base of door of learning, movement is the base of learning, and movement is what opens everything. So if you keep thinking about things and you keep thinking about movement also, it helps. But if you're physically moving, there is a mind and a body connect, which opens all the avenues. So he came about this concept called educational kinesiology. This is the program of the Denisons, and educational kinesiology. So kinesiology is the science of movement, and educational kinesiology is the study of movement in relation to achievement. So this basic premise is of 26 Brain Gym movements. If you can see the poster behind, there are only 26 exercises, and each of this is a physical movement. And these are used to enhance our ability to learn, to process information, and to move in an organized and comfortable manner. So learning, processing information, all these things are cognitive functions. These have to come from the frontal lobe. And movement has to come from every part of the body, which will enhance the cognitive functions. So organizations is an absolutely prefrontal cortex function. So if the brain is not activated enough, this doesn't happen. So learning readiness can be cultivated through physical movement by bringing together the thinking intelligence and the coordination of the body. So John Rathe, in his book, A User's Guide to the Brain, he says, mounting evidence shows that movement is crucial to brain function, including memory, emotion, language, and learning. All of you are psychology students, if you think of memory, emotion, so memory is coming from here, emotions are from here, language is on this side, and learning is all over. So our higher brain functions have evolved from movement and they still depend on it. Whom does Brain Gym help? So Brain Gym helps everybody. So as you can see in this picture, there are people of all ages, there are people of all capabilities, there are youngsters, there are elderly people going to office, there are people who are shopping, people in wheelchairs, and there are little ones also. So Brain Gym has no age bar because learning has to happen in everybody. If you don't continue to learn, you stagnate. And to facilitate learning, to see to it that learning is not stressful, what you need to do is to continue to move. Does everybody agree that movement gives energy? Can I have a show of hands, or I don't know, in the chat box or whatever it is? Yes, does everybody agree? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we are getting a lot of comments. They are absolutely agreeing with you.
Okay. So what I want to tell you is that when a child is born, there are 700 synaptic connections in the brain, and these connections keep increasing all the time. As these connections keep increasing from birth to 7 years of age, if you know a child, you know, they start moving, they kicking their hands and they move their legs and they turn around and they start sitting and standing and then walking and then running. You need to keep your things away to safeguard yourself and the stuff at home. But 0 to 7 years of age is the age of maximum movement. And if you can look at this picture, the number of synaptic connections that develop in the brain are amazing. So it becomes a very, very thick network. Now from 7 years of age, where the child has built all synaptic connection and learned so much, what happens is they start schooling, and schools expect that you sit down and learn. Do the schools expect that, or do they allow movement? What's your answer to that? Are there responses? I'm not able to view. Okay, so when schooling starts and at 7 years of age, you are expected to sit down, your movement is curtailed. And if you will see the networking, the brain synaptic connection network, at 15 years of age, there is a difference between 7 years of age and 15 years of age. Now, if you do not continue to move, you can move backward to what is happening at the birth. So that is what when old people do not move, they like to just sit. So as they grow older, the synaptic connections reduce. So there is pruning that is happening. And that again is a difficulty to continue to learn. So plasticity in the brain is the thing. Dr. Norman Deutsch in his book says the brain is plastic throughout your life. So if you can study at your age and I can study at my age, that means that your brain is plastic, but then so is mine. So if I do not rewire my brain and I do not activate it enough, I will take a longer time to learn concepts. You will learn it faster because you're still moving a lot. But the moment I start moving a lot and I keep my brain active also, I will also be able to rewire. So earlier the concept was that the brain is plastic only till 10 years of age. So there was this thing that you keep teaching, keep teaching, keep teaching, keep teaching, and let children learn everything. And after that, it is only polishing. But that is not the true thing. That is not the in thing. There's immense amount of research which goes to prove that the brain is plastic all your life. There is research that when in a war, somebody has been hit by a bullet and one part of the brain is damaged, okay? That part of the brain has been removed. One hemisphere has been removed. Now, one hemisphere is responsible for certain functions, but the plasticity of the brain is so beautiful that the other part, which was functioning, has slowly and softly, with the amount of physiotherapy and cognitive exercises, has taken over the functions of the missing part of the brain. So it is extremely important to keep changing a brain. And the best thing to do in this is to keep learning new things. The more you learn, whether you polish the old learning learned and you keep practicing on that, or you keep learning new things, you build more connections amongst the neurons. And of course, the number of neurons also increase. And what happens is that these connections, they help to stretch a part of the brain. They make it bigger because it is elastic so that it can hold more information and more ideas. So more you learn, more information, more ideas flow, more you practice, the more automaticity you achieve in that. If you wish to stop me at any point, you need to tell me, hosts, because I can't see participants, so you need to communicate with me. So the course that I'm talking about, or brain gym that I'm talking about, is by Paul and Gail Dennison. The company, for some technical purposes, has now been changed to Breakthroughs International. So if you're going to look up this information on the international website, you will find it on Breakthroughs International. Are you game to try it? Are you ready to try it? Can I have some responses? Because this has to be interactive. I cannot function if it's not going to be interactive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I need to go back. Okay. So before this, I want you to, I'm going to stop share for a moment. Is that okay? Okay, so all of you are game to try it? Yes. So what I need you to do is take a call on yourself. Think where you are today. How are you feeling today? What are your emotions like? What I want you to do is notice yourself. Very good. Somebody says hungry, excited, good, inspired, great. Is there any ache, any pain, any fatigue in the body? Where in the body is it? Okay, there is fatigue, there is tiredness. Somebody saying leg, feeling anxious, joyful, slight headache. I also have a slight headache. Neck, yes, backache, tired, yeah. Okay, wonderful. So now if I may ask you, if on a scale of 0 to 10, if you want to place yourself today, your moods, that's your emotions, and your physical being, on what number would you place yourself? Just put that number in the chat box, please. Great. So 1 is the lowest and 10 is the highest pain, okay? And 1 means very good. Great. Nauseous, lightheadedness, fatigue. Okay, wonderful. And now we're going to do some exercises. Does everyone have some water there? Okay, I'm going to demonstrate the exercise. I want all of you I can see all these responses. I'm glad you're responding. Okay. 1 or 2 sips of water is all I would request each one of you to have. If you don't have it, just go and grab a few sips. Keep that water in your mouth for a fraction of a second, thinking about it, that you are drinking water. That is exactly being mindful that you're giving water to your body. And when you drink water, the water seeps down this body's length. You're drinking it here, but it seeps down and it crosses the vertical midline. It takes it all through your body. Wonderful. Now, the second thing I want you to do is, I want you that below these collar bones, below the sternum, there are 2 soft spots here. So I want each one of you to cup your fingers like this, 2 fingers and 1 thumb. Place this here. So if you have a difficulty in finding it, you find this bone, put 2 fingers like this, and this is the spot. So you do this here, and with the other hand, you put on your navel. Okay, so I'm covering my navel and I'm massaging these 2 points. These are called the K27 points on the body's meridian. These are also called the brain buttons. And my eyes have to look from left to right and right to left. Go as far left as you can and go as far right as you can. You don't need to move your head. All you need to do is move your eyes. And when you are ready, all you need to do is change your hands. And do the same thing again. With this hand, cup it, the same spot, massage, and keep looking left to right. When you're ready, we need to do the next step, and that is the right hand goes on the left knee, the left hand goes on the right knee. Slowly, this has to cross this is the midline. Your body, your hand has to cross the midline. I cannot see anybody, so I cannot see the volunteers also, whether they are not doing, and they are doing it right or it is not right. So if you have any queries, you can put in the chat box, but you can cross scroll. This is called cross scroll. Wonderful. So you can do this also. Great. And when you are ready, this was the 3rd step. In the 4th step, if these are my feet, I'm crossing my feet like this. So I'm going to cross my feet. You cannot see my feet, but I've crossed them. And then keep your hands like this. Palm is outside. Thumbs are down. Then cross them. I'm just giving you time to do it.
Yes, ma'am, we are doing that. Yeah.
Clasp it. Then push the elbow in a manner that the hand is going down. It goes inside and bring it to the chest. When you bring it to the chest, you're going to stand in this position, and if you have vertigo or any kind of a heart issues, do not close your eyes, or epilepsy also. But otherwise, you can keep your eyes closed. And when you breathe, you will breathe with the mouth closed and the tip of the tongue touching the upper palate. When you breathe out, you will open your mouth in a little O. So this is the way it goes. When you're ready, you can unhook your legs so your legs come straight, unhook your hands, and then join thumb to thumb, finger to finger. Each finger is joining like this and bring it to your chest. And again, once again, breathe in the same manner with the tip of the tongue to the upper palate and the mouth in an O.
Ma'am, participants are asking about the breathing pattern.
Yes, I will explain the breathing pattern once again. So the mouth has to be closed when you're breathing in, and the tongue, if this is my tongue, I need to roll my tongue and touch the upper palate.
Okay.
And when you breathe out, you open your mouth in an O.
Everyone is feeling so relaxed. We are getting so many comments, ma'am. And like one participant asked, is it safe to do during pregnancy?
Anytime. Wonderful during pregnancy.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Wonderful. So I would like you once again to notice yourself. Thank you, Anjali, for taking those questions and helping me with that. So I would like you once again to notice yourself. Notice what your emotions are. What is your mental state? I can see the comments. Love it. Relaxing. Thanks, ma'am. My nose is getting so cold. Is it good or bad? Okay. And now you had some aches and pains. There were some people with headaches and leg aches and all. I would like you, okay, mood is also getting better already. Great. Yes, that's wonderful. Okay. So now take care of the aches and pains. Go back into your body to see where you were and where you are now. Pain went away. Wonderful. Felt no pain. It's like pranayam, yes? So Paul studied all kinds of alternative medicine. So he's taken things from acupressure, jinyatsu, yoga, acupuncture, tai chi. He's taken movements from all of this and come up with this thing called brain gym. How many times to do the breathing exercise? Manjusha, that's totally up to you. I might need it, I just did it for 5 breaths just now. You might need it for 2 breaths and you would be okay. And you might take it for 10 breaths also. Wonderful. Where can we learn all the moves? We'll come to that, Gitoshri. We'll come to that. All right. So on the scale of 1 to 10, you had put in some number earlier, if you remember that. Even if you don't remember, just take a call again and tell me on what number you are. I will tell you. Yes, Diana, I will tell you. I'm going to share screen so you know about the exercise. Of course, you can contact me personally. Okay, so those who are putting their numbers, if you remember your previous number, can you tell me whether you have seen a shift? Yes. Great. From 8, it has come to 2. plus 1. 4 to 3, previous 8, now 2, 6 to 3, 10 to 2. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone, for doing this. I will talk about the tongue and the palate and everything once again. I will tell you about it. I will share screen. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So we come to this. I'm sharing screen again now. Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am. We are on experience the pace activity slide.
Yes. So this is it, and this is what we did. These were the only things we did. We did an exercise called PACE. You experienced it. So you did, P was for positive, A was for active, C was for clear, and E was for energetic. So this is done in the reverse manner, that ECAP. As you can see in the diagram there, it is called ECAP. E stands for energy. So we drank some water, which gave us energy. C is for clear. And C is what we did for the brain buttons. We cleared what we call the cobwebs in the brain. And we touched on the navel. We covered the navel because navel is the point of grounding for us. We are connected. We've come into this world through there, the umbilical cord connect. And for active, we did the cross crawl, right hand to the left side and left hand to the right side. I'm sure you've not forgotten it. And for P, for positive, you did the hookups, which was in 2 parts. In part 1, you had crossed the legs and done this. And in second part, your legs were uncrossed and you did this. That is all that we did. Don't you think it's magic? So I discussed this with you already. So this is what the exercise was: sipping water, brain buttons, cross crawl, and hookups, which was in 2 parts. And like you can see, people of any age group can do it, all right? You allowed your body to move, and that is what caused the change. You allowed the water to go inside the body, and water is the electrical energy for the body. It refreshes the complete neural system. Our body is made of 70% of the body is made of water, but the brain, do you think the brain is also 70% water? Yes or no? Okay, the brain is 90% water. So think of it. If there is less water in the brain, will your brain be charged enough to do anything? So keep drinking water, keep sipping water. Brain button was there to clear the cobwebs. Cross crawl was to power up the hemispheres because we were connecting the right brain to the left side and the left brain to the right side. And in hookups, you moved out of your brain stem. This is the brain stem, which is responsible for all the sensory messages to come inside, and moves up the amygdala, which controls the emotions, and we were bringing it into a flow. And PACE, the positive, active, clear, and energetic, was the combination of bringing the whole thing together. In totality, if you know the exercise, it just takes 2 to 3 minutes. So can you imagine what it does? What is the magic that you can weave in your own lives in 3 minutes max? So this is what Brain Gym is about. This is the same poster which you see behind me. Brain Gym has been divided into 26 movements. That is all. There is nothing more than that. So they are divided into 4 categories. These are the categories: the midline movements, as they are called, the energy exercises, the deepening attitudes, and the lengthening activities. Now, Paul has very kindly given a color code to each one of them. So the midline movements are all given in yellow. The energy exercises are all in blue. Deepening attitudes are in green. Deepening attitudes are also a part of energy exercises. And then you have the lengthening activities, which are in red, to increase the focus. Are you ready to learn more? How is it? Are you ready for it? Yes. Okay, so far so good. Any questions so far that I can take?
Yes, ma'am, we will take that. Okay, so since you have started the session, no, the messages bombarding, the chat box is bombarding with messages. So participants, if you have any questions, please put that in the chat box.
Yes, this poster is there on, of course, this has come from Brain Gym International from the company, but the small version of it, will find it on internet.
So participants, it's our luck. We have this amazing personality here. So they're asking, ma'am, how to contact you personally. That's one
Give
question.
you my number and email in the end. Thank God. Wait a bit. Okay. Are we good on time?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have time.
So coming to the midline movement, the midline movements are done whenever, that is, if you all of you know it because you're psychology students, that the brain in total has got two hemispheres, the right one and the left one. The right hemisphere is controlling the left side of the body, the left is controlling the right side of the body. And then when you want things which says, for example, I want to read this card. I made this card just to keep it handy for me while I'm talking to you. If I want to read, can I just keep it on this way? Try whatever you have, a paper on your hand, keep it on one side of your body and see if you can read it. Possible? Yes or no? Keep it on the other side and check it out. No. Yes. Wonderful. So those who can do it, but otherwise barely, because it strains the eyes. The eyes, we have two eyes, we have two ears, okay? And we have two hemispheres. We have two hands and we have two legs. So all those activities which requires two sides of the body, and these are the reading, the writing, the listening, and the speaking. These are all activities which need to cross our body's midline. So between the two hemispheres, there is this connect and it has to cross there. So even if you're writing, you cannot keep it on one side of the body and write. That's an uncomfortable position. You need to keep it in the center and put it at an angle and go from left to right. Or if you're writing Urdu or reading Urdu, you're going from the other direction, okay? So this midline activities help with that. I'm going to share screen again. Sorry. Okay, so this is the body's midline. Like I said, you have two eyes. So if you want to read well, both your eyes need to team together like this, okay? And if they are not, if the eyes are going in different directions, or if one eye is closer to the book and the other eye has to strain, this is not a very good position to read. And it can be one of the causes of people having a difficulty to read. So I'm going to show you quick 1 minute thing. I want you to time yourself starting at the top left square of the grid. That is this one, which is the red one. You name the color first and then the shape. Say red circle and record your own time till you reach the end and put your time in the chat box. It just takes a few seconds. So it will go as red circle, blue square, go on that way. Once I have at least 5-6 people giving me the time, can you help me with that? Then I can move on.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me know, okay? Because I can't.
Yes, ma'am. They are sharing 5 seconds, 11 seconds, 35 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds.
Okay, that's all. Tell them to stop.
Yeah. Participants, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your reply. Yeah.
And now we do this exercise. This is called lazy 8. So you start at the center here of that 8. The 8 is tilted, as in it is the 8, which is written like this, is in a slant position. This is the infinity symbol. So I want you to push your hands like this and the thumb up. Can you see me? And then you move upward one side, down, come back to the center.
Ma'am, so sorry, like we were not able to see you since you were sharing the slide. Could you please repeat the exercise? Thank you.
Can you see me now?
Yes, ma'am. I just stopped your screen sharing. Yeah.
Okay, I can't see myself. Okay, so, okay,
Yeah.
I'll depend on you for your messages. Okay, so
Sure,
I
ma'am.
want you to keep your thumb in your nose level. Your thumb is up, and you're going to make this lazy 8 like you can, you move upward, go around, come down, come back to the center, then move upward on the other side, go around, come down, come to the center. And a second round in the same manner. It's like you're drawing an 8 which is sleeping. Okay, and go slowly. And the third one, we always start from the left side. And then once done, you push your other thumb out, take this thumb back, start again from the left side. Keep looking at your thumb. That's 2, and then there is 3. And then join the hands together like this, clasp them, both the thumbs together, and do that. Keep looking at that. Again, you have to start from the left, and it has to be done thrice, minimum thrice, okay? Okay, that's done.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can share screen again. So this facilitates eye teaming because both your eyes were looking at your thumb. It eliminates the confusion of the letters which go from the left
I'm
side.
so sorry to interrupt. Ma'am, like, could you please try resharing the screen again?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for that.
No problem.
And ma'am, like we have questions whether this will be beneficial for those people with disability in learning.
Absolutely. Very much so. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, ma'am. So we are on that red circle, blue color square. Yeah.
Yeah.
Name and the color shape. Yeah.
So I want you to do this exercise once again. Again, time yourself, red circle, blue square, and just see your time. And put that in the chat box. When you get a few responses, can you let
Yes,
me
ma'am. We are getting responses 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. So Pavan is telling 4 seconds. Kirti 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 11 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 seconds.
Is there a difference or not? If you can tell me yes or no.
Yes, ma'am. It's there. Like the time reduced actually after the exercise.
Wonderful. So that was one kind of exercise. So what I'm going to do is, because this is an introductory session, I took one exercise from here, which I gave you. You had already done cross crawl, and I did lazy 8 with you just now. This was the second one. Now I'm coming to this second category, which is the energy exercise, which is in blue. And energy exercises stimulate our connections, the connections in our brain and body in 3 different dimensions, from the left to the right and the right to the left, from top to bottom and bottom to left, back to front and front to back. These are the only 3 ways that a person moves. You move like this, or you move like this, or you stand up and you sit down.
Ma'am, again, sorry, when you're sharing the screen, we are not able to see your video.
Oh, okay. When I'm showing the exercise, can I stop share then?
Shall I stop from here, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, I will stop from here. Yes, ma'am. Now we can see you.
Okay. So if you have stopped the screen, I was just talking about the energy exercises with that we move our body in 3 different directions. We move either like this. Now think of all the children or think of your own behavior. How do you move? Or you move like this, or you stand up and you sit down. So energy exercises works on that, okay? And energy exercises are there to plan, organize, or to line things up. I'm going to share screen again to show you one exercise. Or should I show the exercise first and then we change screen?
Ma'am, it's better we will show the exercise and then we will share the screen, ma'am.
Okay, so in energy exercise, I'm going to do this one. This is called the thinking cap, all right? This particular one. So if you can see me, I'm going to show you here at the joint of this ear, there is this part which is slightly folded. Everyone has this fold there. So what we need you to do is, you can do this on both the sides. You need to put your hand there, the thumb and the index finger, and then just open this place which is folded. Can you see this? I'm just opening this fold.
Yes, ma'am.
Only opening this fold. And go slowly and keep going down as you keep opening this fold. And you will reach the earlobe where it is not joining, and that is the soft part. So go back again to this joint here. Just open this. Keep noticing if anything is happening. And the third time. That's all the exercise is. I'm going to share screen now. If all of you have done it, if you have noticed anything, you need to tell me.
They are feeling relaxed, ma'am. They are feeling relaxed. A lot of blood circulation to their face.
Absolutely true. What about the hearing? Are you able to hear better?
Yes, ma'am.
So this helps to hear our inner voice, because when you start hearing more, you are working on these inner ear, attention is increased. And when attention increases, memory is activated, you start thinking clearly. And when you are doing this, this relieves the stress and tension from the neck and the shoulders. So when the neck and the shoulders and the ears are all open, auditory processing, listening comprehension, and thinking skills are all affected.
Wonderful, ma'am.
Thank you so much, dear. Thank you so much. I can see the time. It's nearly 3 o'clock. We had started 10 minutes late. I hope you will give me that time. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. You can conclude and wind up within a couple of minutes, ma'am.
Yeah. So this is the one which is on deepening attitude. These deepening attitude ones in green are very few. There is just this and this. And hookup is something that you already did. So deepening attitude is required when you want to send energy to the reasoning center. And you want to create a state of calm self-awareness. Like you know that the body responds only in 3 manners: fight, flight, or freeze. So if you see some danger, which is some kind of a stress to you, either you fight that stress, or you run away from it, get into a depression and do nothing about it, or you freeze, you just stay put and you don't know what to do. So that is where deepening attitude helps, that you can do it. This is hookup, which we have already done. So we did it as a part of PACE, but this is exactly that for positive attitude and for deepening. So this is the man standing is the one we did. And in the one sitting, you can see these are old people. So like I said, you can sit and do it also. So in the first one, the leg is crossed, the hands are crossed. And in the second one, the legs are uncrossed and the fingers are just joining like this. And you're breathing in and out. I'm going in a little rush, I'm sorry, but there is no time. Lengthening activities. This is the part on lengthening activities which is there in red. This stress, any kind of stress, contracts all the muscles. And you shorten those muscles. So over a period of continuous stress, if you're continuously stressed, if you're living in and out of stress and you're finding no release, your tendons tend to become shorter. So when the tendons become shorter, you need to do lengthening activities to reset the brain cells in the muscles, because those muscles need to come back to its original position. So to release that tension and to give you readiness to participate, because if you are under stress, you do not like to participate. For a child who is under stress, who say has a difficulty in reading, I'm saying reading because somebody asked if it helps children with learning difficulty. For that kind of a stress, if the teacher asks him to stand up and read, it is too much. So because his tendons and his muscles are getting shorter because of stress. So what you can do is a simple one. You need to stop share, right? To see me?
Yes, ma'am. Shall I stop? Yeah. Shall I stop?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in this exercise, I'm again going to stand up. So what you can do is, with your full hand, this part of your trapezius, you know, this upper trapezius, this muscle, want you to hold your muscle like this, and then shift your head to one side, to that side where you're holding the muscle, and like an owl, keep looking to the other side and hooting. Hoo, 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 hoo. Release it. Come to the other side. Hold the trapezius here like the other side. Hoo, 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 hoo. Release it. Come back. Hoo, 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 hoo. Release it. Come back. Come back. Come back. How does it feel? If I can have some comments in the chat box, please.
Refreshing, ma'am. They are telling you relaxing and they are feeling refreshed, so happy. So thank you for bringing in all these exercises.
Yes. So I'm sharing screen again. Let the children laugh, dear. Get them to do it also. Somebody has written, my children are laughing. Let them laugh. Get them to do this. The amount of concentration that will increase because their body stress will be released. So this releases the upper trapezius muscle because you were pressing it here. It diminishes squinting or the staring habits and promotes a balanced posture. Because to do this, you need to stand erect or sit erect. Releasing stress, it increases the ability to think, to listen, and to access energy. So now somebody wanted to learn more about Brain Gym and you had this question, how do I learn? I'll just take 2-3 minutes more, okay? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. No problem, no problem. We would definitely love to hear more from you.
Okay, that's okay. That's good. Okay, quite a few people ask, how do you learn more? So of course you learn through books. There are plenty of resources outside, but then this is a practical thing. To learn from a person who is a facilitator and trainer is the best way to do it. The first step to start with is a course called Brain Gym 101. It's a 24-hour training program, and it is for those people who truly want an in-depth understanding of what is Brain Gym and how it helps. There is a course called Brain Gym 104, which is a 16-hour training program, and that you learn all the 26 movements and some theory of Brain Gym. But in Brain Gym 101, you definitely learn all the 26 movements and all the theories. And there are plenty of resources. One of the things that I love to read and refer to is Educate Your Brain by Katie Brown. She is one of my teachers, a very good mentor, and I just love Brain Gym. Like I said, I'm a licensed instructor and trainer. Now I'm ready to take any questions.
And we would definitely love to hear from you, but like since our next speaker is waiting, like we will be mailing. Can we mail these questions to you, ma'am? Will that be fun?
You can with the email of the participants. So I thank you very much. So can you see this?
Yes. All the participants, you can take a screenshot of the same and you can reach out to ma'am.
Yes, you can take a screenshot. That will be okay.
Ma'am, could you please? Yeah. Yeah. Now it's visible, ma'am. Yeah. So for everyone, ma'am's number is 982105049. 982105049. So if you have any queries, if you want to know more, if you want to join the course, you can definitely contact her number. And her email ID is geetadalal@gmail.com. Geeta R Dalal. Okay, GEETARDALAL@gmail.com.
Can I stop share?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And I thank you very much. Name of the book. The name of the book is Educate Your Brain. And when you do brain gym courses, whether 101 or 104, you get a manual with it. The manual is couriered to you and the courses are available on Zoom. All right. Okay,
Yes,
so there's no time to take any questions. Anything else for me or do I log out, dear?
Yes, ma'am. So thank you so much. I think from now we all are in love with brain gym, not only you. And thank you so much for bringing these exercises and to add value to our life. So everyone was feeling relaxed. That is what we want at the end of the day, not big money or something like that. We need to be stress-free. We need to be feeling relaxed and happy. Thank you so much for adding value to our life. And I now invite our event coordinator, Disha Sharma, who took the initiative to bring such a beautiful personality to our session. Over to you, Disha. You can thank our speaker.
I'm seeing her for the first time. Thank you, Disha.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful session. We truly enjoy your session, and it's our privilege to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having
And
me.
before you leave, we have a small token of love and to value your time as a token of honor. We have an e-certificate for you.
Oh, that's lovely.
So I request my technical team to display the e-certificate for such a wonderful personality, Ms. Geeta Dalal. So this will be mailed to you as well, ma'am. Please kindly accept it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I will also appreciate if you can send me the feedback of the participants.
Sure, ma'am, we will do that.
That will help me to improve my other sessions. Okay?
Sure, ma'am. We would love to have more sessions from you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all the participants. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am, and thank you, Disha. Thank you for joining in. And thank you, participants, for being so participative. I hope you all enjoyed the session. And if it added any value to your life, if you liked the session, please kindly share your feedbacks in the feedback form for all the speakers. And we are again announcing the giveaway. So like if you want to win the Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, then if you want a premium Canva account, all you have to do is you have to log into our official 3G Instagram page, that is 3G School of Psychology, and tag 5 of your friends. So while you're tagging, don't forget to tag our CEO Irfana Izzat Sholil. So and you can tag all our leaders, so we will get to know that you have tagged us, and we all can connect together. So we have many more interesting sessions and many more interesting speakers ahead. And to invite the next speaker, I invite my co-host MC Yukta. Over to you, Yukta. Hi, Yukta.
Hey, hello.
Yeah, could you please switch on your video? Yeah.
Yeah, am I visible?
Yeah, you're visible. Thank you. You can invite the next speaker.
Next up, we have Nishtha Narula to talk to us about advocacy for mental health. Nishtha Narula is currently working as lead counseling psychologist in the Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences at Fortis Healthcare. She has completed her post-graduation in psychology of education from UK and her undergraduation in psychology honors from University of Delhi. She coordinates and supervises the health psychology program across the NCR Hospital of Fortis Healthcare. I request you to take over from here, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for such a warm welcome. Greetings to everyone who's here. After such a wonderful session by Ms. Dalal, here I am to talk about something very, very important to mental health, which is mental health advocacy, right? Um, First of all, I would like to congratulate 3G School of Psychology for this wonderful initiative. You guys are coming up with an international conference of this stature, along with releasing a course in Masters in Psychology. That's brilliant. I mean, I think we need more institutions, we need more faculties to churn out more psychologists. With the current status in the country, with a deficit of over 300%, it's too much, it's overwhelming, right? We need more psychologists, we need more mental health practitioners, and I think this initiative by this 3G School of Psychology is going to definitely help us in that direction. Fortis is very thankful to be the mental health partner for this conference. And moving forward, I want to actually touch upon what mental health advocacy really means for all of us. It's important that we talk about mental health. We understand the reality that we're living in at the moment. We have about 400 people here. I would just request everyone to put in the chat box of what they feel mental health is to them. The importance of mental health for you. So if I could just request people to put in the chat box, and let's make this a little more creative. So we have Mr. Dinesh saying it's balance of mind, Ms. Annie saying it's peace and acceptance, to be peace with yourself, the well-being of the mind. It is important. It's as similar to physical health, awareness towards self. Yes, so we have lots of answers coming in. Self-potential, centeredness, complete health, free from psychological distress, peace of mind. Yes, okay. So we have lots of people actually commenting about what mental health is to them. But the reality is, do we really understand mental health? Do we really understand the importance of mental health? Do we really know what are the barriers that we as people, as the youth, as adults, as children, at whatever population, what are the barriers that we experience? The reality is that there is lack of knowledge, there is lack of awareness, there is a shortage of mental health practitioners. And the biggest reality of all is that there is so much stigma. And as the youth of the country, as budding psychologists who would be watching this, as people with people with sensitivity to the subject and wanting to take up the field as a career, all of us share just one common motive: to spread awareness about mental health, which is advocacy, right? All of us here who have right now put in their comments and their understanding of mental health, do we know what and how a mental health problem really comes into place? Do we understand the causes? All of this is something that we can know only with, yes, somebody said living the good life. We need to have a balance between a healthy mind, a healthy body, and a healthy soul. How do we achieve that? So when we look at mental health, we look at something called the biopsychosocial model, right? We have components, 3 different components, one being biological, one being psychological, and one being social. The biological component obviously has certain chemical predispositions that we have in our body, because of which we can experience symptoms. The psychological aspect of it would be our personality, our coping, our stressors in life, our problem solving strategies, our decision making approach to life. Then our social support would be, the social component would be our social support, our immediate environment, our family, our school, the college, relatives around you, your friends, your relationships. All 3 come together and have an impact on our mental health, right? When all 3 are balanced is when we live a healthy a healthy life, both mentally, emotionally, and obviously physically as well. Right. Any time when an individual feels that they are perhaps not being able to carry out their day-to-day functioning with complete stability, they are not able to function well, is when they should definitely seek help. Most often than not, most people around us don't really understand the difference between stress or an illness. Most people don't understand the difference between sadness or depression, or just getting a little hyper or having an anxiety attack for that matter. Most illnesses are not understood. Most illnesses are misdiagnosed. There is so much misinformation around us, lack of knowledge, myths around mental health that we believe them and not give importance to the subject matter, not give importance to the career or to mental health practitioners. That is where mental health advocacy steps in. That is where we understand the importance of educating young minds, having a mental health curriculum in schools for teachers, for training purposes, for students to understand that this is the time when you actually recognize and identify these problems, right? If I ask, out of all the people here, what would be the difference between a psychiatrist or a psychologist? What would be the difference between therapy or just talking to a friend? What would be the difference between guidance and psychoanalysis or psychotherapy, right? Most of us wouldn't really understand the differences. And that exists only because somewhere we don't have complete knowledge, right? People who are from a mental health background would obviously have an edge. They would understand these things, they would have a complete holistic knowledge, but at the same time, they would also lack the ability to break the stigma because one voice is not enough. We, as a complete unit, a collective unit, need to fight this battle together. I'll give you an example of how we at Fortis have been doing this. So we have been running, which is something which is called the Fortis Young Mental Health Advocacy. And at the Fortis Young Mental Health Advocacy, we have been, this 2021 is the third year. We started in 2019. Essentially, we're bringing together people from the age of 16 to 21 who are adolescents, teenagers, wanting to make a change in the field of mental health, giving them an impetus, giving them a platform to spread awareness, to talk about it, to shape positive conversations around mental health. Last year, we touched somewhere around 40 million lives and 20 million lives. And this year, we touched 40 million lives. Now we're in 2021 with an absolutely new goal. All you listeners here, everybody who is listening to us, wanting to be a part of it, there are a lot of people who are saying that they would want to know how to do this. Yes, you can reach out to us at all times. We are open to helping you, give you a platform to spread awareness. But essentially, the Fortis Young Mental Health Advocacy is something which gives young minds a platform to spread positivity. Positivity is something that we need. Everybody who wants to be a part of this, I will be sharing our details shortly. But 3G School of Psychology has started this initiative of conducting a master's program. At the same time, it's also important for each student of psychology to help in creating conversation. How can you do that? When you see somebody around you struggling, you reach out to them, you give them help, you give them support, and you give them the understanding of what is going on. If you think that you would not be able to, or you're not qualified enough to help them with the clinical part of this, then you refer them to a professional. When you're sitting with your parents, we're sitting with your friends, you're sitting with your relatives, talking about the importance of mental health, that's another way of creating advocacy. There is so much of negativity on social media. There are so many negative comments that we see. There are so many posts that are talking about sadness, talking about depression, talking about negativity, talking about breakups and loss. If you can step in and put one positive post on one day in a week, imagine if all of us do that, how much positivity we are going to spread online. It's almost like a cascading effect, right? Few people talk about something and then it just goes viral, and then all the people around them, because of the connections, because of this power of social media, we need to harness it. We need to create this cascading effect where people are talking about the positivity, talking about shaping positive conversations around mental health, right? Most often than not, there are so many places in our country where unscientific methods are used to relieve symptoms of distress, right? In that moment, we need to understand that scientific methods of treatment is something that we need to bring into light. That can only happen if we have more and more institutions, more organizations, more colleges, more schools talking about mental health. There is somebody who spoke about toxic positivity. Toxic positivity can happen, yes, but this is right now just about spreading awareness about mental health, giving support, giving strength to people to actually break the shackles of discrimination and open up, not let stigma and stereotype hold them down, and being able to talk about their struggles, their problems. There are so many people who are perhaps going through something or the other, but they don't know that there is help available out there. They don't know that there may be some scientific method to help them treat this. They might not even know that this is an illness. So that is something that we need to tap into, reaching the far corners of the country to actually spread knowledge and information about this one particular aspect of our health, right? If anybody has questions, they can definitely put it in. Okay, I am going to be putting in our details right here.
Ma'am, we have a question. How can we join the Young Mental Health Advocacy Program?
Yes, obviously. So we have applications open about for the young mental health advocacy every December, November, December, around the end of the year. We have a batch of young mental health advocates who stay with us throughout the year. For this year, we have definitely closed the applications, but we're going to open it soon in the end of the year in 2021. But we do have a volunteering program. All people here who are who have a background in psychology, have a master's in psychology, or are pursuing a master's in psychology are most welcome to join us in our Fortis volunteering program, where you would be an honorary member of the team and you would be representing our team in your city. For us to be able to do that, you can reach out to us on these credentials. I've just mentioned it in the chat box. There's our email ID, there's our phone number, there is our Instagram handle and our Twitter handle. Undergrads, currently we don't have any program for you to, so that we can integrate you into the team. But yes, as soon as you finish your undergrad, you're most welcome to reach out to us. We have internships for undergrad students who can work with us for experience. That is something that we would be starting probably March or April, once things just get better and the vaccination rolls out completely. For people to join us in the advocacy program, again, you can email us or you can call us. Somebody asked about how to spread awareness. Spreading awareness is very easy. All of us constitute the youth of the country, right? We do not definitely need a platform. We do not need a mic. We do not need a stage to do this. Everybody in their own capacity, according to their own capabilities, can become advocates. How? Use your social media to talk about mental health. All the conversations that you have with your parents, your relatives, your friends, if you feel that there's somebody who's struggling, if you feel that there's somebody who may be needing help, talk about mental health. Give them a different perspective to your mental well-being. Mental well-being cannot be present if there is not complete understanding of what is creating distress in our mind. So with that, any other questions that anybody would have, you can definitely put in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am. We have a eager psychology aspirant who is 65 years, and Sir is requesting whether he can also join this program.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely can join. Not an issue at all. The person can be a volunteer with the Fortis National Mental Health Program from their own city. We would be happy to actually integrate you into the team. Do let us know if you would be willing to join. We don't have collaborations with colleges and their psychology programs, but we do internships for psychology students from all colleges across the country. We are based out of 9 cities. All our hospitals do internships. That is something you can definitely get in touch with us for. Psychology degree is mandatory. Yes, for any career in mental health, we would expect you to have a degree in psychology. You're 51 and you're willing to join, definitely you can. Somebody's from Pakistan, yes, you can join. I am putting our contact information. The internship will not be online. The internship will be offline when it happens. It would happen probably in the second half of the year. We would be sharing details about it in April.
Okay, ma'am. So they're asking how to, how they can be a volunteer for the same.
How can you be a volunteer of the same? Reach out to us and we will help you in understanding what the entire volunteering program looks like. And you would be representing Fortis in your city. Everybody can join as a volunteer as long as you have a master's in psychology. I am putting all the details right there. Our email ID is mentalhealth@fortishealthcare.com. Our phone number is 9811806117. Our Instagram profile is @FortisMentalHealth. You can find all updates here. Yes, this is free. The Fortis National Mental Health Program is absolutely free of cost. We don't charge for this. We believe that mental health is free of cost.
Yes,
you can follow us on our Instagram profile, which is @FortisMentalHealth for any updates. Yes, special educators can definitely join as well. We have a remediation program and you can send in your interest on our email ID. The internship program is unfortunately not free for undergrads and master students. You can get more details on our email. As I end, I would definitely just want to give some parting notes, which is mental health advocacy is something which is the need of the hour. There are so many people around the country who want to be psychologists. They are enthusiasts currently who are studying to become psychologists and psychiatrists. And I think more and more people across the country who are realizing and understanding the importance of this field, the importance of mental well-being, it will just shape a society which is more altruistic, more collective, and more responsible. I think it's very important for all of us to use our social media platforms, to use our conversations in our day-to-day life to be able to spread positivity and compassion. It's very important for all of us to live a healthy life. Anybody else with any questions? And
yes, ma'am. They were asking about positive toxicity, something like that. One participant was asking, can you please tell about, everyone will be telling, okay, we had to be always positive. So that is something toxic.
Yes, there needs to be a fine balance between being positive and being very positive. But I think maintaining that balance is helpful to avoid any kind of toxicity to take place.
Okay. So thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for adding more value to us within a short span of time. It was indeed informative. Thank you so much for joining us, and over to MC Yukta for the certifications and final thanking of the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As a token of love and appreciation, we would like to present you with an e-certificate. I request our technical team to display the same on the screen.
So this is small token of love from our side to value your time, ma'am. Kindly accept it, and this will be also mailed to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
It was
you.
lovely being here. Fortis is very glad to be your mental health partner.
We are glad to have you here, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Yeah, now over to MC Yukta. Thank you. Yukta, you are on mute, Yukta. Okay, so I hope everyone enjoyed the session. So if you enjoyed the session, if the speaker sounded good, if it added any value to your life, please comment on the chat box, as well as please fill your feedbacks in the feedback form. We are providing the feedback forms here in the chat box. So please go and share your suggestions, share your opinions. How did you feel? Was it informative? Okay, Uman Khan is telling, okay, amazing. Thank you so much. So please, and also please think, always be aware of that, not aware, always be thoughtful of our giveaways. We are giving away Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees and Canva premium account. So if you want to get that, all you have to do is you have to go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 5 of your friends. So to invite the next speaker, we have a person who is from Ghana, that is Collins, in our team. So to invite the next speaker, I invite my co-MC, MC Collins from Ghana. Over to you, Collins.
Thank you so much, MC Anjali. Thank you so much.
Collins, yeah.
We have the next speaker for the show. We have Kamna Chiba with us to talk about social support and psychological interface. Kamna Chiba heads mental health for the Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences at Fortis Healthcare. Having completed her MPhil in clinical psychology, she is a trained therapist working with children, adolescents, and adults. She is passionate about working in the space of child, adolescents, mental health, relationships, trauma, and abuse. She designs and creates programs for implementation in schools, corporate organizations, and NGOs that are directed towards enhancing mental health and well-being. She is a writer and author of books and is regularly featured in publications on issues pertaining to mental health. Without wasting my time, I request you to take over from here, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Collins. Thank you to the entire 3G team for having me with you today. It's a real pleasure to be here, and really, really happy with the kind of work that is going on right now. I think it's very important for us to talk about mental health, to talk about well-being, and what are the different areas which come within its purview. The more we talk about mental health, I believe the lesser it is, and having such elaborate conferences and interactions really adds a lot of value. And I think it creates a good platform to try and change and shape the narrative of mental health within the country, which I do very strongly believe has been largely neglected for many people across the country in the years that we have been looking at mental health. I think this entire pandemic has made us very, very aware of the need to focus on mental health. So one of the areas that I thought would be very relevant to talk about today is going to be about social support. something which is not necessarily given the kind of value and often gets relegated to just being about having friends and family members. We don't often realize the kind of impact having the right kind of social support can have upon us. If you look at it from a definitional standpoint, you would certainly realize that when we talk about social support, what we mean is that do you have people around you who are there to care for you, with whom you can share your experiences, with whom you can discuss your thoughts, your feelings, who can give you some sort of significant information and inputs, who can help you work through different problems, help you make the right kind of choices or not. Because oftentimes we go through difficult situations, different scenarios, which can be really challenging for us. And sometimes we can feel very lost, very uncertain. What should be the path that I should take when I am facing these kind of challenges? And the kind of social support that you have could make a huge difference in helping you make the choices that would turn out to be good for you in the long run. Even if those choices are not the best for you in the long run, having that social support system can often also allow you to be able to cope with the difficulties that come along with making the choices that you have, to be able to ensure that you do not get into a space where you're being extremely judgmental about your own self, to ensure that you are being able to take care of your mental health, of your well-being, because we know that when we face difficult circumstances, it can often impact the moods that we have, the ways in which we are thinking about things. It can cause us to feel extremely worried. It can impact our view of our own self. And it so becomes very, very important to surround ourselves with the right kind of people. And how we look at social support, it's not just about the reality of what exists around us. I think a lot of it also relates to how are we perceiving the people around us. And that's a significant difference, because a lot of times people may feel that they have so many people that they can talk to. They would have, say, 100 friends. If they look at their social media accounts, they would have so many followers or so many people who they are following. But when it comes down to looking at who is it that I can really speak with, who is it that I can really discuss with, they would suddenly find themselves in a space where they feel very uncertain. They may not necessarily have the right kind of people around them who they can actually share and discuss things with. And social support thus becomes more about what is really the reality of the kind of people you're surrounding yourself with. It is about also having the right kind of network around you, people who you can integrate yourself with, so that you can ensure you are getting the right kind of information and the right kind of support to work through your life. Social support oftentimes is not just about sharing and caring and staying connected. It's also about receiving the right information. It can involve companionship. It can also be in the form of tangible, tangible aspects, such as some people who would be helping you out with finances, with making decisions. It can often be very intangible also, where you may reach out to specific people only for certain advice. And when you're looking at social support, it's not just about your friends and family members. It's about your neighbors. It's about the staff that is there in, say, your universities, in your schools, in your colleges. It's about your co-workers, colleagues, peer groups. It's about the organizations that are there around you. In fact, social support also encompasses what does the government or the government aid provide you. And it becomes extremely important for us to keep in mind that social support can do two things for us. It can provide us the right kind of buffer that when you are in a stressful situation, it would help you make sure that you are being able to take care of yourself, your own needs, manage your stress in a better way, cope in a healthy way, and thus it would support your own resiliency, something which is so evident in today's time, that we need to be resilient, because sometimes stresses come our way which can be so challenging and so long drawn out, just the way this pandemic has been. It's not been something which just came for a very short duration of time. It's already about 11 months into the pandemic, and we know we are all getting taxed and stressed and stretched on account of the challenges we are continually facing. Having that right kind of support system bolsters your resiliency, because what it does for you is it provides you with the right kind of inputs, people who can make you think through what it is that is going on in your life, who can give you that alternate, different perspective to be able to figure out, could there be another way of looking at things? Could there be a different vantage point? Are there parts of your experience where you may be, say, exaggerating certain aspects of your life, and you're not giving enough importance to the other side, which could be very, very valuable and could completely shape and change the way in which you are looking at things? It can help you neutralize the negative aspects that you may be perceiving in certain situations. They could help you shift your focus from the emotions that you're experiencing in a given situation, and thus focus on making sure that you are being able to work through problems and solve for those problems, and not just get stuck with the thoughts and feelings that may be, completely taking over you in a particular given point in time. I think the other aspect also is that having a social support system overall in general tends to help ensure that you're able to take care of your own self all across the board, across different domains. It is a known factor that social support, when available, helps mediate physical health related problems. It helps you cope better with difficult challenges, health related issues. It takes care of your mental health. You can regulate your emotions better. You can engage in conversations in a better manner. It thus becomes very relational in nature, and it gets mediated by, if you were to try and understand from yourself, where is it that these skills come from? How is it that we can build the right kind of social support system? It is very easy for us to look at and say that, okay, what were the kind of attachment patterns that you had as a young child? That would certainly have an impact. What were the kind of skills that were given to you by your parents growing up? That would have an impact. But I think the other aspect also is that just because you may not have developed the right kind of skills at a younger age, it does not mean that you cannot develop those skills even now. There are very many effective ways in which you can start creating the right kind of social skills to take care of your needs even today. I think it's very important to be able to take small steps, small measures to try and ensure that you are building up on your social network, because that allows you to be able to create a buffer for your own self, to be able to prevent the kind of negative impact that difficult and challenging situations could have upon you. Some of the easy ways in which you can go about doing something like this could involve simply becoming a part of, say, certain groups and activities that you may have an interest in. Sometimes we are extremely hesitant in participating in different activities because we feel that, okay, we may be judged or we may get embarrassed in a situation. But when you put yourself out there, you also come into contact with different people who have similar interests. And that becomes one way of being able to connect with others, to build a certain type of a network for your own self. Another way would involve taking a more proactive effort instead of waiting for others to approach you, to go and approach them yourself. If you are in, say, college, if you are in a classroom, it's very important, even if right now everything is happening virtually, it's very important to kind of try and step outside of your comfort zone and try and connect with people. Making those connections is going to stand you in good stead in the long run. You can reach out to these people at any given point in time, and it becomes extremely helpful in managing your own stressors in the long run. I think it's very important to also surround yourself with people who are very encouraging in taking these kind of initiatives and steps. If you are surrounded by people who dissuade you, who discourage you, or who end up commenting negatively upon the kind of initiatives you may be taking, you may want to rethink the amount of association you have with them. Or you may need to learn how to dismiss some of the commentary that comes towards you, because you need to try and prioritize what is it that works for you in the long run, and give more importance to the fact that you need to work towards building the right kind of support system for your own self. That is something which is very, very important, because at the end of the day, if you have the ability to be able to create the right kind of social support system for your own self, you will also realize that it tends to bolster your own confidence and your own belief system in how well you can manage things for yourself. It ensures that you're able to be more adaptive, be more accommodating. It ensures that you can communicate better, and it enhances your own understanding of emotions, of situations, of thought processes. It helps you in communicate with different people. Thus, overall, it leads to greater psychological well-being, reducing your mental distress. And it's something that is very, very critical in ensuring how productive you are, how you are able to work through the kind of tasks that are there in your own life. And that is something which is going to be very important. It is a known fact that those people who end up having low social support systems surrounding them, they often tend to experience difficulties in managing their moods. They can often have a lot of anxiety because they feel unsupported. They may not be able to come up with solutions to the kind of problems they may be encountering in their life. When they come across difficult, challenging life experiences and circumstances, they can often experience greater or higher degrees of traumatic stress related disorders. In fact, it is something which is also known that, for people who have low social supports around them, they often end up utilizing substances to kind of cope with the difficulties instead of taking more problem solving approaches. And they're often people who can end up getting bullied or are also bullies themselves a lot of times, and that can have a very, very negative impact on them in the long run. I think one of the other things which often happens is when you're looking at social support systems is that if you don't have the right kind of support system around you, you're more likely to judge your own self and engage in comparisons. What it does is that it can make you look at your own self in a more negative light, thus affecting your sense of well-being and impacting how you're seeing your own self. If it impacts your confidence, if it affects your belief system, your sense of self, self-esteem, it becomes very difficult to keep moving forward in doing the tasks that you need to do, because you start developing a very, very negative thought process around it. And like someone rightly has said in the chat box as well, that it affects our motivation too. That's absolutely correct. It can certainly affect our motivation. It can certainly take away from our drive, and it can make us feel that we are alone and isolated, and that loneliness can be very, very difficult to cope with. We can always feel that, even in the midst of a large group of people, we can feel very alone, completely disconnected, unsure about the kind of turns our life is taking. And in order to cope with it, it's very important for us to try and focus on building the right kind of support systems around us. I think one of the things which is happening currently is that everything has shifted online for us. A lot of our support is available to us only mostly through online platforms. Most of our friends are available to us on social media. We are not being able to step out and meet people face to face. And I think whoever has been able to make that transition currently, from being able to understand that right now, if I can't meet people personally, and it is important for me to stay connected and to keep receiving that support and to keep giving that support to others also, have been people who have coped better with the prevailing circumstances, the impact that the pandemic has been having upon us as well. And that is something that we all need to learn from, that we need to be very adaptive. We can't get stuck with having a certain thought process of saying that it's only if I get to meet people would I be able to connect with them. I think what we have learned right now is that we have to be flexible in creating the right kind of platforms around us to ensure that we are being able to connect with people. It's important to do it regularly, consistently, because that is the absolute key in ensuring that you're able to take care of your own self and your experiences are not becoming too overwhelming for you. So it's very important to ensure that even if it means that you need to create some sort of a calendar or you need to create some sort of a schedule in which you ensure that you're connecting with people at a certain frequency, that is something which you must absolutely do, because if you keep doing that, you will ensure that you have the right network of people around you. And I think it's also very important for us to recognize that right now, when we are looking at everything having shifted online, there is also one part where peer groups can often become difficult to manage as well. There are a lot of reports of trolling, of bullying online, of cyberbullying. And I think it's very important for each and every one of us to be responsible, to take on our social responsibility and ensure that if we, one, we do not become parts of such discourse on online platforms, that we take the pledge to ensure that we would be good support systems to the people who we are connected to, because everything in life is reciprocal. You take the right kind of step forward, you will ensure that people also reciprocate towards you in the same way. if you are going to make sure that you are available to people when they require you, when they are going through difficult circumstances, when they need someone to lean on, that you are available to them to make sure that they can have conversations, they will also make themselves available to you. That is something which is very, very critical. And I think the second aspect is that if you are someone who is noticing that there are people who are engaging in negative behaviors of bullying, of trolling, take a stand. Because if each and every one of us decides to not be a bystander, decides to not be that person who is going to stand on the bylines and allow such negativity to keep on transpiring around us, it's only then that we will be able to bring about a change in the kind of culture that exists around us. So we must all pledge that we would ensure that we take these kind of positive steps, because that is something which will ensure we have the right kind of environment which facilitates not just our own individual mental health and well-being, but takes care of the larger society. Because if one thing that we have learned is that we all need to come together, we all need to work as a collective to ensure that there is good mental health and well-being for everyone around us. That is something which is extremely critical, and we must all work towards this. And I think social support systems in this regard play a very, very important role. And a final word from my side, which is that if you have the right kind of support systems, or you are being the right kind of support system, then the biggest role that you can play is facilitate help seeking for people who are around you, who may be struggling on account of mental health or any other related issues. It's very important to encourage people with the right kind of words, with the right kind of language. Be conscious of the kind of vocabulary that you use. Do not dismiss when someone says that they are having a difficult experience. Try to ensure that if someone is sharing something with you, which may be a difficult experience for them, that you are, even if you don't know what to say, just listen. Simply listening will make you into a good support system as well. If you are able to just understand, empathize, even if you can't give a solution, that too in itself is good enough and would go a long way in ensuring that the person who is reaching out to you feels comforted, is able to understand that at least there's someone that they can turn to. And if you feel that you cannot help them out in the best way, then redirect them to the right help. That is something which is very, very critical. There are numerous helplines. Most mental health services are currently available online. You can reach out to people on helplines. You can reach out to people via mail, via social media. You must encourage anyone that you know who may be struggling around you to seek much needed help. I think that is something very, very critical. And become an active listener. Become someone who is not distracted by their gadgets all the time. We have this horrible habit of someone is talking to us and we suddenly start looking at our phone and we're looking at what's happening on my Instagram, or someone is commenting or someone is liking. We need to move away from some of these things, and we need to start focusing on the person who is there in front of us, who is communicating to us, because we are somewhere losing our sense of perspective and are getting stuck to these gadgets, which is absolutely not helpful at all. So on that note, I would invite any questions from all of you, which I would be very happy to answer. I think there are a couple of questions which I can see currently on the chat group, but these relate to volunteering and internship opportunities. I think this was something that Nishtha was also answering.
Yes, ma'am. We have a couple of questions.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah, Collins, yeah, take it over.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for that insightful session. In fact, it was very, very educative. We have some few questions from our listeners. One is the difference between psychologist and a psychiatrist. The difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. And also one asks, does support system affect self-awareness? Does support system affect self-awareness? And the other question that one wanted to join the
Collins,
youth,
sorry to interrupt. Let's go one after another, okay? Let ma'am answer one question and we will go to the next question. Yeah, thank you.
Then the first question, ma'am, is the difference between psychologists and a psychiatrist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colin. So the basic difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist would be in one, the qualifications that we have, and two, the way we work in the space of mental health. Those are the two basic differences. A psychologist would be someone who has done their at least minimum master's in psychology, and a clinical psychologist would be someone who's done their MPhil in clinical psychology, would be an RCI license holder as well, who is licensed to practice as a therapist. A psychiatrist, in contrast, would be someone who's done their MBBS and has done their MD in psychiatry or a DPM in psychiatry. They are the ones who are trained to work using medical interventions. Psychologists would only use therapeutic interventions to work on the same mental health problems for which medications are prescribed by psychiatrists. Those are essentially the differences.
Thank you so much for the question, for the answer. The next question is, does support system affect self-awareness? Thank you.
I think yes, support systems can really affect an individual's self-awareness. That's very, very that's a very, very critical aspect. In fact, a lot of times who you surround with would end up giving you a lot of feedback about who you are. There can be people who can be extremely appeasing, or there can be people who are extremely critical. It's very important for you to be able to also be introspective and reflective, to ensure that you do not take and absorb everything that comes your way, and that you have a critical lens when you are getting information from the outside. And you should be taking information from the outside, not just from one source, but from multiple sources, so that you have a 360-degree feedback which is coming to you, which is why I think corporates a lot of times do a very good job when they look at 360-degree feedbacks for all their employees, because it ensures that you are getting multiple perspectives and you're not just stuck with one type of point of view.
Thank you so much for that response. Our next question is, one asks, how does one join the youth mental health advocacy program?
Sorry, how does one do what?
Join the youth mental health
So
advocacy
this is,
program.
I think about the Fortis Youth Mental Health Advocacy Program. Typically, we do an intake towards the end of the year. So our batch for 2021 has already been selected and they have started working. In fact, we just had our first session with them, which was yesterday. So for anyone who's interested, follow us on our Instagram handle, which is Fortis Mental Health, or on any of our other handles on Reddit, Quora, Pinterest, Twitter, LinkedIn, everywhere. We keep on posting out these kind of opportunities where we develop new programs for students, school students and college students. Follow us there, you will get the information. The youth advocacy program will now come towards the end of this year.
Thank you so much for that response. I think we'll take our last one question. And that one asks, does a psychotherapist require RCI licenses to practice therapist?
Yes, if you want to practice as a psychotherapist, if you want to practice as a clinical psychologist, an RCI license is currently a must. That is something which is very important. Individuals who practice with the master's license are called counseling psychologists. Their area of specialization is different. They don't have a license specifically. The RCI license is only for the clinical psychologists.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One also asks if you could share your contact details.
Okay. I can share my email address. I think if that would be helpful. And otherwise, I am available on social media, and you can follow me on Instagram. My handle is _Kamna_C on Instagram. And I'm on Twitter as Kamna_. I have typed it out. I think I have managed to type it out, or have I not? I think I may have.
It's there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank
yeah,
you.
it's done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. As a token of love and appreciation, we would like to present you with an e-certificate And I request our technical team to display same on the screen. Technical team, please.
I request my technical team to display e-certificate for Kamna, ma'am. So this is a token of honor for your time, ma'am. So thank you so much for joining us.
It's a real pleasure. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, ma'am. So I think there is some technical glitch. Yeah, it's correct. So this will be mailed to you as well, ma'am. So thank you so much for your time. Kindly accept it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'll hand over to my co-MC, MC Angeli, to take over from here. Thank you, MC Angeli.
Thank you so much, Collins. Thank you so much for joining our team, and thank you so much, Kamna ma'am. We had a very insightful session. So, guys, if you enjoyed the session, please comment on the chat box, as well as you can share your feedbacks, you can share your opinions, everything in the feedback form. And to invite the next speaker, I invite my co-MC, MC Priya. Over to you, Priya.
Thank you, MC Anjali. Hello, everyone. We hope that everyone is having a knowledgeable Sunday. Next, we have Mrs. Alima Zahra with us to talk about special education. She is a psychologist and head of the Department of Psychology at in CTTE College for Women. She is also the founder of Civil Psychological Support Services. I request you to take over from here, ma'am.
Yes, we would request you to please unmute your audio. Alima ma'am, we request you to please unmute your audio. Yes.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, are you sharing your PPT?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So, yeah. Perfect, ma'am. Thank you.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. We are on the first slide.
Okay, yeah. A very good evening, everyone. Very happy to see more than 400 participants here. I feel very happy to be a speaker. Before I start, I want to thank the entire team of 3G School of Psychology, especially Irfana, Miss Nishi Priya for giving me this opportunity. The entire team behind this 3G School of Psychology for giving me this opportunity as a speaker for this international conference 2021. Yeah. My topic is special education. So when a person approached me, I immediately said that I want to focus something on special education, which is the need of the hour. So without boring you all, I would like to begin with a small story. Are you all with me? Are you all with me? Just anything, hi-fi or
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are getting a lot of comments.
Comments, okay. Yeah. Here, I'm going to share a story. It's a real story. It's a story of my own student, okay? I joined CTTE College in 2016 as a lecturer and assistant professor. Then after a year, I became the HOD of psychology department. The very first year, usually the first batch, usually very, very precious batch, where, this is one batch which we feel that they're very, very close to us. One of my students joined, she had a lot of problems. I want to share that problem here. A student joined, my own student, the very first batch student, one of the most responsible student, I would say. Most responsible, most obedient student. As the days passed on, I noticed something different in her. I noticed something different in her. She was a very responsible student, very obedient student. Whatever is assigned to her, everything she will do it on time. She used to submit things on time. But something I noticed in her. When I started asking questions, I know what was the difference. The difference was she had reversals in handwriting. She had reversals in the sense B and D confusion, P and B confusion. And after probing, after asking a lot of questions, I found out that she used to spend more than 4 hours just to spend time in Hindi subject. With Hindi subject, she used to spend more than 4 hours. Then I also found out that she used to spend like, just because of Hindi, she was not able to give attention to all the subjects. Then immediately after talking to her parents, after talking to her, immediately we recommended her to go for an IQ assessment. Okay, immediately we recommend her to go for an IQ assessment as well as learning disability assessment. Then after few days, after 10 to 15 days of time, we found, we got the certificate saying that she has borderline IQ with learning disability. She has two things. Number one was borderline IQ, that is below average IQ level she had. The second thing was she had not mild, average learning disability. I was thinking, what is the next step? Because we have seen students with learning disability. We have seen small kids with learning disability. I have screened children with learning disability. This is something, coming into adolescent period, adolescent time. I was thinking, what is the next step? The next step was getting an approval for learning disability from University of Madras, because she's a college student. She needs to have a letter, learning disability letter, to go for the next step. Then she went to the university and she was told that learning disability certificate will not be issued. Okay, I'll repeat once again. She was told that learning disability certificate will not be issued just because she was not identified in school. She will not get a certificate in college. That was very disheartening. The reason was just because she did not get a certificate in school, university refused to provide a certificate in college. Now, I'm asking a question to all the psychology students here. I'm asking a question to the general public here, general audience. Is it her fault? Is it the student's fault? Is it the teacher's fault? Is it the parents' fault? Whose fault is it? We cannot blame anyone, right? A lot of things, whose fault is it? A lot of private schools as well as in government schools, I'm telling you, many students nowadays, if you go to any class, you go to any section, definitely you will find students with neurodevelopmental disorders. There are a lot of children with neurodevelopmental disorders which are not recognized, which are not identified in school days. Sometimes, there is a lot of neglection from the parent side. Sometimes there is a neglection from the teacher's side. Nowadays, what is happening in many schools is these students, some children, 4 to 5 children having learning disability, so 4 to 5 children with ADHD or mental retardation, they've been locked inside the room. They are not given any special attention. Special attention is being given only for advanced learners. Why there is a lot of partial, why there is a lot of difference happening from that day onwards, from that time onwards, I started thinking, let me do something for this adolescent learning disability alone separately. Then I was thinking, and what is the reason? The main reason behind this is there is a lack of awareness. There is a lack of awareness on special education. So we psychology students, as a psychologist, what we are supposed to do is not only focus on academics, but do a lot of programs for parents, do conduct a lot of programs for teachers on special education, create them the awareness on autism. It's a pervasive developmental disorder. Create awareness on learning disability, create awareness on different other neurodevelopmental disorders, on conduct disorder, oppositional defense disorder, different disorders which is coming up, which is the need of the hour. So from our side, the one thing which we always need to focus on is conducting programs, conducting awareness sessions for parents and teachers, which is very, very, very important. Who are the ones who are getting learning disability certificate? Only those who get a certificate in school are getting certificate in college. Others are not getting it. And coming back to this girl's story, after so much of struggle and after, going on so many rounds to university, finally CTT college, my college, CTT brought in a revolution in the University of Madras. From 2016 and onwards, there was a rule in the university, even if you have not been identified in school, it's okay, no problem. You can get a certificate in college. And from 2016 onwards in Chennai, in Madras, a lot of students were benefited. It's still now they are benefiting out of it. It is not the students' fault because they are not being identified. This is the only problem. But now after 2016, university has come up with a rule that LD certificate will be provided. How to go for the LD certificate? Definitely, I will mention, I have included in my PPT. And this is the story which I wanted to start with. So one message I want to give to all the students here is, we should always accept and respect student diversity in the classroom. As a psychologist, your duty is not only to go for counseling. No, you should do a lot of sessions for primary school children. You should do a lot of sessions for elementary as well as for middle school students. The sessions on student diverse in the classroom. Actually, you should always tell students to accept, to respect diversity. There are different types of diversity. We all know we have cultural, racial, religious, we have gender, disability. Focusing more on the disability is my main focus here, students. So the types are different. We have to give importance to all the learners. We have slow learners, we have average learners, we have advanced learners. What I'm trying to tell you here is each and every student should be given importance. In the class of 40 students, as a teacher, as a psychologist, what you can do is you can go and have an individualized education plan for all the students.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, in case you're changing your PPT, now we are on its story time.
No. It's the same.
Same, right? Okay, thank you.
So this is very, very important. Your role is not only giving counseling. Your role is you have to all special educators, and you should also play the role of a special educator. As a psychology student, you should also play the role of a special educator by having an individualized education plan for all the students. Okay, moving on to the next one. Learning disability exemption. These are the exemptions which was given by the university. Suppose if a student having any motor impairment or visual impairment or physical impairment, these exemptions have been given. That is extra 1 hour time. If the exam timing is between 9 to 12 o'clock, 1 hour extra time has been allotted for the student. It's been given to the student. The student will be taken to a separate room. The student should be sent to a separate room, separate exam hall, or a small room, or a bigger room, whatever it is. 1 hour extra time should be given. Scribe will be provided. Scribe should be provided. We all know who are scribes. Scribes are people who help a visually challenged student. A visually challenged girl or a boy cannot write the examination. So scribe will be the one, the visually challenged boy or a girl will keep telling the answers. The scribe's duty, the scribe's role is to write the answer. Third, second language exemption. Second language will be exempted. The same thing happened with my student. She had a lot of difficulty in Hindi. So Hindi second language was exempted. For example, suppose in Tamil Nadu, if a girl is from a Tamil medium to Tamil medium, her second language is English. So English will be exempted. If she is, if he or she is English medium students, then Tamil or Telugu or Malayalam or Hindi, whatever the second language, it will be exempted. This is the third exemption. Overlooking spelling mistakes. The child will not flunk. The child will not fail. Okay. This one more thing I'll tell you. This letter will be given only after the 8th standard. Letter will be given, for all, even after 5th standard. But the main exemptions, you can apply only when the child enters into 10th standard or 12th standard, because it's a public examination, right? So along with all the answer scripts, this LD certificate has to go, so that the person who is doing the evaluation will not mark, will at least give at least minimum 5 marks out of 10 marks, or at least minimum 3 marks out of 10 marks, so that the child will not fail. Then usage of calculator will be exempted during the examination, whether it's a CI examination, that is internal examination, or an external examination. Wherever calculator is required, usage of calculator will be allowed during examination. This is the 5 important exemption which will be given for learning disability. Okay, these are the things used to mention learning disability certificate. The very first thing what you have to do is you have to go for an IQ test. You have to recommend the student for an IQ test. That is first very important rule. Okay, you can send the child to SRTC. If you are from Chennai, what you can do is you can recommend the child to go to SRTC center, that is State Resource Training Center. It is in KK Nagar. I don't know about other states and other countries. In Chennai, I'm giving you either you can recommend the child to go to SRTC center or any general government hospital. The child has to go for an IQ test. The child has to go for an LD assessment. The child has to get a letter from the doctor, from the medical director, and the same letter should be given to the principal, and the principal will send that letter to the higher education officials. And after that, they will get a letter from either from the CBSE board or from the matriculation board or from the college university board. You will receive a letter, and that letter has to go on with all the answer scripts. That letter has to be attached with all the answer scripts. It is a very simple procedure, but this simple procedure might take more than 3 months. This procedure might take more than 6 months. So you have to be very, very, very careful. Okay. And according to IDEA, according to Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, there are 13 important categories of impairment. I have put up the impairment. There are 13 disabilities. First, starting with specific learning disability, you have dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, other health impairment, autism spectrum disorder, emotional disturbance, speech or language impairment, visual impairment, including blindness, deafness, hearing impairment, deaf blindness, that is one another combination. Then orthopedic impairment, intellectual disability, traumatic brain injury, multiple disabilities. These are the 13 categories of disabilities of anybody who fall into any one categories of this disability. Definitely certificate will be provided. Okay. The next one is this is the next part of my session, that is neurodevelopmental disorders, which I was talking to you. Simple definition I have put up here. Neurodevelopmental NDD are impairments of the growth and development of the brain or central nervous system. They are disabilities in functioning of the brain that affect a child's behavior, memory, or ability to learn. 5 to 10% of the population are affected by NDD, which typically onset in childhood prior to puberty in the developmental period. Okay, few of the examples of NDDs, which is very, very, very common in school days. Now in school days is attention deficit hyperactive disorder, autism spectrum disorder, and learning disorders, that is learning disability. And what exactly the child undergoes is the child undergoes a neurodevelopmental examination, provides information about how your child is learning, growing, and developing over time. Okay, the child has to go for developmental tests, the child has to go for neurologic examination, physical examination, brain imaging, laboratory tests, etc. And one thing I will tell you, along with a neurodevelopmental pediatrician, or along with a physician, I'll tell you, audiologist, speech pathologist, speech therapist, physiotherapist, and even occupational therapist, then everybody, psychiatrists, psychologists, counselors, special educators, everybody work together just to bring one small change in a child's behavior, just to bring one small change in the overall development of the child. Once again, I'll repeat, there are 5 important people. There are more than 5 important people who work together with any child having neurodevelopmental disorders. Number 1, the very first person is neurodevelopmental pediatrician or a general physician. Number 2, neurologist. Number 3, psychiatrist or a psychologist, occupational therapist, speech pathologist, audiologist, audiologist, then occupational therapist. These are the 7 important professions, 7 important fields of people who work together to make a difference, to make an overall development in the child's behavior. Then these are the general signs and symptoms which we usually see in children with any neurodevelopmental disorder. They have lack of sociability. If you take any child with autism, that is pervasive developmental disorder, lack of communication, there will be no social interaction. The child will not maintain eye contact. That is the very, very important sign, I would say. All these symptoms are seen before the age of 3, especially children with autism developmental disorders. They have issues, they lack emotion. So this is something which is very, very important. All of you know, right? So psychologist, if you're a psychologist student, or if you're a psychologist, I'll tell you one thing, do a lot of sessions on emotional intelligence. This is something very, very important. You all know what is meant by emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is nothing but you understand your own emotions and you understand others' emotion. Okay, very beautiful definition which was given by Daniel Goleman. Understanding your own emotion, understanding others' emotion. Always try to. And Daniel Goleman, this is something out of the topic I'm telling you. There are 5 important components, which is beautifully explained by Daniel Goleman. The person says that try to understand your own emotion, try to first identify your own emotion, try to understand your own emotion, try to motivate yourself, try to understand others' emotion. And the last component, handling relationship. If you find time, please Google search it and read a lot on emotional intelligence given by Daniel Goleman. And coming back here, they lack emotion, they have problems in performing even simple math, difficulty understanding a question, they come under dyslexia category. You have to find out, inability to properly plan things, to manage time or focus, even completing a small task is a very, very big challenge for them. And sometimes they even have movement and they have impulse control. And these children, they have deficits in general mental ability, they have problems in reasoning, they have problems in solving a problem, they have problems in planning, abstract thinking, judgment, academic learning, or anything learning from experience. Even if I ask them about their learning experience, even if you ask them about their childhood experience, they won't be able to tell you. They will take a lot of time, just to tell you, just to, describe you one incident, something very, very common incident, even if it is, they won't be able to do it. And how is NDD diagnosed? Very simple is, suppose, for example, if you are a clinical psychologist, or if you are a general psychologist, or a psychiatrist, very first thing is usually take the case history of the child. You have to collect the case history from the parent, from the caregiver, or from the relatives, whoever is very, very close, whoever is the caretaker of the child. You have to collect all the information. The very first thing is the family history, consanguinity, whether are they both relatives, are they both related to each other, is mom and dad related to each other, any kind of disability in the family, what is the birth order of the child. Sometimes the birth order is 6, sometimes the birth order is 7 in few families. Because of that also, one of the child will be affected with NDD. Second thing is medical history, prenatal, perinatal, and postnatal. These 3 things separately have given in the next slide, of prenatal, peri, and postnatal. I will show you that. Then third one is developmental milestones. Did the child cry? Did the child walk properly? Did the child utter a word? Did the child, was the child able to maintain eye contact? Is the child able to play with others? Is social play there? Is individual play there? Is the child able to pinpoint on different objects? All these things will come under developmental history. Each and every aspect of the child, each and everything should be noted by the counselor. So these are the 3 things, important things. Okay, what I'll do is I will forward this PPT to the MC or whoever the person who is in charge with. I will forward, so you can take notes from the PPT as well.
Sure, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Prenatal, perinatal, and postnatal. Prenatal is the mother's age, any kind of malnutrition or any kind of infection. Prenatal is when the mom is pregnant. When the mom was pregnant, was there any problems during pregnancy? Okay, between 1st month until 9th month, was there any problem during pregnancy? All these things covers under prenatal. Perinatal is during delivery, when the delivery, I'll tell you one by one. Mother's age, malnutrition, any kind of trauma, physical trauma, emotional trauma, or abortions, even miscarriages happen during pregnancy will come under prenatal history. Then perinatal. Perinatal is nature of delivery, whether the delivery was normal delivery or cesarean C-section delivery or a forceps delivery, duration of pregnancy, did the child cry, birth cry? See, this is something very important. Okay, was the child, you have to ask questions, you have to ask 2 important questions if you are coming across a special child. The first question is, was the child blue in color? When the child was born, was the child blue in color when the child was born? Number 1, first question, if the child was blue in color, definitely the child will have Down syndrome or any kind of NDD, any kind of any one types of NDD, definitely the child will have. Number 1. Number 2, did the child cry? Did the child cry? If the child did not cry, definitely the child will have some kind of problems, okay, after pregnancy. After the post-delivery. birth cry, birth weight and head circumference, oxygen deprivation during delivery. All these things comes under. These are important things alone I have mentioned in the PPT. Perinatal. Postnatal is respiratory illness, immunization, age when disability was noticed. Sometimes what happens is, due to lack of awareness, the child doesn't get identified when the child was very young. After 8 years or after 9 years or after the child goes to college, the child has been identified having different problems. So age when the disability was noticed is very important. Causes, few important causes I have mentioned here: genetic, immune, infectious diseases, nutrition, low birth weight, environmental contaminants, fetal exposure to smoking, alcohol, or any kind of drugs or medication during pregnancy, premature birth. Can NDT be cured? One thing I'll tell you, you have to tell the parents or the caregivers, whatever, if the child comes, whether the child comes under autism or Down syndrome or any kind of learning disability, you can only, this is like a lifelong problem. Okay, the only thing is you can give proper remediation. You can give with proper intervention, with proper remediation, you can at least bring some changes in the child's behavior. Here, something very, very, very important is knowing the child's self-esteem. Okay, you all know what is meant by self-esteem. Self-esteem is nothing but you are making positive and negative evaluation about yourself. You're making, once again I'll repeat something very important, you're making positive and negative evaluation about yourself. I'm good in this, I'm not good in that. I'm good in sports, I'm not good in academics. I'm good in drawing, I'm not good in I'm good in drawing, I'm not good in dancing. Okay, I am good in academics, I'm not good in archery. So you're knowing your strengths and you're knowing your weaknesses. In the same way, if you have a special child, if you are handling a special child, you should write down the strengths and weaknesses of the child. Okay, that will help you a lot during intervention. So here, currently, there is no indication that neurodevelopmental genetic can be cured by restoring normal gene. There is something, this talks about the genetics. Early intervention is very important. Special education is very important. Occupational therapy. With occupational therapy, the child will be benefited. Speech therapy is important. Support from parents and teachers is important. The last one I have mentioned is brain gym activities. I want to tell you all a story here. It's a story. How many of you, I don't know how many of you know about Albert Einstein's story, but quickly let me tell you the story behind this brain gym activities. Everybody knows who Albert Einstein is. We all know who Albert Einstein was. Such an eminent personality. E is equal to mc square, such a great researcher, physician. Everybody wanted to know what is there something in Albert Einstein's brain. People wanted to know what is there something extra masala in Albert Einstein's brain. When he was alive, they did lots and lots of IQ tests. And finally, they found out that his IQ, are you all with me? This is something very important. MC, can you please see the messages and tell me, because I'm
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I would request you to wind up the session in a couple of minutes so that we can take questions.
Sure. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
When he was alive, what happened was they did lots and lots of IQ tests. So his IQ was found between 140 to 150. Okay, if you take Stephen Hawking, same thing. Both Albert Einstein as well as Stephen Hawking died when they were 76 years. So Albert Einstein, when he was alive, it was found that his IQ was between 140 to 150. They were not able to say what was his actual IQ, whether it was 142 or 143 or 144. Randomly, they said that, it was between 140 to 150. And soon after his death, I'll tell you one thing, soon after his death, his body was stolen by a very, very famous Princeton pathologist. His name was Thomas Harvey. Thomas Harvey, he stole his body was stolen, his body was taken to a lab in Pennsylvania, and his body was divided into two pieces. His body was divided into two pieces, head separately and body separately. Nothing to do with his body. So they took his head, and his head was immersed into a liquid, and they came up with three important research. The three important research was, number one, his brain was smaller in size when compared to a normal person's brain. Okay, again, all the pathologists, all the psychologists, so curious to know how come his brain can be smaller in size when compared to a normal male person's brain. This was the first research. The second research was he had more glial cells. You all know what is meant by glial cells. GLIAL. Glial cells are cells that give support to your nervous system. You know, they give support to your brain cells. Suppose if you are running for a marathon or something, what do you need? You need some energy, right? To get energy, you take energy drinks, you take glucose, you eat something. In the same way, for you to think, to become smarter, to become sharper, you need glial cells. You need a lot more number of glial cells. So in the same way, Albert Einstein had more number of glial cells. The third research was Albert Einstein's corpus callosum was very, very, very active. It was very proactive. Okay, first one, his brain was smaller in size. Number two, he had more glial cells. Number two, his corpus callosum was super active. Okay, you all should know what is the main important role of corpus callosum. What is corpus callosum? You have right hemisphere, you have left hemisphere. Both the hemispheres are connected by a bundle of wires called corpus callosum. So that corpus callosum was very, very active. If you want to be active in the classroom, if you want to pay more attention in the class, if you want to become smarter and a sharper person, if you want to improve your self-esteem or your confidence level, if you want to increase your creativity, or if you want to improve your eyesight, your corpus callosum should be super active. Okay, so by God's grace, automatically it was a magic. It was a magic in Einstein's life. His corpus callosum was super active. So these are three important reasons. And here I'm connecting here with NDD, brain gym activities, or you should conduct a lot of brain gym or brain synchronizing activities. What are these activities? These are very simple activities, that actually connects both the hemispheres. It actually triggers your corpus callosum. You cannot do something with your head. You cannot put your hand inside your head. Instead, what you can do is you should do a lot of brain gym activities to activate your corpus callosum. This is very important. So if you do such activities with special kids, they will be more attentive. They will at least pay some attention in the classroom. Their attention span will be very less than 5 minutes. Even a normal person's attention span is maximum 10 minutes. If the lecture is really good, it will go more than 15 to 20 minutes, or else it will be it's very less. It's actually 5 to 10 minutes, I would say. So conducting a lot of brain gym activities inside the class will definitely help a child. It will actually help a child with special attention. Okay. Next one is there is also a checklist from the birth to 6 years, which you have to note it down, from the parent or the caregiver. That is the emotional development, health, general health, sensory areas, self-care, motor, physical, social relationship, anything related to social relationship, understanding, communication. All these things should be taken. Information related to all these 8 things should be taken from the parents or the caregiver. So there is ADHD, I'm just skipping it. I will forward you this PPT. There is autism spectrum disorder, learning disability. Few important points I've highlighted here in the PPT. And this is something very, very important here. What you are supposed to do is, if you're a psychology student, or if you want to work as a special educator in the school, if you want to work as a school counselor or college counselor, first important thing is you have to get a referral checklist from the teacher. How does the child reacts in the classroom? Does the child have friends or not? How does he mingle with others? Or one general checklist from the teacher, you have to take it. Okay, whether the teacher is willing or not, you have to collect a referral checklist with a teacher signature. You should always have it in your in the record. So segregate ESL children from children who could be dyslexics. There are some children who has problem only with the second language. That is ESL is second language exemption. So you have to segregate them, whether they come into second language problem category, or they are dyslexic. Dyslexics are children, they have dyslexics. Usually these kids, they have difficulty in all the subjects. But there are some kids who have difficulty only in mathematics. There are some kids who have difficulty only in English. There are some kids who have difficulty only in, for example, only in Hindi, or only in Telugu, or only in Malayalam. So you have to segregate them. Third one is sit and observe in the classroom. As a psychologist, as a special educator, you should always sit and observe. If the teacher, you have to take prior permission from the class teacher, prior permission from the principal. If they are very comfortable comfortable, then you can sit and observe in the classroom. Then you can move on to the third step. Fourth one is screening. Screening. I have put up a separate slide for screening for LD. So these are the 10 important screening techniques which is given by MDA, Madras Dyslexia Association. Okay, there are a lot of screening procedures available in different countries. Different procedures are followed, but in Chennai and in other states, these 10 important screening tests are done to screen any child with learning disability. Okay, so coming back to the previous slide, screening, each and every aspect to be noted and documented. Then you have to collect case histories from the parent. Case history from the parent is very, very important. How is the child at home? How is the child is the child very comfortable with the parent? Is the child very feeling very comfortable with his close relatives? The child feeling very comfortable with his neighbor? Everything, each and every aspect you have to document it. Then finally, what you have to do is, after doing the screening, you can, and one thing I'll tell you, you cannot write a report. Only a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist can give a report. Okay, so here finally what you will do is, you can do a lot of you can make up an intervention module. In that intervention module, you have to make something called IEP. You can take information about IEP in the from Google. It is called individualized education plan. It's like a weekly plan, how you are going to bridge the gap between for example, when you were doing the screening test, the child was, for example, the child is in 4th standard, the child was not able to write ABCD properly. So you have to make the child learn smaller case as well as the upper case and the smaller case, that is the capital letter as well as a small letter. So you have to include all that in the IEP, individualized education plan. You are going to make the plan for both weekly, you have to make weekly plan as well as monthly plan. So next one is,
ma'am, a gentle reminder.
Yeah, okay, I'm in the end of the session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this screening is very, very important. Screening minimum it will take minimum 1 hour to 2 hours, depending on the child's cooperation. The screening will go on. And one thing I want to tell to all the participants here, you should not focus only on academics. One thing always remember, don't focus only on your academics. Don't keep telling yourself that academics will only help me. No, you should also visit special education centers. Sit and take a lot of case histories. Take any child and start taking cases. Collect case history from parent, collect case history from the special educator. Visit a lot of psychiatric clinics, and psychiatric hospitals, counseling centers will also help you out. Okay, you should have both theoretical as well as practical exposure. Another very important thing is, take up a lot of internship programs. Take up a lot of online internship programs are available, and other internship which is given by different centers are available. Please take it up for a practical exposure. Then take up NPTEL courses. There are a lot of courses given by IIT. Okay, IIT is giving a lot of NPTEL courses. Take up NPTEL courses, take up Coursera courses. As a psychology student, this will help you a lot. And certificate courses, very important. Take part in national, international, participate, present papers, also publish papers in national, international conference. This will also help you. And don't just limit yourself. Don't just keep things with yourself. Whatever you do, whatever you learn, please go out and spend a lot of time, conduct a lot of programs in orphanages, in different old age homes, in different cancer centers, in different AIDS affected homes. Spend a lot of times with cancer patients, with AIDS victim. You will get lots and lots of exposure. Yes. So with this, I will end the session by thanking the entire team of 3G School of Psychology for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was such an insightful session. We have been getting a lot of messages in the chat box. Which depends
on the PPT. I have given my personal phone number as well as my email ID is there. In case if they want to get in touch with me, they can contact me. They can leave a message to me. If they have any queries or something, they can directly leave messages to me. I will answer.
Sure,
thank you.
Ma'am, as a token of love and appreciation, we would like to present you with an e-certificate. I request our technical team to display it. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable time with us. A a gentle reminder to all the participants. Our sincere apologies to the participants for not being able to conduct the question answer session. But don't worry, you can up the feedback form with the questions that you want to ask Mrs. Alima Zehra ma'am. I next call upon MC Ishita to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, MC Priya, for inviting me. Now, moving on, next up, we have our last speaker for the day, Madhvi K. Gohil. Madhvi is a clinical psychologist by profession. She is also a career coach, school counselor, and cyber psychology expert. She is here with us today to introduce us to the world of cyber psychology. Now, I request you to take over from here, ma'am. I welcome you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Ishita. And I'm really glad to be here. Thanks 3G team again to invite me. I'm here sharing my PPT. I hope it's visible for all of you.
Yes, ma'am. It's perfectly visible. Thank you.
Okay, great. So as she introduced, I'm a cyber psychology special, clinical psychologist, and I'm even a cybercrime intervention officer with NSD, that's National Security Database. So basically, I really wanted you to understand the concept of cyber psychology, as it's very practical and it's a most wanted subject right now in our field, because there are not a lot of cyber psychologists right now in our field. So wanted to explain you the importance of cyber psychology basically. So we may discuss topics of how technology has changed our communication, what is cyber psychology, what is cyberspace, impact of being online, causes of online disinhibitions. We'll study few case studies. Then we'll study what is altruism, then internet addiction, cyberbullying. So I am just covering a part of it. There is a huge and a vast subject over it, probably like what is cyberbullying, data privacy, political influence over online shopping. So I'm just giving you a gist of few topics. So all of you, I really wanted you to explain how our technology has changed our communication. So, like if you were in 80s or something, and if you, this is a young crowd, but if anyone who could relate it by watching a movie or something, we had a similar phone like this. And what we used to do is, it was called phone. And, there was no privacy. We used to have talk in front of everyone. And we used to usually talk for wishes, we used to call each other for wishes and everything. So later on, what came was greeting cards. So if you all know, there's a famous shop, Archie's, which is very famous for greeting cards. And what we used to do is just write to and from. And the entire emotions, entire feelings were written on the greeting card. We just had to mention our name and to whom we are sending. And, those things, like it was like for Father's Day, Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, Rose Day, birthdays, anniversaries, everything we used to kind of use the greeting card. Then came a conversation of sending a text message. So if you again go in the past, we had a phone of Sony Ericsson. The first phone was of Sony Ericsson mobile phone. And then, 3310 came, I think Nokia 3310. So then we started forwarding messages to each other, and it used to cost us money, like a rupee for it. And we used to forward to everyone. So even the shairis or the forwards, at times we used to not even see it sent by someone, and we used to directly send them there. So then came our normal WhatsApp, what we are doing right now, voice messages, and then we started using abbreviations. So for Y or U, we started using U, and then came emojis. So if you realized our communication, the communication decreased day by day, and the way we express with technology is quite different. And the technology has dramatically changed the way we feel, the way we think. So, I would like to see a lot of chats in this chat box and see what do you see. This is a 12-year-old boy birthday party, and see what are they up to. If you can see clearly a picture, you would see they're just playing around online. They are with their laptops, they are with their mobile phones. And even the cake is made up of an online game called Fortnite. So, that's the need of cyber psychology here. We are getting so addicted to online and we are addicted to games, and the young generation that is coming is absolutely into computers, mobiles all the time. So let me explain you that basically everyone, almost all of us are using internet, and around 56% of the worldwide population is using internet. So in layman's language, if I have to explain you what is cyber psychology, it is nothing but the study of human behavior in interaction with technology. So my focus is more on internet, but it's just not internet. It is human interaction with game, virtual realities, artificial intelligence, and a lot more things. So if you see what is cyber psychology, this is a computer activity and this is the human activity. And the interaction between both is called cyber psychology. So there is a very common term which I want to explain you, what is cyberspace. So cyberspace is nothing but the communication environment supported by computer networks. So if I have to give you one example, like a 3-year-old child's a 3-year-old child is crying and not eating food. So what does most of the parents do these days is they open a YouTube channel and then they start showing the kid, and the kid's mind is diverted, and that's what they start eating. So that is cyberspace. So basically, the kid is into cyberspace. So cyberspace is a distinct place which is in familiar environment, like it's in your comfort, it's in the comfort of your home. But as soon as you go online, you have traveled to different locations in terms of awareness, consciousness, your emotions, your responses, your behavior. It really depends upon your mental development as well as your physical, mental, your age and your interest too. So probably if I give the same YouTube channel video to your grandfather would really not be interested in that. So it depends upon all the environmental factors also. So now, impact of being online. So anonymity plays an important and high role in online disinhibitions. So basically, you may ask me what is online disinhibitions. So in layman's language, I would again say it's nothing but your behavior in virtual place and face to face are quite different. So that's called online disinhibitions, because you usually loosen up, you become less restrained, and you are not scared of anything. So if I had to give you an example for this, if I asked you to give me a review on a chat box about me, since we are face to face, you would give me a better review. But again, if I tell you that give me a review on an Google form where your name is not mentioned, you could really open up and give a true review. So that's basically online disinhibitions. So the causes is because of your invisibility, your anonymity, your minimization of authority. So as we are online, we all are equal, you know, there's nothing about black and white or rich or poor or anything as such. So, you know, there was a case study done by Stanford University, and there were few females who participated. Few were given hoods to cover their face, and few were given tags to mention their names. And they had to give electric shock to these women. And it was really found that people were giving double the shocks to the people who are wearing hoods. So basically, scientists found out that you behave or act rudely when you are not visible or you are anonymous. So as you all are young and most of your youth icon is Ranvijay, could you, if you would have seen this, could you just share in the chat box saying yes? So I can just see. Anyone who's seen this?
Yes, ma'am, we are seeing that. Okay. Yes, we are getting so much of comments. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So if you all have seen this, this was called Troll Police, where Ranvijay used to anchor a series of this thing so that, you know, the actresses were getting trolled, the actors were getting trolled, and when they were invisible, they used to comment anything and everything. But when they physically met, they were quite conscious about their behavior. So this is how I wanted to show that. And again, I wanted to send you a message that, you know, you feel you are anonymous, you feel you are invisible, but there are people who are looking over and they can trace you very well. So internet is not bad all the time. So altruism is a positive thing where you help someone, you help a person just to do a good work and not benefiting from there. So, you know, during the pandemic, if you know, I'll just give you an example, like most of the parents didn't know where to get the vegetables and all, and they used to get those WhatsApp messages, you know, that, okay, the vegetable person is here in our building, come down. So we were helping each other without any personal benefits. So like a non-profit crowdfunding is an example of altruism. So I really want to ask you all, what would you do if I gave you a challenge of not using social media for 24 hours? How would you feel? How would you utilize your time? I want to see in the chat box. What would you do if I don't let you use social media for 24 hours?
Ma'am, we are getting comments. They will be painting, they will be feeling lonely, they will be reading books, they will be sleeping, they will be spending time with family, they'll be doing calligraphy. Great. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So some have given a very positive response. That is really good. But, you know, there was a research done on the college students worldwide. And it was found that these are the comments what it came out to be like, I'm going crazy. I felt dead. I felt like I was missing something. I felt I was paralyzed. The anxiety continued for the rest of the day. So I just want to tell you that we all are so addicted to social media these days that, you know, 10 minutes, you keep your phone away. The first thing what you want to see is your WhatsApp. Then comes Facebook, Instagram, right? So there was again a case study which I wanted to discuss was Justine Sacco was was on a very high post as a director she was, and she tweeted saying that going to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS. Just kidding, I am white. This got trolled so badly and it created a very bad impact on her. So before even landing to South Africa, she was fired from her job. Just one tweet could mess up the entire life. So I just want to mention you that please think before what you are posting. It is very important for you all to be safe, and it is very important that you don't give a wrong message to anyone. So again, I wanted to discuss about this is the very basic thing what I'm talking is. So what is cyberbullying? So most of you all have faced this, right? So cyberbullying is nothing but an electronic bullying, you know, like it is bullied through electronic technology. And over 90% of the teens worldwide are using mobile phones these days. And it is the main, it is impacting because of the mobile phones. And around India stands 4th for cyberbullying. So the most common words are you are a loser, you are a bitch, you are dumb, you are fat, you are ugly. So these kind of bullies keep happening in our day-to-day life. So I want to give an example from my school itself. She was a grade 7 student and she was cyberbullied. So basically, she had posted a pic of a traditional cloth on Facebook and Instagram, and she got a lot of negative comments, and her close friends even commented that you are an old-fashioned girl, you don't have sense of wearing clothes. They thought she had a good taste, but now her taste is changed. And she came to me and she's like, she didn't attend school for 15 days. And when I called her up and asked her to come to school, she told me she was depressed, she was frustrated, and she had a very low self-esteem because of all these things. So the first thing what I advised was go to your parents and talk to them about it. It is very important for you all to talk to your parents and make them understand what you are going through. So then I explained her that the more you get scared and the more you avoid, or the more you, do something, they're going to harm you. So it is better you go and comment saying that wearing traditional or Indian clothes are not bad. And during a function, I was wearing and it's okay for me to wear. So this created a lot of positive impact later on her. And she was later on more confident after she replied this. So, the effects of cyberbullying could be anger, isolation. You would feel depressed. You would feel irritated. You would feel like you are sick. You would feel you are humiliated. You would feel that you have a very low self-esteem at that point of time. But please do not believe everything what is there online. Don't depend upon the likes and the comments what you get online. So, you usually what happens when you get cyberbullied, it's like, you skip schools, you receive bad grades. There are few signs. You get addicted to certain things. You try avoiding school, your self-esteem goes down. So, there are suggestions what I want to give you, my takeaways for people who are being bullied or who bully. So please do not do that. First of all, we are here to help each other, the community. We are social animals. We are not here to put each other down. So please speak out. Do not keep yourself isolated. Talk to your adults whom you trust. Maybe if you don't want to share with your parents, share with your elder brother, sister, anyone. inform your internet, instant messaging, or mobile phone service providers. So basically, you feel you are bullied or something, you can always block them on your Facebook or something, but do not delete those evidences. Evidences are extremely important if you want to complain or if you want to show as a proof. So inform your local police if it's out of control. Don't reply to the messages of cyber bullies. You know, they may put you down if you show that you are low. They like to do that. So save cyber bullies messages and protect yourself. So never arrange to meet with someone you met online, you know, unless your parents know about it or something. It is very important. And one more thing what I wanted to do was I am putting I wanted to put something on the chat box. I wanted to put something on the chat box. I hope you all can.
Sure, ma'am. Yeah, I will help you out. You'll be seeing a tab, ma'am. You can see the green color, and to the right end, you'll be seeing 3 dots. So if you click on that, you can see chat.
Okay, or else I'll just mention you the website. You can go and check the website. That's www.haveibeenpwed.com. I want you all to go on the website and please check. Can you do that?
Sure, ma'am. Could you please repeat that, ma'am? Your website address?
www. Have I, HAVE.
Okay.
I, been, BEEN.
Okay, ma'am.
pwed.com. So I want all the participants to go on this and put your email ID and check whether you've been pawned or no.
Ma'am, so sorry. Could you please repeat www.haveibeen?
pwed.com.
pwed.com. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I just want to see the responses if you could help me with that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Everyone is responding to you. Like, you know, our chat box is bombarding. So I am not able to read the messages.
Okay. So I will put your email address and check whether you have been or no.
So everyone is thanking. It was a nice session on cyber psychology. And if you have, ma'am, do you have time to take any questions?
Yeah, I do have. I made it.
So Rosario, one participant is telling, I did a research about internet addiction and functional impairment. So this is a nice topic she is telling. So everyone is thanking you. And participants, if you have any questions, you can post that in the chat box now. So ma'am will be addressing that.
And I want to see the responses also, what they're getting out of this.
Okay, ma'am. So like, are you done with your PPT, ma'am?
No, so I just want to have 5 minutes or so.
Okay, ma'am, no problem. So like, ma'am, on the top corner, you'll be seeing a tab where you can see, okay, you are sharing your screen. And to the right end, you'll be seeing 3 dots.
Okay,
a black
I
color.
saw that in chat. I saw that.
Yeah. So you'll be getting all chats there, ma'am. All the messages you can see there.
Okay.
Ma'am, some people are telling that the site is not working.
Okay, it's not working.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not PWN, it's just PWED.
PWED, who is that? PWED, okay. Yes, ma'am, we will post it again.
Okay.
I think everyone took that responsibility and they started because of curiosity. Yes, ma'am.
So basically, I'm getting some few responses from Naman Sheth. Okay, great, you are not being breached. That's a great thing.
Yes, ma'am. We got the website www.ihavebeenpwed.com.
Yeah. Okay, so most of them are not breached. That's really good. So basically, what I wanted to show you is that if you go on this website, put your mail ID, you would come to know whether you've been breached or not. Basically, you've been hacked by some, by some social media account or no. So just please keep all your social media accounts with different passwords. Don't use the same passwords for everything. Do not use same passwords for everything. Be safe. And I just wanted to show you a small video where I just want to, and maybe it's not audible for you, but I just wanted to explain you that in this video, what we see, there's a young girl who goes for shopping and her friend says that, show me your shoes, what you've bought, So she shows that shoes. Then she says that, okay, these shoes are for my graduation day. Then she attends her graduation program where she gets a certificate. So from the certificate, the person gets this girl's address. Then comes, where her address has been mentioned. She posts everything on social media, whatever she's doing. So when she's out, she's posted when she's on a coffee date or something, she's posted that also. But her, credit card was seen there. So that person traps her with all her data. So someone her. So you can see here. So hope you got the video and you understood what I was trying to say was. So
yes,
a simple thing what I would say, have a strong password. Whatever you post on social media generally remains there. So be very careful before posting. Do not post your house address or your phone number or date of birth on social media sites. And usually a social media site and an email service provider gives you options of 2 authentications. So one is your password and other is OTP. So please try to use that. It'll be really helpful. And don't install unwanted softwares or apps from unknown sources. That's extremely important. So be careful before you are downloading anything on your mobile.
Ma'am, like we have questions. A few of the participants, their account is breached, so they are asking what we have to do next. So I think everyone got panicked.
Okay, they have been breached. So only thing what you can do is don't panic. Just change your passwords on your Facebook, your Instagram, your all accounts. Just change your passwords.
Okay, ma'am. So they are putting the numbers as well, 5 times breached, 4 times breached, and they're asking. So they're asking how, ma'am, how is the SafeMe app for security? So they are asking for your suggestion for the same.
I didn't get you the question.
There is an app called SafeMe app. So
okay, yeah, you can use those apps if there are a lot of apps like that. So what you can do is you can review the apps properly and then you can download. They really help you. But please keep different passwords, and your password shouldn't be related to your birth date or someone's family's birth date or family name or any person in your family whom you are close to. it should be really vague and different. So nothing related to you or your favorite food or something. Don't put anything that is related to you. Put a vague password.
Okay, ma'am. So thank you so much for that insightful session. Participants, do you have any more questions before that, ma'am? Do you have time to take a few more questions?
Yeah, I can take.
Okay, ma'am, I'll be helping you out with that. Someone is asking, can we do anything in the field of cyber psychology after doing Masters of Arts in psychology, or we have to study psychology with science stream? Is cyber psychology related to criminal psychology?
Cyber psychology to a certain extent is related to criminal psychology, and cyber psychology itself is an absolute different subject that's coming up. So in India, you won't get a lot of courses for that. You may take some time, but yeah, you may get it for sure after certain time.
Next up we have, what are the qualifications for becoming a cyber psychologist?
You need to qualify as a psychologist first and then get into cyber psychology.
Ma'am, next, ma'am, how can one help him or herself to protect from cyberbullying, and how can we get more information if I want to read more about it?
Okay, you can get in touch with me. My name, you can search on my name as Madhvi K. Gohil, or you can connect me on my page, Facebook page, that's Talent Tools. I'll help you out. Any question you can mail me. My mail ID is madhvkgohil21@gmail.com.
Okay, ma'am. Next, how could we keep the oral communication in young people?
How could we keep old communication?
Oral communication.
Oral communication. Yeah, so that's what we need to do is, as a cyber psychologist, we have to implement certain things. We have to make a lot of awareness programs. We have to do a lot of social activities together. That'll really help. Because these days kids are not even having eye contacts.
And how to increase one's self-esteem?
So, not get bullied. Don't feel that, you are an average student or you are under. You may be having certain qualities which others don't have. So do not feel sad or bad about yourself. Do not pity yourself for anything. You are strong enough to fight and you can do that.
Thank you, ma'am. I would request participants, if they are left with any of the questions, to email ma'am. They will be, she will be surely trying to answer those questions. I really want to...
One second. We have a very important question, which is right for this time. Okay, so how to avoid social media addiction? I think we have the right person to tell more about that.
So social media addiction, it's going to take a lot of time. So if you're using for 7-8 hours, try to avoid. You have an app also online about your screen time, so you can keep checking. So I am not telling you to avoid it absolutely because it's not practical. So what you can do, if you are using for 7 hours, try to get it to 6 hours, then try to get it for 5 hours. And Instagram and Facebook, it's just, for business or for communication, it is good. But if you are just posting unnecessarily stuff, like what did you eat and what did you drink, it's not necessary. It's really not necessary for all of us to post that you've been on a mall and you've traveled here or you traveled there. It's okay. It's okay to avoid at times and enjoy those moments rather than posting it.
So ma'am's advice is we have to keep our private life private, but we have to enjoy the social media as well, right, ma'am?
Yeah, true.
Okay, ma'am. So we have request. Could you please tell your email ID once more?
It's Madhvi, Madhvi, K Gohil, GOHIL 21@gmail.com.
Okay, so thank you so much, ma'am. And over to MC Ishida for thanking the speaker officially. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful, mind-blowing session. It was, the conference was really enlightened by your presence. And as a token of love and appreciation, we would like to present you with an e-certificate from the 3G team. I request the technical team to display the same on the screen.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being so patient and listening to me. I hope you got some insight about cyber psychology. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Certificate will be emailed to you as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
I would request the participants to kindly fill in the feedback form for the sessions you attended today. I would like to call upon MC Anjali for taking over the session now.
Thank you so much, MC Ishita. Thank you so much, Madhvi Goyal, ma'am. So that was a power-packed session with a lot of insights, and I could see a lot of queries, a lot of confusions, a lot of insights which came into the participants. We are so happy to hear that. And that was our last speaker. I hope you enjoyed our sessions. There we comes to the end of second day of our conference. And before ending, we have our event coordinator Disha here. She will be talking more about the conference. So I would like to invite Disha over to the dais to speak, to address our audience. Over to you, Disha.
One second. Yeah, it's perfect now.
Yes, Disha, carry on. Yeah.
So, hey all, this is Disha, Event Head Coordinator at 3G School of Psychology, Psychology Enthusiast, Intern, State Leader, and Event Coordinator at 3G School of Psychology. I'm pursuing Masters and I have completed my graduation in 2020. I would like to share a couple of things with you all. I request you all to spare just 5 minutes for my talk, which will be beneficial for you all in making the right choice for your career. As you all know that 3G School of Psychology is coming up with a new concept and a new revolution in psychology, which is the integration of psychology and artificial intelligence. We as psychology students should keep ourselves updated in this technological world. And guys, this is the right platform for all of us to help us grow. Being a postgraduate student of psychology, I haven't seen this kind of exposure towards psychology. So this made me realize that this is a wonderful platform for all of us, where there is an ocean of opportunities in front of us all. We just have to dive deep into it and sail through. As you know that the word psychology for us is such an interesting word, but really 3G Masters program is a cherry on the cake for all of us, which is not only makes this subject interesting, but also fun-filled, enjoyable, exciting. In a nutshell, I will only say that being an individual as a psychology student wants to explore or grow, imbibe knowledge beyond academic, you are at the right place. Thank you so much for being so cooperative and attentive during the whole conference. Till now, we have heard the prominent personalities of psychology, Dr. Samir Parekh, Buma ma'am, Pooja Jayar, Pooja Janaya ma'am, Jay Madan ma'am, Anand Munshi sir, Geeta Dalal ma'am. Stay tuned to hear from more upcoming personalities. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, 3G School of Psychology and the whole team. I request to co-host MC Anjali to take over the session.
Thank you so much, Disha. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your time with us. So, hi everyone. So, how was the session today? There we comes to the end of second day of conference. I hope you all enjoyed. You can share your comments in the chat box. Meanwhile, I want to again announce about the giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and Canva Premium account. So if you want to get that giveaway, all you have to do is go to our official Instagram page at 3G School of Psychology and tag 5 of your friends right now. So don't forget to tag all our leaders. You can see our leaders link in our chat box. I request my technical team to post the leaders link in the chat box so that they can get connected with us. And if you want to apply for the World Book of Records e-certificate, this is for the first 700 participants. Go to the website and you will be seeing a button called Apply Now. So what you're waiting for, you are getting a chance to get participation certificate for World Book of Records e-certificate. So please go and register soon and grab yours fast. So that will be an e-certificate. It will be reflecting on your dashboard within next 25 business days. So you will be also getting a participation certificate. That will be a free certificate that will be also reflecting on your dashboard from February 2nd. So I had many queries about the certificate. I had many queries about the World Book of Records certificate. Even I had queries about the new, our master's program, the Revolutionary Master's program. So if you want to join the program, I will just guide you through the same. So you can log into our website. 1 second, let me share my screen. So you can log into our website 3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters, and here you will be you can type our scholarship code 3G IPC 2021. So if you are giving this code within the next 2 days, you will be getting a chance to grab a scholarship of 40,000 rupees. So please don't miss the opportunity and apply for that soon. Okay, so we have our national head leader Joel here to address the audience. So thank you so much, Joel, for joining us. Yeah, over to you.
Hi all. So hope everybody enjoyed the sessions in the conference. So can I get a yes or a boom in the chat box? Like, we have been completing our second day in the International Psychology Conference. And yeah, and we have been getting a lot of feedbacks, amazing feedbacks regarding various sessions, and many of them, like, a lot of speakers here, like, they were introduced to a different kinds of in a wide spectrum of psychology. We were able to understand and know a lot of new people here. So I guess everyone enjoyed this second day program. So tomorrow we'll be having a lot of focusing on the emotional intelligence mainly. So how emotional intelligence is related to children, how we can empower them, because right now in this time, in this period, like, emotions, like, people are controlling others, like manipulative behavior is mainly focusing on how we can try to get in touch with people in the form of emotion, showing them true emotion. So let's know more about emotional intelligence tomorrow, like with children, and how to use emotional intelligence in day-to-day life. And it's not about theory that we're going to talk about tomorrow's session. We're going to teach you how practically we can think and train ourselves and use emotional intelligence in a most practical way. And then we'll move on to how to use the words, the power of the words that make you feel, how to be free and all. So how to stay calm and how your words impact yourself. Because whatever we say to ourselves or to others, our subconscious is silently hearing what we're actually saying. And also, by ending tomorrow's last session will be to know about the psychology perspectives. A lot of people, what we're doing is, if a person is creating something in psychology, they have their own perspective. So when somebody is learning from their perspective, they try to bring out their own perspective. So they are trying to, spread on to different kind of perspective. Like, it's been unique to each and every one. They create it on their own, and that creates followers. And Freud, like, people create like Freudism or Neo-Freudism. So these kind of things, studies occur thereby, following others. So we'll be knowing more about the perspectives of psychology tomorrow. So I guess we had an amazing day today. And even I didn't feel like the time was, just like that. It went off. The second day is also now over. And tomorrow also we'll be having our last final day of this International Psychology Conference. So don't forget to tag us in your Instagram, social media, or any kind of platform, and we'll be resharing them. And it'll be great to us if you guys had given us any valuable feedback or suggestions to make our next event, if it's there, to make it an amazing thing. So thank you, everyone. So thank you for being here to give your constant support. Thank you once again.
Want to add on something, if that's okay? Shall I?
Yes.
Hey everyone, my name is Nishi and I'm the head national leader. And I just take 1 minute of your time to remind you that if anybody has any doubt regarding the master's program, regarding the internship program, please bug me. Please call me, disturb me all the time. I'm really sorry I can't on my camera. My front camera isn't working, so please pardon. And if you have any doubt regarding the master's program and also regarding the internship program, please get in touch with me. And again, a big shout out to all of you for being such lovely and such amazing audience. You guys are dope. You guys are like fire, damn. For all the people who are listening from the conference from the start till end, you guys are really amazing, and I'm sure that you are taking so much of valuable information. So love you all. Please come tomorrow. Please attend the session and take everything from here. All right, then bye-bye. Joe, you can take over.
So I guess Nishi has a power cut, and also she's using it on her phone. So that's why this kind of an audio, there's some little slight discrepancy in that. So thank you once again. So I'd like to handle this to MC Anjali to take over.
That's so kind of our national leaders to join and share the agenda for the day 3. And thank you so much, Joel, and thank you so much, Nishi, and thank you so much, participants from day, from day, we started by 9:45, and now it is like 5:22, and you all are here with us. So it's so sweet of you. It's Sunday. You could have spent that with going for a movie, or you could have spent with your family, but you came in and you have spent time with us. Thank you so much for that. And we had many queries about our advanced program. Okay, so if you want to become a futuristic and new age career coach, you can join our 3G advanced program. 3G will be providing all tools required for career coaching, including branding kit, psychometric tools, learning resources, presentations, and website. You will be fully equipped to begin your career coaching journey right after 3G advanced program. So I would request my technical team to please post the link for registering for 3G advanced program as well. And you can use our scholarship code, coupon code 3G IPC 2021 for the same. And we had many queries. Would you please share the PPT? Can we get the recordings? Don't worry, our recording is completely there in our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology YouTube channel. I repeat, our these sessions are recorded and it's available in our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology YouTube channel. So is it online or offline? That is completely online, and you can, if you have any queries about the courses, you can always reach out to our support number. Even our technical team will be putting that in the chat box. I request my technical team to put our support team number as well as in the chat box. So advanced program, master's program, or any queries, you can always contact our support number. And the recordings will be available in YouTube, in our YouTube channel, 3D School of Psychology YouTube channel. And one more, yeah. So all the queries, all the updates, everything will be shared in our WhatsApp group. So I request everyone, please don't leave the WhatsApp group. All the things will be shared in the WhatsApp group. All the updates, all the agenda, everything of all your queries will be solved by the admins in the WhatsApp group. So please don't leave the WhatsApp group. And yeah, tomorrow's timing, we will be starting tomorrow by 1 p.m. That is Indian Standard Time, 1 p.m. We'll be starting by 1 p.m. So I request everyone to come with the same level of energy and enjoy our session for day 3 tomorrow. So here we comes to the end of second day of conference, and I would like to thank Irfana ma'am, who is the CEO of 3D School of Psychology, and he is the one who gave me opportunity. I would also like to thank our leaders like Joel, Nishi, Deepak, Soham, Disha, and Disha. So everyone who was very cooperative. I would also like to thank my mentors, MC Tamarasan, MC Nandini Aravindan, MC Dr. Maharaja Shiva Subramaniam, because of those people I am here as the lead MC now. I just joined this group as an MC, and now I am leading the team as an MC, and I am also coordinating the team. Thanks to my mentors for giving me this opportunity and for guiding me for from the beginning to till the date. So here we comes to the end of the second day of 3G International Psychology Conference 2021, and we would like to thank our Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences, Fortis Healthcare, under the aegis of Dr. Samir Parikh, for being our official mental health partner. Okay, so thank you so much, participants. Thank you so much for that full energy.
One more thing to add. So on behalf of our 3 School of Psychology, I would like to thank Anjali to, single-handedly she was able to lead the whole team, managing it. Like we had a lot of 1,700 volunteers, and from that she chose a set of MCs, and from there she was able to pick highly, I learned a lot about leadership and management of people really well. And the way, the Tamil sir, Nandini ma'am have trained Anjali to be, such an exceptional person to conduct this whole 3-day conference. Just imagine sitting in front of the laptop and just, giving the same energy and vibe, how much mental strength that a person needs to be here for the whole conference, managing with people, managing with the technical team, the screenshot, and our MCs, and people who have been doing the back-end works. Managing this is a real thing, real deal. So I'd like to thank Anjali and her technical team members like Mark, Litish, Kishore, and Ankita, Akshita in her MCing, and Srijata, and a lot of people who are at the back end who are able to support us. And Afra, I might be missing a lot of people right now, Shadia, and a lot of people who are there to support us to make this conference, to keep its high standards. when we didn't show the world that we are children, we show that we have the potential to do great things in life. And I thank Anjali to join every aspect of this conference towards one single common factor and making this a huge success. And once again, thank you everyone. So from towards the MC team to making this an amazing thing. You guys did an amazing job in making the speakers also comfortable, making them smile, and also whatever some technical difficulties happen, the technical team manages so really well, putting the feedback forms in the chat box, sending the mails, sending the links, and also sending the invitations to speakers. You guys did an amazing thing, and also the sharing of social media pages. And we were able to give them a lot of opportunities to show them who they are. We believed that they are also valuable and they can create impact in an amazing way. So thank you everyone. Like I would have missed a lot of people, but I gave my justice here. And also I thank all the volunteers who are here, who have been taken part, and also throughout attending all this event and all throughout from the internship sessions and all, you guys were there supporting us, and mainly the volunteers, the college leaders, the state leaders who took serious leadership roles and managing with people, understanding them. It's not about taking respect from people. It's about having regard with them, knowing how they're working, understanding them, and doing something about it so that it makes talk sensible way, I guess, to make it showing justice to what they were saying. So that's what I feel it's more important than respect. It's about having regard to other person who is doing the work for us. So thank you everyone. So thank you once again. So yeah, goodbye then. See you soon.
That's so sweet of you, Joel, to come and thank each one of our team members. So yes, we have a huge team. You could have seen all MC team there. Okay, our beautiful co-host, beautiful MCs and handsome MCs. But we have a huge technical team. I should thank them. Okay, they have worked day and night. They have burned their midnight oil. My captains, Litish, Farid and Kishore, I have to thank them a lot. Thank you so much. And we will be showing all our team members tomorrow. And I would like to show my mentors. These are my mentors, Tamarasan and MC Nandini Aravindan. I owe to them for everything. I am who I am today because of them. And thank you so much, my mentors. I don't know whether you're watching now this, but I'm so much thankful that now I am a lead MC here because of all the trainings and guidance you both have given me. And thank you all the team members. Tomorrow we will be showing all the team members, all our MCs, all our technical team will be coming in front of you after the sessions. And we hope you all come with the same energy tomorrow at sharp 1 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So thank you so much, participants. Thank you so much for that love and energy you are giving in the chat post. We just loved it. This is what gives us more energy. Thank you so much once again. This is MC Anjali signing off with the entire team of 3G School of Psychology and 3G International Event Academy. Now we will be playing a couple of videos in which we will be showing about the master's program and our leaders contact. If you want to get in touch with us, with our leaders of this 3G Psychology conference, you can always contact them. You can take a screenshot of that as well. And we'll be also sharing about the World Book of Record certificate. If you haven't registered for the same, you can register for that as well. So finally, this is MC Anjali signing off again. We will be meeting tomorrow. Thank you. Over to technical team for the videos, please.